Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we delve into the history of Rhea, the mother goddess of Greek mythology. We will follow her through her childhood, her marriage, and the sacrifice she made to save her son Zeus on the beautiful island of Crete. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find peace and comfort in the place that we are in, here and now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into the soft, cozy surface you are sleeping on. Here and now, there are no obligations. There are no responsibilities. There is no to-do list. By simply closing your eyes and listening to the sound of my voice, you are allowing your mind and body to rest and relax. Anything else you are seeking will come in time. With your eyes closed and your body sinking deeper and deeper into the plush, comfortable bed, I want you to try and picture something with me. You are lying on the beach of a lush, beautiful island in the Mediterranean. You are resting on the sand on a plush, cozy towel, and all around you, there are stunning sights to see. To your right, the turquoise waters gently lap against the warm sand, leaving simmering trails of foam in their wake. To your left, the picturesque countryside rises to a tall peak. As far as the eye can see, mountains extend to the horizon, reaching up as if they're trying to kiss the sky. You roll your hand off the towel, allowing your fingers to sink into the sand beside you. The warmth and weight of the sand relaxes your hands, truly taking away any tension that you have been carrying there. As you gaze up at the beautiful blue sky, something miraculous happens. A cottony cloud slowly begins to descend from the sky. You see the breeze blowing through the cloud, rustling the plumes of mist within it like leaves on a tree. By the time the cloud reaches you, it is about the size of a basketball. It hovers just over your head, and to your surprise, it's radiating a lovely, calming warmth. Ever so slowly, the cloud descends until it is brushing against the crown on your head. It sends a ripple of warmth down through your body, starting at your crown and working its way down over your eyebrows, your eyes, your mouth and shoulders. Your tongue falls away from the roof of your mouth. Your jaw unclenches and your eyes relax, no longer tightly shut, just simply closed. Your shoulders come down from your ears, giving you true space to unwind. The warmth continues down your body. You feel it ripple in your chest. As it does, you find yourself breathing a bit more deeply. Your heartbeat slows down to a gentle, natural pace as it, too, relaxes. Any knots or tension you are feeling in your stomach disappears. This warmth journeys down over your arms and your legs. Your hands unfurl and lie softly on the toasty sand, completely at rest. With your body now untethered to the stresses of the day, you watch as the cloud floats back up, 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 up into the sky, joining the others against the bright blue backdrop. A bright blue backdrop that promises you there are brilliant things ahead. Now that we have taken the time to unwind and find peace and comfort in the place that we are in, here and now, let us begin our sleep story. In the beginning there was only chaos. From the chaos emerged the inimitable Gaia, the earth, destined to become the beautiful, wild place that it is today. It was Gaia who created the earth. It was Gaia who was the earth. She then brought forth the starry heavens, Uranus, equal to herself, someone who could cover her every side and ensure that the gods had a place to go. Knowing the earth needed to be filled with beauty, with seas, with mountains, with trees, with art, Gaia and Uranus gave birth to 18 children. The most important of all, some would argue, were the Titans themselves. These 12 Titans were Oceanus, Chios, Crius, Hyperion, Iapetus, Cronus, Theia, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, and Thetis. Though Gaia and Uranus were all powerful beings, they were far from perfect. When Gaia looked upon the Titans that she brought into the world, her heart soared in ways she never could have imagined. The love she felt was the most powerful, the sweetest that she had ever experienced. Simply holding her children in her arms was enough to bring her to tears. But Uranus did not have the same experience. When he looked upon his children, his powerful, talented children, all that Uranus saw was a threat to his power over the world. Already, he had to share his divine power and control with his wife. The idea of sharing that with his children was too overwhelming, and it shrunk his ego in an undeniably crippling way. One night, Gaia tended to her children in a peaceful chamber atop Mount Othrys. She sang to them telling stories and enjoying their company. It was as though a void had been filled in her heart, something that Uranus did not comprehend. As night crackled across the sky and everyone slowly became drowsy, Gaia rose to her feet to kiss her children goodnight. But she didn't have a chance to. Uranus entered the room in a whirlwind of dizzying power. Before Gaia could say anything, before the children could react, Uranus scooped up his children and spirited them away, imprisoning them deep within Mount Othris. Gaia was devastated and furious with her husband. His fear of losing power was so great that he had no concerns for his family, and as a result, Gaia grew to have no concerns for him. Deep within Mount Othris, the children found themselves in a cavern. Rhea, one of the kindest of all the Titans, tended to her emotional siblings, offering them comfort and support in the trying, challenging time. Her gentle energy and soothing nature was known to all of the Titans. Being in her presence brought a sense of peace, even in the most challenging of situations. Her warm, honey-colored eyes always seemed to sparkle when she looked at others, assuring them that they would be okay. Opposite of her, Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, was taking another approach. He comforted his brothers by promising them that they would act against their father and claim his throne, ensuring that they would always be free. Some of the brothers and sisters were hesitant, but Cronus remained resolute. He knew what had to be done. Late one night, Gaia descended to visit her children. Cronus clung to his mother, telling her of his desire to overthrow Uranus. Gaia looked upon her children with a sense of pride. She knelt before them, speaking in whispers as they devised a plan together to overthrow Uranus and live peaceful lives once more. She gave Cronus a sickle, telling him to strike his father with it in order to gain his power. It was a big ask of Cronus, but he had no hesitations. He and his beloved siblings deserved to be free. As the hour of the plot approached, a touch of anxiety rose within the family. Some paced, some spoke of their concerns that the plan would not work, that it would make things ever worse for them. But it was Rhea who calmed them time and time again. With her warm, low whispers, she promised everyone that this would work out, that their plan would bring them to the sunlight once more. Pursuing her plan, Gaia called upon Uranus, urging him to come down where the children had been imprisoned. Cronus lay in wait, the sickle firmly grasped in his hands. When his father approached, he extended the sickle, striking his father and knocking him from his position of power forever. The Titans found themselves free once more. With a position of power to be filled, Cronus happily took on his father's title, ruling over the cosmos. For several years after, things were peaceful. The Titans spent many days meandering around beautiful Mount Othrys. They were often lounging in the sun and exploring the nearby forests, marveling at all the abundance the world had to offer. They found peace within their roles and with each other, and eventually, several of them found love. Soon after Cronus took the throne, he called Rhea to meet him on the edge of the mountain one afternoon. She made her way up the long, winding stone staircase that wrapped around to the peak of the mountain. The mountain breeze danced against her skin, giving her a chill even in the light of the brightly setting sun. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, quickening her steps up the stairs to meet Cronus on top. At the same time, however, she couldn't peel her eyes away from the beauty all around her. She loved the way the sun painted the sky, a beautiful array of pinks, purples, oranges, and reds. She dreamt of bottling it up, of carrying it everywhere with her, of lounging in it until the end of time. There was nothing more beautiful than the sunset. That's what she thought, at least. Cronus stood on the mountain watching Rhea, admiring her as she admired the sun. He couldn't help but think to himself that nothing was more beautiful than her. There was no sunset that could compare, no warmth it could give off that even came close to the warmth she brought with her everywhere she went. Rhea stepped up onto the platform at the peak of the mountain. The moment she did, a gust of wind blew across, rustling her hair and fluttering her stark white dress. The white dress popped against the deep blue sky, and though her hair grew messy, Cronus couldn't stop a smile from rising on his lips. Rhea was taken aback upon seeing Cronus. She had always admired his leadership abilities, always loved the way he spoke so simply and easily to others. She brought people comfort through her words, her bravery, and her presence. He brought them comfort through his careful planning and meticulous nature. She had never thought of Cronus romantically, and yet that calm afternoon, looking at him against the glowing backdrop of an orange sky, something clicked inside of her. Cronus took her hand gently, in a way he knew he could never do with anyone else. Rhea brought out something in him that he had never felt before. They talked atop the mountain in low whispers to one another. They knew no one could hear them, and yet they craved the intimacy of that closeness, the intimacy of a secret shared. They talked about the world and the future of it. They talked about the time they spent imprisoned. They talked about the other Titans, about the beauty of the world they'd help create. And as the sun crept the last few inches over the horizon, their conversation shifted. Cronus paused to take in the sight of those last rays of light reaching up into the heavens, those streaks of orange and pink that simply took his breath away. When he saw those rays of light reflected in Rhea's eyes, he knew what he had to do. He took her by the hand once more and asked her to be his wife, to rule over this world with him. Rhea looked out over the world with him for a few more minutes in silence. She savored the feeling of the breeze against her skin, savored the way that Cronus looked at her with such admiration, much like how he looked at the world. And, with no more hesitation, she nodded with tears in her eyes, agreeing to marry him. Their wedding was not attended by anyone else, nor was it a very official ceremony. They stood atop the mountain in the light of the rising sun only a few hours later. As it painted the landscape, the mountains, the sea in a golden glow, they vowed to rule everything it shone over together, to love one another, to care for one another. And just like that, their union was born. For several months, they lived blissful, love-filled lives. They both awakened with the sun every morning and spent much time sitting on the edge of the universe, soaking it all in. Sometimes they wouldn't speak to one another for hours. They would just watch the world go by in a serene silence. Rhea was deeply happy. Most days, she'd bid her husband farewell with a kiss on the cheek and visit the other Titans down below. They were always thrilled to enjoy her presence, for more reasons than one. Rhea was the mother goddess. As such, her presence eased labor like magic, and everyone wanted her nearby to assure their children would be welcomed to the world safely, easily, and with much love right from the start. Simply holding Rhea's hand made childbirth a peaceful, beautiful experience. And with more of those experiences, Rhea began to yearn for children of her own. Children that she could pass her life lessons onto. Children that she could care for and show nothing but love and affection. Children that she could deeply, truly nurture. It wasn't long after that Rhea gave birth to several of the Greek gods. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon came into the world immediately loved by Rhea. When she gazed upon her children, the amount of overwhelming love she felt was enough to shake the earth. She felt truly, for the very first time, she understood unconditional love. But, much like his father, Cronus did not share this feeling, and for a very similar reason. When he struck down his father with the help of his mother, he was warned of a prophecy that foretold one of his own children overthrowing him and becoming the ruler in his place. Cronus was a kind being, but he was a being who had gradually grown far too accustomed to the power of being a supreme god. The idea of losing that power was maddening to him, something he couldn't possibly fathom. And though he hated to do it, he knew what he had to do the moment he entered the room where Rhea was gathered with their children. Using his overwhelming power, Cronus opened his mouth and swallowed his children whole. Rhea watched, her mouth agape with shock, with devastation. She cried for Cronus to stop, for him to free their children. But her words fell on deaf ears. Cronus explained his reason for swallowing the children. He promised her it was necessary to keep their power. But the power no longer mattered to Rhea. Rhea knew that all she wanted in life was the love she had felt seeing her children. Cronus left her in the room alone to mourn the loss. Rhea knew that her children were trapped inside Cronus, that she could free them in time, but she knew she could not do it alone. The days passed slowly from then on. Rhea put on a loving facade with Cronus. She knew it was the only way she could do what she had to do. Soon, Rhea was due to have another child. Under no circumstances could she let Cronus swallow him as well. With every fake smile, with every pleasantry she exchanged with her husband, she was coming up with a plan to protect her son no matter what the cost. Finally, it was time for Rhea to give birth to her youngest son. She gave birth to Zeus at the edge of the water at the base of the mountain. He was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. She rocked him in her arms and looked at him as though he was the sun. She knew she couldn't lose him, and she knew she had to get her other children back from Cronus's belly somehow. With the help of her 2 servants, Rhea traveled to the island of Crete. She tiptoed over the smooth rocks of the beautiful landscape, making her way up to a cave tucked high in the mountains, overlooking the ocean. She pushed aside the curtain of moss protecting the cave from the sea breeze and stepped inside. She was delighted to find that the cave was not dark. In fact, it was rather beautiful. A gap between the rocks allowed a single, thick ray of sunshine to stream down through the ceiling. It glistened in the middle of the cave like it was sparkling with 1,000,000 diamonds. Rhea saw it as a sign from the heavens, an invitation to put Zeus down to rest here. She kissed her beloved son's forehead, promising him that she would be back for him, promising him that in time he would be allowed to take his rightful place. Zeus cooed and grabbed her finger as she sat him down. There was already such strength in his grip, already a strange wisdom in his eyes. She bopped him on the nose with a loving touch, urging him to try and be as quiet as possible to conceal his identity within the mountain. She put as many cozy creature comforts as she could inside the cave. There were covers, pelts, clothing that was infused with herbs to calm her son and bring him comfort. She assigned 2 of her servants to protect Zeus and the cave with all of their might. They agreed, touched to be in charge of such an important task. But it wasn't they who would nurture her son and raise him. Rhea called upon Amalthea, a goat-tending nymph from a nearby forest. She had a gentle nature rivaled only by Rhea's own. She cared for her goats with nothing but tender care and affection, and she even had a golden goat said to have milk that could protect and give power to those who drank it. She begged Amalthea to raise her child with the same tenderness she showed all the creatures in her care. Amalthea bowed at the feet of Rhea and swore on her life that she would raise Zeus with unconditional love. Rhea sailed back from the island with haste. She knew she had to return before Cronus realized she was missing. When she stepped foot on the same beach she had delivered her darling Zeus on, she could see Cronus making his way down the long, winding path that led to the sand. But Rhea had a plan in place. She grabbed a heavy stone and wrapped it in a blanket, making it look like a child. She rocked the stone as convincingly as she could, even cooing it and brushing her hand over its smooth surface. Just as she expected, Cronus swallowed the rock whole, making it disappear into his stomach, just as he had with his other children. Rhea was relieved her plan had worked, and back on Crete, it was working even better than she had imagined. Amalthea took care of Zeus with immense compassion, patience, and love. Whenever Zeus cried, she would rock him for hours on end. Outside, a group of dancers would hit their drums and sing, drowning out Zeus's cries so his father would not hear from the mountain. And Zeus had a beautiful childhood on the island. Amalthea fed him the milk of her goats, helping him grow stronger and stronger with every passing day. At night, she slept with him in her arms. He nuzzled the soft fur of her goats, lucky to have comfort all around him. Rhea waited patiently on the mainland. Whenever she had a chance, she would visit her son and hold him. She knew one day he was destined to defeat his father and free his siblings, destined to change the world forever, to bring her family back to her. And sooner than she expected, that day came. Zeus grew into a strong young man with a sense of justice, and, much like his father, a hunger for power. He spoke with his grandmother, Gaia, who knew of all things on heaven and earth. She gave him a medicine disguised as food, medicine that would force Cronus to expel Zeus's siblings and weaken him. When Zeus arrived at the palace atop the mountain, Cronus didn't know who he was. Rhea, on the other hand, had to try her hardest not to look upon her son with love in her eyes. Zeus offered Cronus the medicine disguised as a food, and as soon as he did, Cronus expelled the stone that he thought had been Zeus all those years ago. Soon after, he brought forth the other children. They were full-grown, more powerful than Cronus ever would have expected them to be. Faced with the reality of what he had done, Cronus was frozen in fear, in regret. It wasn't long before a war broke out, a war between the gods, led by Zeus, and the Titans, led by Cronus. In the end, just as the prophecy had foretold, Zeus was victorious. After so many years, Rhea was free of Cronus. She was reunited with her children, and the world she found herself in was brand new. She was relieved to be free of her power, relieved to be free of her tether to Cronus, a tether that had worn on her for years. She spent the rest of her life in service to the gods and the people of the world. She was sought after for comfort and love, like the mother goddess that she was. People prayed to her in moments where they needed warmth and comfort. She was present at the birth of Apollo, able to ease the pain of his mother, Leto. Leto's labor had been agonizing, drawn out by the vengeful goddess Hera, but Rhea was able to comfort her and bring her peace as she delivered Apollo into the world. Rhea couldn't stand to see anyone in pain, truly. During the Trojan War, she also rescued Creusa, Aphrodite's daughter-in-law, from slavery. When she looked upon the boats of those who had kidnapped Creusa, she transformed them into sea nymphs and gathered Creusa in her arms. But her kindness didn't only extend to women. Dionysus, her grandson, was inflicted with madness, yet again as a result of Zeus's infidelity and Hera's fury. Upon seeing him struggling, Rhea descended to the forest he found himself in and cured him of his madness. Knowing the young child had nowhere else to go, she gathered him in her arms and vowed to take care of him until he was grown. She tended to him day and night, showing him the way of the world and helping him become the god he eventually was. Rhea was a true mother goddess, full of kindness, a goddess who cared for all of those around her. Though she is not as well known as some other gods, many of the more prominent gods and heroes relied on her innate kindness. It's said that even today, you can feel the warmth of her character and her compassion. Simply close your eyes and imagine her alongside you in times of trouble or distress. You will find a sense of peace and warmth washing over you.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod. My name is Anthony, and I'm going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. I'm glad you are here to go on another adventure with me. This time, we do not need to go very far away, for our journey will take us to a place that is right in our view. If you look up to the sky on a very clear night, you can see thousands upon thousands of stars. But there is one star in the vast heavens which dazzles more than all the rest, the morning and evening star. The truth is, this is not a star at all, but a planet, the planet known as Venus. Compared to all the other planets in our solar system, Venus looks closest to the Sun. At its brightest hour, you can see Venus with your naked eye just a few minutes after sunset. This is when most folks call Venus the evening star. And when Venus is on the other side of the Sun, it does not appear to follow but leads the Sun, traveling across the sky. It rises in the morning just before the Sun, but by the time the Sun is up, Venus's light has merged with the daylight. This is Venus, the morning star. Tonight's story is a legendary one about the goddess associated with this star. In some lands, she too is called Venus. In ancient Akkadian mythology, she was known as Ishtar, and in Sumer, the oldest known civilization, she was known as the goddess Inanna. Sumer was founded in the Mesopotamia region of the Fertile Crescent, a land between the flowing Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The Sumerians gave the world a new language, introduced a way of government, and were considered the first civilization. Their goddess Inanna was worshipped as the Queen of Heaven, the highest status a being could attain. Across Mesopotamia, she was revered, and temples were constructed in her honor and memory. Here, at the birth of civilization, is where the oldest epic poem was discovered, and here is also where our story begins. Once upon a time, when the earth was very young, when it did not yet know such things as 4 seasons and the changing of the tides, there was a queen of heaven and earth, and she was called Inanna. Inanna's sister, Ereshkigal, was the queen of the dead and the underworld, and when her husband died, Inanna, the queen of heaven, upon hearing of the funeral preparations, decided to pay her respects. In the underworld, where she must journey, Inanna can observe the funeral rites of her brother-in-law, Gugalana, also known as the Bull of Heaven. The original poem of Inanna's journey begins with these lines. From the great above, she opened her ear to the great below. From the great above, the goddess opened her ear to the great below. From the great above, Inanna opened her ear to the great below. Inanna must prepare for her long, deep journey to the underworld, and she chooses garments that will show her power. When her full goddess ceremonial regalia is fully adorning her from the crown on her head to her toes, she is ready. And so, to descend to the depths of the underworld, Inanna dons her finest garments. She wears the crown of heaven on her head, strings beautiful beads around her neck, and covers her chest with an armored breastplate. On her finger is a golden ring and a powerful scepter in her hands. However, before leaving, she instructs her servant, Ninshubur, telling her what to do in case her journey does not quite go according to plan. After arranging everything, she walks forward gracefully to find her sister and brother-in-law. Arriving at the gates of the dark underworld, the goddess of heaven knocks loudly, demanding they be opened. The chief gatekeeper, whose name is Neti, asks her to state her name and reason for arrival. I am Inanna, the Queen of Heaven, the goddess replies. But this is a land from which no traveller returns, replies the gatekeeper. Why do you wish to enter here? Inanna answers that she is here to witness the funeral rites of her brother-in-law. Stay where you are, called Neti. I shall speak with the queen of the underworld. Ereshkigal, upon hearing from her gatekeeper that her sister is at the gates, bites her lip and acts strangely. She slaps her thighs in frustration, thinking about how she should reply to her sister who has come down. Ereshkigal does not seem pleased. Bolt the 7 gates of the underworld, she instructs the gatekeeper, but let Inanna in 1 gate at a time. At each of the 7 gates, Inanna is required to remove 1 piece of her royal garments. As she passes between each gate, the queen is stripped of everything, 1 piece at a time. Crown, bead necklace, golden ring, powerful scepter. What is the meaning of this indignity? She asks the gatekeeper. He replies in the following stanzas. Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned. Each of the items Inanna is asked to surrender represents an element of power, and so, to prove herself, Inanna agrees to give them up and forego each part of her wardrobe and present herself without any frills. The first gate Inanna approaches is known as the Gate of Authority. Here, the goddess of heaven is asked to give up her crown. She does so, showing that her divinity is not beyond humility and surrender. At the second gate, the Gate of Perception, Inanna gives up her lapis earrings. You must also put down your royal scepter, she is told. With a heavy heart, yet willing, Inanna releases her royal staff. The third gate, the Gate of Communication, seems bluish in colour. Here too, she is asked to lay something down. Inanna strips her slender neck of the shimmering beaded necklace. As she does so, she feels that she is now showing the bare skin of her collarbones, shedding the heavy necklace, and bearing her true self. She arrives at the fourth gate, the Gate of Compassion, and here she takes off the heavy breastplate that shields her chest and heart. Her breasts are now bare, her heart beating steadily. As she removes the breastplate, she feels cold, yet realizes that her blood flows warmly within her body, and it is this inner pulsation that gives her life even in this dark place. At the fifth gate, called the Gate of Personal Power, she is again asked to give something up. What does she have left? The ring of power on her hand, a golden belt around her waist. These 2 items she unfastens and lays them down at the gate. It opens just as all the others did, and she walks inside. At the 6th gate, called the Gate of Creativity, she gives up her ankle bracelets, symbolizing the surrender of all the ways she no longer loves or values herself. There is still the 7th gate, the Gate of Manifestation. It is painted dark red, and the color feels strong and daring. Here she strips her body of the robe that has kept her legs covered. At last, the goddess Inanna reaches the 8th gate. Finally, at the 8th gate, the gate of death by intent, she knows she has reached the last gate to the underworld. Inanna enters, completely naked. She feels stripped of all her power, all her regal glory, all the things that were weighing her body and mind down. She walks through the gate now, a much humbler queen. When she finally arrives at her sister's throne room, Inanna is naked. Not quite the glorious queen of heaven, at least in appearance. Head bowed low in humility, she begins to walk before the throne to approach her sister. Here, at last, Inanna meets her sister, Ereshkigal. But her sister, the queen of the dead, is in no mood for mercy. She ends her life, assuming that Inanna will never again return to whence she came. Unbeknownst to Ereshkigal, Inanna is not gone forever. Her spirit simply remains in the underworld as she releases her old self. What Ereshkigal does not know is that Inanna is preparing to be reborn. Meanwhile, Inanna's servant, Ninshubur, realizes that something must have thwarted the original plan. The servant now sends 2 emissaries to rescue Inanna from the underworld. They find Inanna's corpse and attempt to revive her, giving her healing water to quench her thirst and food to regain her lost strength. Inanna awakens, but she must now begin her ascension from the underworld the same way she came, back through the 7 gates. It is a challenge, yet a necessary one, for in each of the gates, Inanna will collect her vestments that had been stripped away, and as she reclaims each one, the re-empowerment begins. At the first gate, the gate of manifestation, Inanna retrieves her royal robe, this garment of ladyship. As she puts it back on, becomes her life force. Again, she feels able to express her full being. She dons it with grace and a queenly demeanor. Next, the second gate, the gate of creativity. Here, Inanna finds again her ankle bracelets and buckles them back onto her ankles. While adjusting the clasps, she is relieved. A sense of value and self-worth encompass her. She comes to the third gate, the gate of personal power, and takes up her ring of power once more. She also reaches out to find the golden hip girdle. As she covers her thighs again, she feels that they are like garments of truth that she can now wear proudly. At the fourth gate, called the Gate of Compassion, Inanna finds her breastplate. Her heart longs to be healed again. And as soon as she puts on the breastplate, the goddess feels ready to love herself and others once more. The healing continues. The fifth gate is where she had left her beaded necklace, the gate of communication, and this she reclaims as well. At the sixth gate, called the Gate of Perception, Inanna finds her lapis earrings and also her royal staff, which was always a symbol of her power. Now, staff in hand, Inanna can see and manifest her vision clearly. She approaches the seventh gate, the Gate of Authority, and here the important item she had been reluctant to give up, her crown. This is her great connection to her place on the throne, a sign of her divine goddess light. At the 8th gate, she knows that her journey is nearly coming to its end. Inanna is now at what is called the Gate of Ascension, where she can truly rise higher than ever before and become even more regal than she ever was before her descent into the underworld. Finally, her ascension is complete. She feels herself again, the goddess of light and the queen of heaven and earth. It is now the end of the cycle, and Inanna feels reborn. She rises as the morning star and is seen all over the earth as the brightest point in the heavens. Inanna's journey of death and rebirth has a deep meaning and different interpretations to many who have read the story. There were other legends too, such as Inanna and the Hulupu tree, where the goddess is depicted as a young girl. In this story, the goddess sees a Hulupu tree on the banks of the Euphrates River. She has an idea to create a throne from this glorious, majestic tree. Inanna takes the tree to her garden and replants it, hoping it will grow beautiful and strong. However, she soon discovers that there are many creatures marring the tree, a serpent, Lilith, and another bird pestering the tree. It is Inanna's brother, Gilgamesh, who defeats the serpent so that Inanna can make of the tree what she always wanted, a throne and a bed. Inanna, the goddess, was always an important figure in Sumerian mythology. She was one of the 7 divine powers, and shrines were built to worship her. Sometimes, the goddess was depicted as a gatepost or reed bundle, 2 things which represented both abundance and fertility. She is often depicted in her human form, without the heaviness of clothes on. And when she is shown as a goddess of war, Inanna can be seen donning armor, dressed in her breastplate. At times, she may ride a lion, the symbol of courage. You might wonder what role did the female figure play in Sumerian myths and culture. And from stories about Inanna, we can see that there was a strong role. During the Assyrian and Neo-Assyrian era, she became known as Ishtar. No matter what name she went by, the goddess was always an icon in modern feminism. Nobody knows for sure when the original story of the journey of Inanna was written, but some scholars think it was composed between 3500 BC and 1900 BC. It's likely that it was written even earlier than this. Written in poetic form and lyrics, this poem has 415 lines. It's quite a long and detailed saga. Did you know that the oldest love poem ever found was also written about this queen? Here is how the poem reads. Bridegroom, dear to my heart, goodly is your beauty, honey sweet. Lion, dear to my heart, goodly is your beauty, honey sweet. Bridegroom, let me caress you. My precious caress is more savory than honey. In the bedchamber, honey filled, let me enjoy your goodly beauty. Lion, let me caress you. My precious caress is more savory than honey. Bridegroom, you have taken your pleasure of me. Tell my mother, she will give you delicacies. My father, he will give you gifts. You, because you love me, give me prey of your caress. My Lord God, my Lord Protector, my shoe sin, who gladdens Enlil's heart, give my prey of your caresses. We do not know that much about the first civilization, but from the stories of Inanna, we see very strong ties between the earth and the heavenly bodies in the universe. We also see a romantic thread running through the legends. But an even more interesting aspect is how the goddess is portrayed in both her strength and her weakness. In order to be raised to the glorious queen she deserved to be, she had to first undergo a stripping away of everything she thought symbolized herself. Now that you have heard the legends, here are some facts about our very real and very tangible planet Venus, the bright light in the night sky. After the sun and the moon, Venus is the next brightest natural object in the sky. You can even see it during the day, if the sky is clear. Why is the planet Venus sometimes referred to as the morning star and evening star? Ancient civilizations assumed that Venus was two different stars appearing in the sky. This is because when Venus's orbit overtakes Earth's orbit, it is not visible at sunrise anymore, but is instead seen at sunset. Venus is the hottest planet in the solar system. It has an average surface temperature of 462 degrees Celsius, 863 degrees Fahrenheit. One day on Venus, which lasts 243 Earth days, is longer than 1 year on Venus, which lasts 225 Earth days. This is mostly because its rotation is very slow. Why is Venus sometimes called Earth's sister planet? Perhaps because they are both similar in size, with just a 638-kilometer difference in diameter. Venus rotates in the opposite direction relative to Earth and most other planets. This is what is known as a retrograde rotation. Venus's magnetic field is quite weak in comparison to our planet, Earth. Only one planet in our solar system is named after a female figure. You guessed it. It's Venus. And now you know both the fables and the facts about that bright light in the sky. I hope that when you look up tonight, it will give you a feeling of calm, peace, and serenity. Close your eyes and take comfort in the fact that, like Inanna, all you need for your journey is already inside you: strength, endurance, and grace.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we journey to ancient Egypt to find peace and comfort in the love story of Astarte and Set. Astarte was viewed as the ancient goddess of war and love, two concepts that feel so different from one another, though it is fair to say that love can often feel like a war of its own. Though many of the ancient texts of Astarte and Set's love have been lost to the sands of time, we can piece the story together to create a tale of love unlike any other. Let us begin our story. At the time of our story, the earth was still young. It was a wild place, a place of great beauty, a place of magic, a place full of potential. Gazing down from the heavens above, it looked much like it does today. It was a living blue marble in a sea of the inky black cosmos. The seas oceans, and lakes were a mosaic of colours. There were the cerulean depths that stretched all the way to the deepest sea floors, the cobalt waves kissing the shores of the Mediterranean, the turquoise waters off the coast of Australia and the Caribbean, and the islands of the Pacific, where coral reefs laced across the sand just below the shimmering surface. There were the icy, baby blue waters of alpine lakes that seemed to pop against the granite rocks holding them in. Granite rocks that had been there to witness the glaciers forming their pristine little lakes. Then there was the land. And the land was what truly amazed the ethereal woman looking down at the earth. There was where the magic truly lied. There were the never-ending boreal forests that stretched across the northern sections of the world. Evergreen forests of pine, cedar, and spruce. Then there were the tropical rainforests that wrapped their way around the equator. Forests of fern, emerald, and spring green that were impossibly beautiful and dense. There were the mountains, a blend of sepia tones that rose through the landscape, tall and mighty and breathtaking. They seemed to be reaching for the heavens, reaching for the woman looking down at this stunning scene. And perhaps that was the first thing that made her want to reach down, that made her want to be a part of this. She was amazed at how many things could fit on this one picture-perfect little marble. The cottony clouds that swirled across the earth in wisps only piqued her interest more. She knew she would feel safe there. She would feel as though she belonged. And so, the woman began her journey. For so long, for centuries, ever since the earth had formed, she had existed up in the heavens as a star, a brilliant star that glowed every color one could imagine. She radiated pink, blue, red, and yellow, changing and shifting with her mood and the mood of the universe around her. But Astarte's days as a star were over. Now she was ready to see the earth, to help the people on it, to live the life she had always dreamt of living. And so, down she went. She cascaded through the darkness of space, beelining straight for the earth in a breathtaking arc. She smiled to herself as she sailed down and down and down, cascading through the atmosphere. The beauty of nature only increased as she grew closer. The mountains that had seemed to be reaching out to kiss her were more than just giants rising up into the sky. They were ridges of stone and moss and plants. The forests were more than just swathes of green. Soon, she could see every leaf, every patch of moss, every bird singing their song in their treetop homes. Astarte knew then that the earth was even more magical than she had ever imagined. And then It was time for her grand entrance. In her fiery star form, she crashed upon the earth. People from all around watched in awe as she cast a trail of colors behind her, something they had never seen before. But it wasn't the earth that broke Astarte's fall. It was a lake, a quiet, peaceful lake near the ancient city of Byblos in modern-day Lebanon. She landed in the water with a sizzle that rose up into the sky, drawing the attention of all the fishes and families playing in the water. Underneath the surface, she opened her eyes for the first time. She was in a swirling world of blue. Floating in the water somehow made her feel freer than being up in the cosmos ever had. She felt weightless, untethered to anything but her own dreams and aspirations. She swam her way to the surface and took her first life-changing gulp of the air. In it, she could taste the freshness of the trees around her, the saltiness of the ocean in the far distance, the briskness of the rain-kissed soil in the fields just over the mountaintop. It was invigorating, revitalizing. A fisher paddled over to her, concerned, wanting to make sure the beautiful maiden was all right. But the closer he got, the more he realized Astarte wasn't just a normal maiden. She was the most beautiful being he had ever seen. Even with the cow horns that rose from her long, black hair, he offered a spot in his boat for Astarte. But Astarte told him with a smile that she could handle herself just fine on the earth. She swam to the edge of the water and lay on the sand there, soaking in the warmth of the sun on her soft skin. She smiled because finally she was where she belonged, and soon her purpose on the earth became exceedingly clear to her. She was the goddess of love and war. It was a title that came to her within her first few months on Earth. An undeniable title that every god and goddess knew was well earned by her. You see, at the time, the world was in a state of chaos. The gods and goddesses were all fairly new, all trapped in petty fights with one another. But Astarte wouldn't stand for it. She saw the beauty of the earth, the potential of living here, the gift all the gods and goddesses had by simply residing here. And so, many days, she would ride her chariot, led by fierce horses, into war, putting an end to battles more quickly than anyone could imagine. Her fighting was, in a way, peacekeeping, and many of the gods feared her because of this. But in this peacekeeping, she brought another gift to those around her, the gift of love. Gods, goddesses, and humans alike couldn't help but fall for the goddess. This powerful goddess with such love for the earth that she would do anything to protect it. And one of those gods was the mighty Egyptian god Set. Set in a way, was a mirror to Astarte herself. He was the sky god, lord of the desert, storms, disorder, war, and chaos. He was a trickster who didn't fight in wars for the same reason that Astarte did. He was a god that knew this element of life was necessary, no matter how much we all wished it wasn't. At first, Astarte really disliked Set. After all, the chaos that he whipped up across the land created messes that she had to clean up. And yet, as she lay eyes on Set in battle for the first time, it felt as though time suddenly slowed down. He was a beautiful god. Though he rode through battles with power, there was a softness in his face, a playfulness to his eyes. There was something to him that made Astarte feel in a way she never had before. Their love began soon after Set repealed Apep, the serpent of chaos, protecting the world from darkness. Astarte sat by his side along a winding river, having missed the opportunity to help him in battle. For the first time, the two spoke of their roles on Earth. As Astarte talked, Set listened with unwavering attention. She was undeniably a beautiful goddess, so beautiful that many had trouble even forming words or treating her like she was a person. But that wasn't a problem for Set. It wasn't her looks that he was enamored by. It was her wild spirit and her inexorable kindness. Even though she was known by many as a ruthless goddess of war and a fierce battler. For the first time, Set could see why she was the goddess of love. And in that, he found himself falling in love with her. From that moment on, they were inseparable. They resided in a desert kingdom, a vast palace where the two of them could live in peace with their chariots, horses, and weapons. They spent many days just lying in one another's arms until it was time to take on their roles as gods. When Set was forced to begin a war, it was Astarte who would put an end to it, and the time was right. They balanced each other out in every aspect of their lives. But both war and love are uncontrollable. And finally, a time came when both of them were forced to see that. Yam was the god of the sea. Though Set and Astarte had power, their power paled in comparison to the power of Yam. He represented the untamed power of the sea, power that few could even imagine. And so, when Yam requested the first harvest of all his subjects, the gods and goddesses had no choice but to bend to his requests. Astarte and Set wandered out to their garden on the harvest day, turning their gaze up to the sun as it kissed their skin. They prayed for a successful offering to Yam, for a year of happiness with one another. They spent the day tending to the earth and gathering its bounty. As they harvested the fruits of their labor, they found themselves blissfully smiling with one another. Perhaps it was the smell of the soil, the freshness of the earth, or the accomplishment they had with their garden. But the whole thing made them feel more connected than ever. More than once, Set stopped his work to take Astarte in his arms and kiss her gently, whispering of his love and admiration for her. Astarte whispered her love for him back, grateful to have found a love like this. And so, the time came for them to take the offerings to the other gods and decide who would ferry them all to Yam. It was a task no one wanted to take. He was, after all, a powerful, ruthless god. When Astarte and Set settled down with the other gods, they had a rather nice afternoon. Everyone drank and talked as the sun shone down on them, warming their spirits and their bodies. Neither Astarte nor Set could have been prepared for what came next. The gods told Astarte that she was to be the one to take their offerings to Yam. Astarte put on a brave face, assuring the gods she could handle such an unpleasant task. But the shadow of uneasiness washed over Set. He couldn't bear the thought of his beloved going beneath the sea to visit such an unpredictable god. Astarte picked up the basket of produce and smiled at her love. She kissed him gently, a long, lingering kiss that was like a salve to all the fears swirling inside of Set's head. She smiled up at him, admiration sparking in her eyes, as she promised him she would be fine, and she would be back very soon. And so, Astarte began her journey into the deepest depths of the world. Yam's palace was deep beneath the sea, a place that few gods or goddesses had ever been before. As she approached the shore, the ocean began to part for her. She took a deep breath for strength and started her journey down into the waves. As she entered, the moving waves curled around her, creating a tunnel of sapphire. For a moment, Astarte forgot the task at hand. She was walking through the ocean, breathing the salty, invigorating air as she did so. She was seeing the ocean in a way that no one ever had before. She could see fish swimming just beyond the wall of water. She could see seaweed swaying just beside her, and crabs and lobsters scuttling across the surface, giving her looks of surprise as she made her way to the kingdom. Gradually, it grew darker and darker around her, but Astarte felt no fear. She was the goddess of war. She could handle a few hours with a god like Yam. The palace that she approached was impressive enough to make her breath catch in her throat. It was the grandest thing she had ever seen. It rose dozens of stories from the ocean floor, glistening in the sunbeams that streamed down from the surface. It was crafted of gold and silver and mother of pearl, which all shimmered and shined with their luxury. Astarte neared the palace with a bit of hesitation. She had never expected to be entering a place of such beauty and grandeur. But the moment she reached the doors, they swung open for her, revealing the inside of the stunning palace. And the inside was even more marvelous than the outside. There were halls of marble and gold, all carved to resemble shells and ocean waves. All Astarte could do for a moment was gaze around in wonder. She was so enamored that she didn't even notice Yam as he came up behind her and placed a soft hand on her shoulder. "It is a beautiful place, is it not?" he said. Calmly, Astarte told the god that it was indeed the most beautiful palace she had ever seen. She handed the basket of freshly harvested food to the god's servants, who whisked it away to another room for safekeeping. Astarte made small talk with the god, keeping a pleasant smile on her face. But soon, it became clear that Yam had no intention of letting her leave the palace. He referred to her as a furious and tempestuous goddess, a title that she wasn't ashamed of in any way. He declared that Astarte was now his wife, the wife of the sea, the wife of the ruler of uncontrollable and unpredictable power. Astarte knew she couldn't fight this title bestowed upon her. Instinctively, she knew she had to act as though she had received a great honor. Deep down, though, she trusted Set would know better. She trusted that he knew her well enough to come and rescue her. News traveled to the surface rather fast. And not just of the marriage, but of the request that Yam had sent along with that news. He requested adornments from the gods in celebration of his new bride. He requested beads, signet rings, and gold, irreplaceable items much cherished by the gods. Set could not contain his anger and worry for the love of his life. He knew she would never abandon him, would never want to marry a god as cruel and narcissistic as Yam. He would have to save his love by all means necessary. He offered to take the gifts to Yam. The gods, sensing his anger, warned him not to act on his jealousy and rage. But Set calmly told the gods that he could handle himself. He knew exactly what he was going to do. And so, he neared the ocean at the exact spot where his love had entered only a short time ago. He took a deep breath as the ocean parted yet again, revealing the path to the palace for him, the path that would lead him back to the woman he belonged with. He walked down the corridor, his eyes focused straight ahead of him. To the sides, the lobsters and crabs scuttled across the surface. The seaweed swayed in the gentle current. The fish floated on by, carefree. And finally, the palace came into view. Just like Astarte had, Set hesitated in the doorway to take a deep breath. He had to trust that his plan to reunite with the love of his life would be successful. He had to trust that Yam's self-infatuation and blind trust in his own powers would be enough to allow this to work. The doors swung open, revealing the palace of gold and marble. Set was truly in awe. But he amplified his amazement even more, putting on a show for Yam. He bowed to the god, complimenting him on his palace and greatness. As he bowed, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Astarte. She was sitting upon a throne in the corner of the room, trying to hide the tears of relief in her eyes at the sight of him. That is when Set assured himself that his plan needed to work. It had to work. He gave Yam the gifts with a warm smile, telling him that out of anyone, he deserved them the most. Yam relished in the gifts of gold and wealth and magic. With a smile, he even offered some to Astarte, who took them with an uneasy smile. Set continued to shower Yam with compliments, so much so that Yam seemed to have entered a dreamlike state, bathing in his own narcissism. He remarked that he liked Set. Perhaps, in fact, Set was his favorite of all the lesser gods. He invited Set to join them for dinner, a request which told Set his plan was working. They all settled down for a lavish meal. Set sat down calmly and confidently, trying to trust that all would be well in just a short amount of time. As they ate, Set spoke to Yam about his power. He remarked that he was a bit surprised that a god as powerful as Set would want someone like Astarte. She was a lesser god after all. And didn't Yam, as almighty as he was, deserve a bride that matched him in influence and beauty? Yam leaned forward in his chair, soaking up every word that Set uttered. Set wondered aloud if it was possible for Yam to create a bride for himself, a bride that was truly worthy, a bride that was truly deserving of a god as majestic as Yam. His ego inflating by the moment, Yam declared that of course he could create a bride for himself. In fact, he had been considering it for quite some time. Using his powers, Yam took seawater and turned it into a bride of immense beauty. The woman blinked to existence and wrapped her arms around Yam, complimenting him the instant that she came to be. Set and Astarte's eyes met over the table. Set could see the relief in Astarte's gaze and the love in them. The next part of the process would be challenging. It would have to be done with immense care and tact. Set told Yam that he could take Astarte back to the surface, if that's what he had liked. He could tell the other gods that Astarte was not wise, beautiful, or powerful enough to be the wife of Yam, or something that would puzzle the gods, as they all thought Astarte was the most beautiful, powerful, and wise bride that could ever exist. Fueled by his ego, Yarm stood up and declared that that was exactly what he wanted Set to do. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he ordered the two of them to return to the surface and inform the gods of his new wife. Set and Astarte walked out of the palace carefully, not wanting the god to catch on to the fact that this was their plan all along. Slowly, they made their way up the path to the surface. It was a long, winding walk that they took in silence. They didn't dare speak to one another, nor look at one another. They were still in Yarm's domain, and he could easily drop the waves upon them at any moment. But soon, they reached the surface. As their feet hit the sand of the beach, they both felt a wave of utter relief. But they didn't trust it yet. They walked in continued silence all the way to the peak of the nearest mountain, a place where the god of the sea had no domain and no power over them. And finally, in the light of the setting sun, they embraced. Astarte wept as she burrowed her head on Set's chest. Set ran his hand over her hair, kissing her forehead over and over. It was the greatest moment of love and passion that the two had ever felt. Nothing could replace how they felt in each other's embrace. Set promised Astarte they would never be apart again, and Astarte promised Set the same. They held one another on that mountain for what felt like hours. And when they finally descended, they never forgot their promise. For the rest of their days, the two were utterly inseparable. The god and goddess of war may have had strange roles in the world, but they were necessary. And on the other side of that necessary chaos was the immense love they shared for one another and for the world. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey that will begin on the snowiest mountain peak of Scandinavia, continue down through pine forests and into the evergreen valleys, and finally take us all the way to Asgard, the kingdom of the Norse gods. But we will not be embarking on this journey alone. We will be joining Skadi, the goddess of winter, as she heads to Asgard for a very important reason. You find yourself slipping out of the cloud and drifting down, down, down through the air. You sway lightly to the side, slowing down even more to look at the scene below you. And that scene is vastly different than it was before. You are not looking down at your bed in your bedroom. You are looking down at something you've never seen before. Because you are floating down to the highest ancient mountain peak in Scandinavia. Floating down to Trondheim, the grand hall where the snow never melts. Thrymheim is within the kingdom of the giants, a beautiful, sprawling landscape full of ancient trees that reach the sky, snowy peaks, and rivers and valleys that are peppered all the way to the horizon. And it was within Thrymheim, Thiazi and his daughter Skadi lived. The two lived a happy life of solitude within their mountain home. Skadi had always lived there, and she was truly meant to be in a place of such beauty and wonder. Skadi was certainly the goddess of winter. From a young age, she took to the snowy mountains like they had been crafted from the earth just for her. As a toddler, she would waddle out of the house and into the snow. She would plop down and roll around in the piles, grabbing fistfuls of the fluffy white snow and giggling with glee at the feeling it left on her tiny little fingertips. She would frolic along the mountain tops, swinging her arms and singing to the heavens as those slow, heavy flakes made their way down to dust her in a thin layer of sparkling ice and snow. They would coat her dark black eyelashes, painting them into icicles next to her darling blue eyes. They would stick to her hair and decorate it like hundreds of small flowers, all glistening in what little sunlight could leak in through the clouds. Skadi never grew cold in this beautiful snow. It didn't matter how much the wind brushed against her skin, or how dark the nights became. When she was out in the wilderness where she belonged, she felt the warmth of her home inside of her. It was a gift, she thought, though her father didn't quite share that sentiment. Many nights, Skadi's father would journey out into the wilderness to find his daughter. At first, he would do so with a panicked, worried look painted on his face. She was a young child after all, and the wilderness is known to be unforgiving. But to Skadi, the wilderness was just beautiful. It was her playground. So, while her father wandered around for hours looking for her, she would be sliding across icy ponds, tracing on the surface with long, silvery strokes as she made her way to a distant pine forest or a peak that she had yet to explore. While her father peeked into logs and searched up in tall pine trees, Skadi would be sliding down hills with a piece of bark she had scavenged, drifting down the slopes with ease and kicking up beautiful gusts of white snow in her wake. And when her father would finally find her, it would go the same nearly every time. Little Skadi would giggle and pop out from behind her hands, her cheeks red from the kiss of the winter air. Thiazi would shake his head at his daughter and click his tongue in disapproval. And yet, there would always be a smile on his face. He would pick her up gently, plop her on his shoulders, and start the long journey back to their home. When they would arrive home, Skadi would sit in front of the crackling fire. She would tell her father all about the journey she had been on that day in particular, about the birds she saw, about the animals she saw scurrying through the snow, leaving precious little footprints in their wake, about the berries she managed to find, about the way her feet sounded as she walked across the crackling snow. And her father would listen and nod and wonder how he ended up with such a cute little troublemaker on his hands. And as time passed, that question never truly got answered. And, truthfully, Thiazi was not a man that should have been wondering about such things. After all, he was quite a troublemaker himself. He was known by the other gods as a bit of a playful spirit, a man who enjoyed eating and drinking, a man who was much, much like his daughter. Unfortunately, that behavior got Thiazi in quite some trouble. One day, Thiazi turned into the form of an eagle and set out across the land to explore, much like his daughter did. But on this day, he saw something rather intriguing. He came upon Odin, Loki, and Hornia, who had gone into the mountains on a long journey together, intending to only stop when they needed to eat. They stumbled upon a herd of oxen and hunted one to have for dinner. But as they tried to cook the ox in an earth oven, they discovered that for some reason the ox would not cook. Frustrated by this, they argued with one another about how to get the oven to cook their dinner. Just then, they heard a voice chime from the oak tree above them. "I'm afraid that is my fault." In his eagle form, Thiazi looked down at the gods with a lightness in his eyes. He promised the gods he would allow them to cook, but only if they allowed him to have some of the ox. The hungry gods agreed, but when Thiazi came down to eat from the ox, he did not do so very conservatively. He ate as much as his stomach could carry, not pausing at all. Loki, a god not known for his patience, grabbed his long staff and tried to strike Thiazi with it. But, to Loki's surprise, the weapon stuck steadfast to Thiazi's feathers. And as Thiazi took flight, he dragged poor Loki with him. Loki called up Thiazi in desperation, begging for him to let him down. Thiazi, knowing he had the upper hand, told Loki that he would let him go on one condition. He wanted Idunn, the beautiful goddess of youth. Loki agreed quickly, and the deal was sealed. Thiazi put the god down and flew back home to prepare for the arrival of Idunn. But the arrival of his wife would prove to be life-changing for Thiazi and not in the way he was expecting. Being the goddess of youth, Idunn was the reason the gods stayed young. Her apples allowed for immortality, and she was extremely important to the gods. Ever the trickster, Loki convinced Idunn to leave Asgard by telling her he had found apples similar to hers in the nearby forest. Confused by the possibility of such a thing, Idunn snuck out of Asgard with Loki, only to be grabbed by Thiazi in his eagle form moments later. Thiazi was overjoyed. He had not only immortality, but one of the most beautiful women in all the land. Unfortunately, it would be short-lived for Thiazi. Very suddenly, the gods began to grey and age. After questioning Loki, they discovered that Idunn had been kidnapped by Thiazi. And so, they went to the peak of the highest mountain to rescue her from Thiazi and bring her back to Asgard. In the process, Thiazi was killed. The gods fled back to Asgard with their beloved Idunn, hoping that was the end of their story. But it was far, far from the end. Because Skadi was not a little girl anymore. Skadi had truly become the goddess of winter now. Though many referred to her as the goddess of snowshoes. She spent most of her days skiing through the vast wilderness, exploring new places from sunrise to sunset. Still, she felt the most at home out in the woods, laying in the snow, breathing in the fresh air that smelled of pine needles and moss and lichen. And when Skadi discovered that her father had been killed by the gods, Skadi was not the least bit afraid of them, nor of what she had to do. She grabbed a helmet, a coat of mail, and all of the weapons she possessed, and began the long journey to Asgard to make the gods atone for the death of her father. The first night that Skadi set out, she had a sadness in her that she had never felt before. The loss had hit her deep. But there was comfort all around her. As she skied down the winding slopes she had journeyed over hundreds of times, but there was a new feel to them. They were healing in an entirely unique way. Every bit of the landscape seemed to pop out to her, as if it was making itself known, as if it wanted to wrap its arms around her and bring her in an embrace. The air smelled of brisk snow that was on the distant horizon, mixed beautifully with the scent of the fir trees and the pines and the bark of the old stark white birch trees. Trees that had been standing here since she was a small child to welcome her home wherever she went. She turned her gaze up to the sky where dozens of birds made their way to nests scattered throughout the mountains. She loved watching the birds dip and dive as they played games up in the air, and even more, she loved when they would all collectively stop for a moment, when she could see the delight in their eyes as the birds relaxed and let go of maneuvering through the wind, instead allowing the breeze to carry them wherever it pleased. She swore their wings sparkled against the sun differently whenever that happened, as if they had found true freedom, as if they had found their real home. And down below, she saw snapshot glimpses of the life of the creatures in the forest. Arctic foxes that pranced through the forest with the grace of goddesses themselves. She loved watching as their fluffy tails swung side to side when they ran, filling every space they entered with such beauty and wonder. And when there were the reindeer, the sweet, beautiful reindeer, they had a gentle nature to them. Whenever she sailed by on her skis, they would raise their heads to meet her gaze and watch her go. She felt somehow protected by them. Skadi skied like that all day, taking in the beauty of the surrounding nature to soothe her soul and mend her heart. She knew she would never be alone out here, that she could always come outside for comfort. But soon, the sun was slipping down over the horizon. The sky was painted a mosaic of cornflower and goldenrod and rose and wisteria as the sun set further and further. Skadi decided that reaching Asgard could wait until tomorrow. It felt right to stop right here, to stop right now. She took off her skis in a beautiful little grove that she had never explored before. The grove was made entirely of tall birch trees, but a recent snow and ice storm had created art with these beautiful trees. Nature had sculpted them into something entirely different and new. The trees were bent over in giant arches that stretched towards the ground. And these arches, these wonderful, beautiful arches, were encased in ice that radiated the colors of the setting sun. It was truly like an art installation. It said something to Skadi, and whenever the wind blew, it really said something to her. The trees would sway as much as they were able to, and as they did, the ice molded around the branches would crackle and pop and shift and sing. It was a symphony all around her. Each tree sang its own notes at its own pace, and with each breeze, Skadi felt less and less alone. One of Skadi's favorite things about winter is how quiet it is, and how loud it is at the same time. Sounds you would never hear during summer are the symphony of winter. The sound of a stray leaf being blown across the ice can fill an entire grove with music. The sound of trees cracking in the breeze. The sound of water bubbling beneath the ice of a distant brook that you didn't even know existed. It was as if the rest of the world was put on mute, and nature was allowed to play its songs to the universe in a way it wasn't able to in the other seasons. And that night, as Skadi sat by the crackling fire she created, nature was certainly singing to the universe. Overhead, a great grey owl called into the night air. The sound was both haunting and beautiful, echoing to the mountains in the far distance and tickling the ears of every creature it passed along the way. Skadi looked up at the great grey owl in all of its beauty. It was a truly beautiful creature. Its feathers were marbled with grey and brown and stark white, all the colours it needed to blend in with the landscape of the mountains this time of year. Its feathers wrapped around it, keeping it warm, even though Skadi could see the breath of every call the owl made rise into the air like steam off a cup of a hot Earl Grey tea. Skadi watched the owl sing its song for quite some time. Behind it was a clear, starry night. The full moon cast its silvery light across the snow in the most breathtaking way. The world was illuminated, washing everything with a sense of peace. Skadi found herself gradually falling asleep to the sound of the great grey owl and the bubbling brook and the crackling, shifting, singing birch trees all around her. And when the sun rays kissed her face in the morning, she felt like she had been renewed. She continued the journey to Asgard, though she didn't have long to go now. She had reached the valley where Asgard could be found, and because of that, she was forced to abandon her skis and leave them for the journey back, whenever that may be. Walking across the grass was an entirely different feeling. Here, it was late summer, and that meant the breeze was lush with the aroma of ripe apples and fields of clover and daisies. She relished the feeling of the soft grass beneath her feet, of the sun that seemed to kiss her skin a little more gently here. And yet, she was still looking forward to returning home, still looking forward to being where the owls sang to the snow and the animals left imprints behind. When she reached Asgard, the gods were expecting her. Asgard was a beautiful, breathtaking place, a place of wealth and comfort, mixed with the ethereal beauty of nature. Skadi didn't find it a particularly fitting place for the gods on that day. But those feelings would gradually shift. She barged into the room where the gods were, unafraid of approaching them. She was a woman of bravery, a woman who knew where she belonged in the world. She told the gods that she demanded compensation for the loss of her father. It took some time to reach an agreement, but in truth, the other gods feared the fierceness of Skadi. She was renowned with a bow and arrow, with a weapon of any kind, and her upbringing in the wilderness had made her hardier than anyone else in the kingdom. Skadi decided that she would like two things from the gods. First, she would like a husband to bring back to her kingdom with her. And secondly, she would like the gods to make her laugh. It was the least they could do after the pain they caused her. Eagerly, the gods agreed that she may choose a husband from among themselves, but on one condition. Skadi must pick her husband only by looking at their feet. This posed a problem for Skadi. She had come to Asgard with that proposal, hoping that she could pick Baldur, who many referred to as Baldur the Beautiful. She closed her eyes as the gods lined up in front of her. She looked over their feet carefully, trying to pick the most attractive pair. When she found the nicest ones, she smiled to herself and picked them, declaring that there can be little that is ugly about Baldur. To Skadi's surprise, Baldur was not the owner of the feet. Instead, the owner of the feet was Njordr, a god associated with the seas and the wind. Regardless, Skadi stuck to her agreement, thankful that at the very least, her home wouldn't be empty. And then came the second part of the deal. Feeling guilty because of the part he played in the tragic death of Skadi's father, Loki decided to take it upon himself to make Skadi laugh. He tied one end of a string to a nanny goat's beard and the other end to his privates. The goat and Loki pulled one another back and forth, both squealing loudly. With another pull from the goat, Loki was brought to the ground. Skadi doubled over, laughing, a sound of such joy that it even brought smiles to the old gods' faces. Her requests had been met, but Odin was not yet finished. He felt terrible about the death of Skadi's father, and truly wanted Skadi on his side. And so, he took the eyes of her father and cast them into the sky. There, the eyes of her beloved father became two bright, beautiful stars. Skadi thanked Odin for this beautiful gift and began the journey back up the mountain with her new husband. They hardly spoke along the way, but they didn't need to. They passed by the grove of birch trees that had been home to Skadi the previous night. They saw the great grey owl curled up in a notch in a tree, getting some rest as the day waned on. they saw the reindeer, who raised their heads in acknowledgement as Skadi and her husband passed by. They skied beneath the birds, flying high overhead, sailing through the pale blue sky with a type of freedom few ever get to experience. They journeyed back up the mountain, soaking up every piece of beautiful scenery along the way, and by the time they reached home, the sun had set down over the horizon, and in its place, the stars began to peek out of the inky black sky. Skadi looked up at the sky, and she had seen this beautiful sky countless times on her journeys out into the woods. But tonight, it was different, because high above her, there were two beautifully bright stars. Two stars that were utterly breathtaking in every way. And she knew what those stars were. They were her father. Her father looking down on her with pride and love and acceptance always. It wasn't just nature nor winter that would make Skadi feel at home wherever she went now. It was his love crossing the sky to be with her every night. Skadi smiled and gave the stars a wave before she sat down in the snow, soaking in the beautiful moment.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to ancient Greece to hear the tale of Themis, the Titan goddess. She may not be a very well-known goddess, but she played an incredibly important role in bringing peace and justice, not just to the people on earth, but to the gods too. In the beginning, even before time itself, there was nothing but primal chaos. From the chaos, Gaia, the ancestral mother of all life and the representation of Earth, emerged. She took the highest everlasting seat in Olympus, overseeing all of the immortals that would ever come into existence. Soon after her, Tartarus, the underworld, and Eros, the god of love, emerged, and then Gaia brought forth her equal, Uranus, the personification of the heavens and the skies. Together in a loving union with Uranus, Gaia gave birth to 12 Titans that would change the world forever, and that would mold the earth into what it is today. Those 12 Titans were powerful, incredible beings. Beings who gave the earth meaning and purpose. They were Oceanus, the Titan god of the sea and water; Thetis, the goddess of fresh water; Hyperion, the god of light and observation; Theia, the goddess of sight and vision; Chios, the god of resolve and intelligence; Phoebe, the goddess of bright intellect and prophecy; Crius, the god of stars and constellations. Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory. Iapetus, the god of mortal life. Cronus, the god of time and harvest. Rhea, the goddess of fertility. And, finally, Themis, the goddess of divine justice and law. Soon after Themis was born, she decided to journey down to the newly formed earth. She wanted to see the beauty of it, beauty that she knew her siblings and her parents had had a part in creating. She knew that there were humans on the earth, new beings who she had heard nothing but whispers about. And so, she decided to descend down to the earth. When her feet struck the soil on the coast of Greece for the very first time, she wanted to drop to her knees because she was in such awe of the landscape. Before her, a rocky and sandy coastline laced against crystal blue waves. It was her first time seeing something so beautiful, something that she has been hearing about from her siblings for a long, long time. She stepped across the sand, savoring the feeling of the warmth against her soft feet. The sights and sounds around her were so overwhelming, they nearly brought tears to her eyes. She watched as those cyan and turquoise waves drifted out to sea and then journeyed back in. As they did, they lapped at her feet, sending a delightful shiver down her spine. The cool water of the Mediterranean caused a sense of relaxation and peace to wash over her body. She stood there for a long time, soaking in the rhythm of the ocean and finding comfort in it. She loved the way the sunlight sparkled on the waves, the noises the waves made as they drifted out to sea and then crashed against the shore, smearing a layer of bubbles and foam across the golden sand. She could hear the popping of the bubbles, the scuttling of crabs, the whoosh of the current as it was swept out to sea, and every single noise put a smile on her face. She never imagined the world would be full of such beauty, of such complete immersion. She felt like nature was embracing her, welcoming her to this world with open arms. She continued to walk along, gazing at the sun's golden rays on those deep blue waves. Overhead, birds dove towards the water and sang their song to the universe, filling it with music and melody. When Themis spotted a feather, she bent down to take hold of it, brushing her fingers over the softness of it in awe. She was a being of extreme knowledge about the world, but seeing it and feeling it was entirely different than being born with knowledge about it. Soon, Themis found herself wandering away from the gorgeous, glistening coastline towards the forest. The aroma of trees, loam, and flourishing plants filled her with a sense of comfort and belonging. She breathed them in deeply, delighted by how nourished she felt with every breath she took. She walked underneath branches in the forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, painting the forest floor, the moss, and Themis herself with patches of shadows and light. Birds flitted from branch to branch, singing their joyous song and chatting with each other as they made their way through the world. Themis watched them glide through the trees, admiring their beauty and strength. But soon, bird songs weren't the only things that Themis heard. In the distance, she could hear talking, and it wasn't her Titan siblings. She followed the noise, knowing in her heart what it was. She had heard of the humans that had begun populating the earth. They were new beings, entirely new, and very little was known about how they made their way through the world. Themis reached the edge of the woods. Before her, in a cozy, peaceful clearing, there was a village. Tiny, simple homes had been constructed by the humans. Homes with not just the bare necessities, but bits of creativity, bits of life and love. There were simple decorations hanging from the windows, and carvings that were done by hand to add some artistic value to the world. Themis was pleased to see these, to see that the humans were making the most of the life they were given. That is, until she saw that they weren't entirely peaceful. Humans emerged from the woods on the other side of the clearing, and to Themis's surprise, they were arguing with one another. It appeared that they were arguing over a fish one of the humans had caught. Another human tried to grab it, claiming that it was theirs. Soon, a selfish struggle broke out. The humans thrashed and fought with one another, using violence to try and keep the fish for themselves. Themis watched on in shock. With the Titans, she was the goddess that put everything in order. She was the goddess that knew right from wrong, that knew what was just, that knew how to preserve and uphold the laws of the universe. She made sure that things were fair and that everyone was conducting themselves with kindness and understanding. But what was she seeing humans do? It was nothing of the sort. There was no justice here, no morality between the humans. They were so new and so lost on their earth that they acted on their selfish desires, only thinking of themselves and their selfish way to survival. Themis could not stand for such actions. Something deep inside her, that sense of morality and justice, would not allow her to let something so terrible take place. And And so she acted. She emerged from the woods. The mere sight of her put the fighting humans on edge. She was a tall, heavenly-looking being, a woman wearing a blindfold and carrying a scale in one hand. She was unlike anything they had ever seen before, and it was clear that they were not only scared of her, but they were in awe of her. They knelt before her, giving themselves up to the goddess. She spoke to them in her commanding, serious voice, telling the humans about how wrong their behavior was. She told them that whoever caught the fish was entitled to it, that stealing was never acceptable, and that there was no honor in taking another person's food. Feeling guilty and seeing the wrongness of his actions, the man who stole the fish gave it back to the fisherman, apologizing as he did so. He told the goddess he had no idea that his actions were wrong, that he had never meant to do such a thing. It was then that Themis saw how truly misguided the humans were. They had no morals, no guidance. They did not know right from wrong. Being so tied to justice, so tied to her quest to preserve the law and order of things, Themis could not step away. She knew she had to guide the early humans. She had to teach them right from wrong. And so she did just that. She began on her quest, on her long journey. She traveled through Greece on foot, taking in the scenery and giving mortals laws to live by. In each new town she visited, she called upon the people to gather round. She told them that she was a Titan, a goddess, and that her world was the law. She encouraged them to live by the rules she gave them, rules that were simple and good. She told them not to steal, not to harm one another, not to take credit for others' work, not to be prideful, not to take advantage of other people. In addition, she told the people how to make proper offerings to the gods. Most of the people clung to her words and laws enthusiastically, thrilled to finally have some information to help them make sense of the world, thrilled to finally have some kind of guidance, any kind of guidance. Themis's journey was a long one. At night, she would often set up camp beneath a tree. She would listen to the whistle of the wind winding through the trees, of the grass swaying, of the leaves dancing overhead. She would listen to the sound of the crickets, the soundscape of a peaceful night. And as she soaked in the beauty of the landscape and of the inky black sky overhead, she couldn't help but smile. She was helping bring order to this world. She was making this world better There was nothing that was going to stop her on this quest. There was truly nothing more important. Not only was Themis the goddess of law, justice, and order, she also had a gift that many of her siblings had as well. She was a soothsayer, able to predict the future, able to receive messages about what was to come. As a woman of justice and law, Themis knew that she could not keep these abilities to herself. There was no justice in keeping the future from the people around her. As such, she set out to create something that would aid the gods forever. Atop a hill in the town of Delphi, Themis began to construct a temple for the Oracle of Delphi. It was a simple yet divine temple, a temple that looked down over the countryside and commanded the vista, reminding those below that there was guidance that came from above. Themis hoped that this would bring more peace and comfort to the mortals of the world, as well as the gods above. It didn't take long for those early humans to gather around the temple, seeking advice and leaving offerings. Themis was delighted to see that the mortals were following the instructions she had given. They were giving proper offerings to the gods. However, not everyone was following the laws that Themis had given. It didn't take long for her to witness mortals stealing from one another. Her heart sank at the sight. She was somewhat angry, disappointed, and confused. She had told the humans how to act according to justice and order, and they were disobeying that, preferring to live a life of dishonor and chaos. By following their selfish desires, they were making the world a darker and a less just place for everyone. And Themis simply could not have that. She felt no shame and no hesitation in what she decided to do next. Themis approached Nemesis, the goddess of retribution against those who succumb to hubris and arrogance. Though it would seem the things they oversaw were completely different, in reality, they needed to exist together. Themis told Nemesis of the problem she was having. Mortals were beginning to disobey the laws when it benefited them, no matter how it affected those around them. Themis could not allow this to go on in the just world she was trying to create. And it was Nemesis that she knew could fix it. Nemesis smiled upon her and thanked her for coming to her. She would gladly set the mortals straight when they disobeyed the divine laws that Themis had given them. Themis and Nemesis worked in their roles like this for quite some time. They ensured that their divine laws were being followed, and in turn, humanity slowly started to improve. But soon, the roles of the Titans in the world would decrease. When war between the Titans and the Olympians broke out, Themis knew what the outcome would be long before anyone else. She spoke little as the war came, aware that there was little she could do to change the fate that was falling upon the Titans. Soon, it became clear that the Olympians were to be the new rulers of the world. Zeus led the Olympians in the war, and it didn't take long for them to be victorious. This was long before many of the later Olympians were even born, and long before Hera and Zeus were wed. Even someone as strong and stubborn as Zeus needed guidance in a world as new as theirs. And so, he turned to Themis. While many of the Titans' roles had been replaced by Olympians, Themis was not. She was the goddess of justice, and it was a hard role to take over. Zeus spoke with Themis, wanting her assistance in ensuring the world stayed strong and just. Themis guided him, helping him pass the rules of life onto the other Olympians, and helping the Olympians ensure that they were holding the humans to those same standards. Through this process, Zeus gradually found himself falling in love with Themis. She was a strong woman, a woman who understood the world more deeply than he himself did. Not that he was one to ever admit that. When she spoke of the world, of truth and justice and fairness, he found himself mesmerized by her. He could always feel her passion for justice and divine order. He could see her desire to lead the world to a place of positivity, a place of tranquility, where everything was balanced and justice was always had. She wanted people to be the best that they could be. And truthfully, it made Zeus want to be the best that he could be. One day, as they spoke of some actions of the humans in the nearby town, Themis got visibly emotional. She was proud of how well the humans had been doing lately, of how much they had grown since they had begun to form a world of justice and order together. It was in that moment of emotion, in that moment of passion, that Zeus knew he had to wed Themis. He took her hand gently in his and gazed at her deeply, with a kind of love that Themis had never experienced before. He asked her if she would be his bride. Themis agreed, still overcome with emotion. She was not a woman who fell in love, but she was a woman who loved the earth and the people on it, and she knew marrying Zeus would unite them in a goal to make a better world. She knew that with Zeus by her side, they could work together to make that a reality. And they did just that. For dozens and dozens of years, Zeus and Themis spent long hours together, trying to make the world just They watched the humans and the gods, ensuring that they were conducting themselves in a proper manner. And when the humans and gods were not, Nemesis would fulfill her role and show them the consequences of their actions. Themis was happy, deeply, truly happy. She was doing what she had been born on this earth to do. She was doing what she had always dreamt of. With every passing day, the world seemed to be becoming more balanced and fair. But, of course, those times of peace always come in waves. As the population of humans grew, war began to break out amongst them. There were many people, and though there was an abundance of resources, greed always seemed to get in the way. Nemesis was working like she hadn't ever before, and Themis was worn down by the demand for justice and order. She and Zeus grew apart. Zeus was more concerned with his need for power than his need for a good world, and it drove Themis away. Though their relationship and love for one another may have faded, their respect for one another never waned. Even as Zeus moved on and married Hera, he often requested Themis's counsel, needing her assistance to guide him in his decision-making. And Themis was pleased with this. She never used her role to accumulate power. She had never truly wanted a seat on Mount Olympus, nor had she desired any place in the politics of the Olympians. She was perfectly content doing her work on the sidelines with Nemesis, stepping in whenever people needed a reminder of morality and justice. She spent many of her days in Delphi, or in the cozy home she had made on a mountain of her own. From the mountain, she could gaze down into the towns and villages below and soak in the beauty of the world. She especially liked to observe the acts of kindness between humans, the light that ignited in their eyes when they treated each other well and loved one another. Some days, she would sit outside with a steaming cup and watch just that. She'd admire the kindness of the children below, the way they always gave to one another and shared their emotions so freely, the way they wanted what was best for each other and the world. It was never about power, never about control, never about gaining anything from one another. They simply loved and wanted everyone to be happy. Themis could relate deeply to that, and every time she consulted with the Olympians, she had that in mind. She was happy living her days on the outskirts, only stepping in when fairness and justice had been violated, and ensuring that each day was brighter than the last for humanity.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pods Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep, guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, we're going to explore the story of Goddess Gemu, a goddess born onto the earth who became a protector of her people. The story of Goddess Gemu takes place deep within the forests of China, in the Yunnan province, many centuries ago. In a humble house with a bamboo grove lived a local carpenter and his wife who struggled to have children. They didn't have much, but they were people full of kindness and love. They longed desperately to have a child of their own. Jun, the father, dreamt of the day he would have a child to build a crib for. He would show the child his trade, and they could spend their days together out in nature, chopping bamboo and resting by the edge of the river. Nan, the mother, spent her days foraging in the local woods and cooking large, fragrant meals. She dreamt of showing her child the ways of the world. They would walk through the beautiful forests, singing songs to one another and eating delicious meals in the sunshine. But as the years passed, their hope of having a child diminished. Often, Nan would walk through the bamboo groves with her husband, fighting heavy tears at the thought of another year without a child. Seeing his wife's distress, Jun slipped out of bed one night during a full moon. He sat on the ground outside and looked up to the sky with tears in his eyes. The stars and moon seemed to be looking down at him, waiting for him to speak. "Please, gods, I beg of you, give me a child to love and cherish. My wife and I do not have much, but we will love the child until our dying breath," Jun called out to the night sky. He sat under the stars for a long moment, waiting for a response, waiting to hear something, anything that would tell him his words had been heard. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Feeling disheartened, Jun returned to bed. As he watched his beautiful wife sleeping, he felt a tug at his heartstrings. She was such an incredible wife. She wanted nothing more than to be a mother. Oh, how he hoped the gods had heard his cry. As the days passed, Nan began to feel rather ill. Within a few weeks, she realized the truth. She was pregnant. They were finally going to have a child of their own. Upon hearing the news, Jun told Nan that he had begged the gods for a child. Clearly, the gods had heard his words and given him this beautiful gift. Every night, Jun and Nan took time to sit out under the starry sky. They would speak to the gods, telling them how immensely they appreciated the gift the gods had given them. As the months passed, Jun got to work crafting a beautiful bamboo crib for his child. It was his finest creation, and a perfect way to welcome his beloved child into the world. As the time came for the child to be born, Jun couldn't help but notice how radiant his wife looked. All hours of the day, she seemed to glow with a beautiful energy he had never seen before. Her hair glistened in the sun, and she radiated a kind of kindness and grace that was unmatched. Jun felt more in love with his wife than ever. When the time came, Nan delivered their baby in the very bamboo grove that the family had made their living in. The birth was smooth and easy. As Jun took his child in his arms, grateful tears coursed over his face. "It's a girl," he told his wife. They lay in each other's arms with their new baby girl on their chest, basking in the utter magic of the moment. They decided to name their beautiful daughter Gemu. The first week of Gemu's life was the best week June and Nan have ever had. They spent all hours of the day by their child's side, walking with her through nature and rocking her to sleep. Every night, they would lie on a blanket under the stars and thank the gods for giving them such a perfect daughter. Only, they didn't realize how perfect Gemu truly was. A week after her birth, June and Nan awakened to the most ethereal singing they have ever heard in their lives. It nearly put them in a trance. It was so breathtaking. When they followed the beautiful sound, they found a young girl, about 6 or 7, standing in the yard, singing up to the sky. As she sang, she began to dance, twirling her arms and her body in large, graceful arcs. It was such an astounding sight that Nan and June could hardly keep the tears from forming in their eyes. It was then that they realized the child was Gemu. Overnight, she had grown from an infant to a small child. She spoke in lyrical, intelligent sentences. When she smiled, the entire forest seemed to glow with her joy. June and Nan were surprised at first, but they came to realize the gods had not just given them a daughter. They had given them a goddess, a child of immense wisdom, grace, and kindness, a daughter with the gifts of the gods. Every day, Gemu would join her mother tilling the soil and picking their crops. She moved swiftly and elegantly, helping her mother finish all of her daily tasks in nearly half the time. In the evening, she would help her father chop bamboo and craft wonderful trinkets and furniture. After walking in the forest all day, she and her father would dip their feet in the cool water of the river. Gemu loved how she felt in nature. She often found herself closing her eyes and listening to the gentle, rhythmic clink of the bamboo stalks dancing against one another. She loved the hollow noises they made, like a heavy rain falling on a roof. She would turn her attention to the noise of the river racing across the land. She heard it course over every rock and bank around every turn. She heard the water rustle the water lilies and cattails. She even loved the sound the frogs made, especially after it rained. Whenever it rained, she would walk along the river with her eyes closed, taking in the otherworldly soundscape that the rain created. Gemu loved all creatures as if they were an extension of herself. Wounded animals would come to the door, looking for Gemu's help. Without any hesitation, Gemu would kneel down to their level, take the creatures in her arms, and they would be healed. But it wasn't just the animals who loved Gemu. The townspeople had heard whispers of the magical girl born to the bamboo carpenter, and they often visited their home with snacks and warm meals to try and appease her. Gemu didn't see herself as any different than the rest of the children. Although, as time passed, Gemu grew larger and larger. Only 3 months after her birth, Gemu looked as though she was an adult and spoke as if she was one as well. She had immense knowledge beyond her years. She knew of the world and of the world's people. Her wisdom rivaled that of village elders across China. As word spread of Gemu's gifts, people from villages all over tried to visit her. Gemu enjoyed being with people, but she longed for the solitude of the woods and for private time with her parents that she loved so dearly. She tried to spend as much time as she could in the bamboo groves with her parents, secluded from the townspeople. Once the region heard of how beautiful Gemu was in both her voice and appearance, dozens of men traveled to visit her. Gemu was kind to all these men. She'd sometimes sit and sing to them. She'd even dance with them on occasion. But when they proposed, she denied marriage to each and every one. She could marry anyone in the kingdom that she desired, but her only desire was to keep the forest and her family safe. Gemu's parents began to turn any visitors away, seeing clearly how their proposals affected their daughter. For a while, all was well again. As winter spread its wintry grasp across the land, Gemu found herself busier than ever. She helped the forest animals create warm dens for the winter. She provided animal after animal with a warm meal and a safe place to rest. Every day at sunrise, she would skip out into the forest, singing a new song of her own creation. Her voice would echo throughout the woods, letting all the animals know that she was there to help. She lived for this. With each animal she helped, she felt a warmth spark within her. Something told her that caring for and protecting others was her destiny. It was what the gods had always intended for her to do. As Gemu went about her daily routine, her parents would watch her, starry-eyed. They couldn't believe how blessed they were to have a daughter as incredible as she was. Every day with Gemu was somehow sweeter than the last. Unfortunately, for all of them, someone had their eyes on Gemu. Someone who would be much harder to drive away than a local village boy. Above them, high within the Sky Kingdom, a spirit from heaven had heard Gemu's beautiful song. Gazing down on the earth, he was utterly taken by her grace, kindness, and spirit. He wanted nothing more than to marry a goddess as wonderful as Gemu, but he was unable to visit the earth. If he could get Gemu to the heavens, perhaps she could become the wife he had always dreamt of. He watched Gemu for several weeks, marveling at the kindness she showed to everyone around her. As the depths of winter came to a head, the heaven spirit could wait no longer. One day, Gemu traveled to the fields to help her mother forage roots beneath the snow. As they worked, a strong wind began to blow. Nan wondered aloud if there was a storm on the way, but Gemu had a feeling deep within her bones that this was something else entirely. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a gust of wind unlike any other swept through the field. Trees toppled over, snow flew up into the sky like a blizzard, and Gemu was swept up into the sky, soaring closer and closer to the heavens with every second that passed. Gemu watched the land she loved so dearly disappear further and further below her. Realizing where she was heading, Gemu let out an earth-shattering yell. The thunderous yell was so loud that the heaven spirit became frightened. He dropped his hands, putting an end to the large gust of wind. At once, Gemu began spiraling back towards the earth, with grace that only a goddess could muster. Gemu landed at the peak of Lion Mountain, the tallest mountain overlooking her hometown. Gemu dusted herself off and rose to explore the peak. She had never been this far up the mountain before, and she couldn't quite believe her eyes. There were stunning caves that glowed in a warm light. In the middle of the plateau, there was a hot, steaming spring. Monkeys bathed in the water, their fluffy grey fur coated in snow. They beckoned for Gemu to join them, but Gemu knew she had to return home. The sun was beginning to set over the horizon, and after being whisked into the heavens, surely her parents would wonder where she was. But as Gemu searched for a way off the mountain peak, she realized there wasn't one. She paced back and forth along the ledge, but there was just no way to reach the valley below. She sat with her legs dangling off the ledge. She looked down at the flickering lights of her town as everyone slept peacefully. In the far distance, she could see the home she grew up in. She knew her parents were searching for her, and it hurt her deeply that she couldn't let them know where she was. She gazed up to the starry sky, just as she had when she was a child. She begged the gods to hear her cry and help her down the mountain. Gemu got a response she had never expected. Deep within her soul, she heard the response. "This is where you're meant to be." Not only was it a voice, it was the truth. She felt the conviction of those words radiating through her body and soul. She wasn't sure why, but she trusted dearly in that feeling. She knew that this was where she was meant to remain. Gemu got to work, making the tiny mountain plateau her home. One of the glowing caves would become her new house. The caves were illuminated by vibrant crystals that seemed to be powered by magic. Gemu could feel the warmth radiating off the crystals. Even as snow fell outside, Gemu was toasty and comfortable in the safety of her cave. She used wool from the mountain sheep to create a soft bed for herself. Very quickly, using the skills she had learned from her father, she was able to create a home for herself in the cave atop Lion Mountain. During the day, she would walk the length of the plateau, looking down at the village below. She watched as children played in the streets and parents went about their daily work. She wasn't sure what she was meant to look for, but she knew she had to watch over her people. At night, she would crawl into the hot springs. The monkeys would chatter away with her, combing her hair and skipping rocks across the bubbling surface of the water. She would gaze up at the stars from the steamy water for hours on end. The water always melted away any exhaustion she had from the day. As winter began to reach its close, the strongest storm of the entire season washed over the land. Gemu sat in her cozy cave, welcoming the monkeys, sheep, and birds to join her and get away from the storm. They looked out from the mouth of the cave and watched as the snow came down in thick, heavy flakes. The world outside seemed to be instantly coated in a blanket of white snow and ice. The wind howled through the valley, singing its low, grumbling song for all to hear. The storm continued throughout the night. Gemu tried to walk out to view the village below, but the wind was much too strong. She sat at the mouth of the cave, waiting desperately for the storm to pass. By the time morning came, the storm had faded into the past, and the sun shone brightly over the land. Gemu walked out to see if the storm had done any damage to the village below. A rumbling began at her feet. At first, she paid little mind to it, but as the sound grew and grew and grew, the noise became unmistakable. It was an avalanche. On the edge of the cliff, Gemu could see the snow barreling down towards the village, but she felt no desperation, no fear. She knew this is why she had landed on the mountain. She knew this is what she had always been expected to do. It was her destiny to give back to her town. Without even thinking, as if on instinct, Gemu extended her hand. Below, she could see the villagers scrambling to escape the village. They ran with their belongings towards the far end of the valley. But there was no need. Gemu's hand hovered in the air, glowing a brilliant blue. Slowly, ever so slowly, the snow began to creep back up the mountain. The villagers looked up in awe as the snow moved against gravity, coming closer and closer to Gemu with every second that passed. In an instant, the snow cemented to the side of the mountain, unmoving. Small puffs of snow caught in the breeze rained over the village below, like a rainstorm made of 1,000,000 diamonds. Gemu lowered her hand as a smile came over her face. Below, she could hear the villagers cheering. She watched dreamily as the townspeople hugged one another and danced through the streets. Gemu, Goddess Gemu! Praise to Goddess Gemu! Praise be to Goddess Gemu! The sound of their chants travelled up the valley wall and danced in Gemu's ears. The townspeople knew who their protector was. Gemu knew her parents were cheering in the crowd, and she could only hope they were proud of what she had done. From then on, the people of the village had no fear. They knew they had Goddess Gemu watching over them, protecting them with her life. Gemu was pleased with her life on the mountaintop, where she was fulfilling her purpose. But she had one request. She called to the gods above, begging them to give her parents another child. Within a few months, in the far distance, she could see a new child running around her former home. She could practically hear the laughter and joy in her parents' voices as they played with their new gift from the heavens. Every year, on the anniversary of the avalanche, the village would throw a festival for Goddess Gemu. They would wear their finest threads and awaken first thing in the morning with the rise of the sun. They would cook lavish meals throughout the day. In between cooking, they would take preserved flowers and sprinkle them over the streets, symbolizing Gemu's grace that helped lead them to spring. They would cook cup after cup of fragrant jasmine tea and sip it with their loved ones. As the day wore on, they would dance in the streets, chanting up to Goddess Gemu. As night began to fall, the townspeople would bring baskets of food to the base of the mountain as an offering to Goddess Gemu. One by one, they would craft paper lanterns and send them up to her. Each person attached a different treat to their balloon and would announce one thing they were able to do because of Goddess Gemu's grace. Soon, the sky was filled with glowing paper lanterns. One by one, they would get blown closer to Gemu on the mountaintop. She would collect the lanterns with gratitude. It was her one true day to connect with those she was protecting day after day. As the moon rose high in the sky, the festivities would continue. People danced through the town square and ate delicious foods until the sun rose. Gemu would sit on the ledge of the mountain, eating the wonderful treats everyone provided for her. She dug into dumplings and sweet, warm teas that she missed so dearly. But her favorite treat of all was a small bamboo trinket carved by her father. Every year, he attached a new design for her to place in her cave. Once the sun rose and people returned to their homes safe and sound, Gemu would go to her cave to retire after the long night. With a full stomach and a grateful heart, Gemu would thank the gods for giving her such a kind village to look after. she would curl up in her warm, wool bed and hug her new trinket in her arms, tightly against her heart. She hoped her father would know how dearly she loved it, almost as dearly as she loved all those that she was looking after.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and tonight we will be transported to the mystical and majestic realm of ancient Greece, where gods and titans ruled the cosmos. Together, we will explore the epic saga of Metis and Zeus, a tale woven with wisdom, power, and the birth of a new era. Let the legendary events surrounding the rise of the Olympian gods envelop you as you fall into a deep sleep. Long before the Olympian gods ruled ancient Greece, the Titans were the masters of the universe. Born from Gaia and Uranus, these enormous beings shaped the natural world. Their reign saw mountains rise and oceans swell under a sky teeming with power and potential. It was during this time that Metis was born, a Titan child, marked by an exceptional air of wisdom. From the moment she opened her eyes, it was clear the child was destined for greatness. Her mother, Themis, the Titan of lakes and rivers, leaned over the cradle and whispered, "Metis, my child, your spirit is as deep and endless as the waters over which I reign. You are destined to bring forth a new tide of wisdom that will reshape our world." Her father, Oceanus, the Titan of the sea, stood beside her. "Indeed, my daughter, I see in your eyes a spark that will ignite change. You will bridge the divide between what is and what could be, guiding us into an era of enlightenment." As the dawn's light streaked across the heavens, casting a golden glow over the world, a rumbling sound like distant thunder heralded the arrival of Cronus, the king of the Titans. His towering form, crowned with a wreath of sharp, gleaming leaves, approached the riverside where Metis lay cradled by her parents. Cronus, whose rule was absolute and whose word was law, looked upon the newborn with a piercing gaze. His voice, deep and commanding, broke the calm. "Oceanus, Themis, what prophecies accompany this new life? What does the oracle say of your daughter's fate?" Oceanus, unshaken by the mighty Cronus's presence, replied with a steady tone, "Great king, the oracles have spoken of a child who will surpass the wisdom of her forebears. She will be the harbinger of balance and strategy, qualities that even the mightiest among us can learn from. Her intelligence will one day counsel the gods and guide them through turmoil." Cronus stroked his beard, his eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and a hint of the unease. "Wisdom is a double-edged sword," he mused aloud. "It can uphold a reign or herald its end. Be mindful, Oceanus and Tethys, that the fate of our kind often swings on the pendulum of such prophecies. After a moment, Cronus departed as swiftly as he had arrived, leaving behind a lingering sense of anxiety. Metis, oblivious to the gravity of the conversations swirling around her, cooed softly in her cradle. The world around her, filled with the power of ancient deities and the whisper of prophecies, continued to turn, awaiting the day she would rise to meet her extraordinary fate. As Metis grew, it became clear she was not like the other Titans. While her kin reveled in their dominion over the elemental forces, Metis roamed the edges of their gatherings, her mind wrapped in contemplation. The world under Titan rule was one of raw power and boundless creation, yet to Metis it seemed lacking, a world governed more by might than by wisdom. In her quest for understanding, Metis often visited the library of Koios, the Titan known for his quest for knowledge. Nestled between towering cliffs and whispering groves, the library was a labyrinth of stone and scroll, filled with the collective wisdom of ages. One day, Metis uncovered a scroll detailing the history of the Titans, a narrative steeped in power and rebellion. As she unfurled the ancient parchment, the story of Uranus and Cronus leaped from the page, a saga of fear, betrayal, and the overthrow of a ruler by his son. Cronus, the current king of Titans, had not always been this powerful. He had risen up against Uranus, his own father and the very creator of the earth itself. This story shocked Metis. Why must we live in a world full of such brutality? She whispered to herself, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous room. The tale was not just one of power, but also a stark reminder of the fears that drove the mighty to cruelty, a reflection of a world ruled by the dread of loss rather than the hope of progress. As she pondered these thoughts, the air around her grew heavy with the scent of old leather and wax. She imagined the countless generations that had come before her, each perhaps feeling as she did, each perhaps bound by the same chains of destiny and power. Later that evening, as the stars began to show themselves, Metis found herself on a secluded hilltop. She was far from the Titans' halls, and it was here that she felt most at peace. The evening air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of earth and leaves. Suddenly, the gentle rustling of the grass behind her broke the silence. Metis turned, her eyes narrowing slightly in the dim light, not recognizing the figure that approached. "Who goes there?" she called out, her voice calm but carrying a note of caution. "Forgive my intrusion," came a man's voice, warm and resonant. "May I join you in watching the stars? They seem particularly splendid tonight." Despite her initial surprise, Metis sensed no threat from the stranger and nodded, gesturing to the space beside her. "You may," she said, her curiosity piqued. As he sat down, the stranger introduced himself. "My name is Zeus," he said, his gaze lingering on the vault of the heavens above them. The name struck a chord in Metis. She had heard it before. The name had appeared in the story she read this morning. Uranus had been overthrown by his son Cronus, and Cronus had gone on to have a son of his own, Zeus. Metis recalled the tale of succession and power, and a thought sprang to her mind. Would Zeus, too, follow the path of his father? Would he overthrow the king of the Titans? She pushed the thought from her mind. "I am Metis," she responded, her voice steady. "Your name is not unknown to me. I believe you are the son of our king, are you not?" Zeus's expression revealed a mixture of relief and intrigue. "Ah, Metis, your wisdom is celebrated far and wide. It's a rare honor to meet you," he said, his tone earnest. "And yes, I am Cronus's son, but unlike him, I do not see my future among the Titans." Metis tilted her head, her interest deepening. "How so?" she inquired. Zeus's eyes sparkled with a passion for something beyond the ancient laws of their kind. "I wish to break free from the old ways, to establish a realm where the gods can thrive. I dream of living upon Mount Olympus." "Gods? What is a god?" Metis echoed, the concept foreign yet fascinating. "Yes, gods," Zeus continued, his voice full of conviction. "Beings who strive for higher ideals, who rule with wisdom and justice, not fear and strength, where we, as rulers, can inspire and uplift, not merely dominate." The idea resonated with Metis, aligning with her deepest contemplations about power and governance. Here was someone who not only shared her disillusionment with the current order, but envisioned a radical transformation. Her heart, usually so guarded and given to reflection, felt a rare pull towards this bold stranger and his revolutionary ideas. Night after night, Metis and Zeus met under the stars. Each evening unfolded like a continuation of a long, thoughtful conversation that neither wanted to end. As the moon carved its path across the sky, their meetings grew from curious engagements to sessions of deep philosophical exchanges and, gradually, into moments charged with a tender, growing intimacy. Zeus, with his vision of a new order, spoke passionately about overthrowing the archaic reign of the Titans. He envisioned a realm ruled by virtue and justice, where gods governed not out of fear, but through inspiration and wisdom. Metis, ever the thinker, absorbed every word, her mind alight with the possibilities of what could be. She offered her own insights, shaping Zeus's raw ambitions with her strategic acumen. She spoke of systems of governance that could sustain peace and prosperity, suggesting ways to unite beings of power under a common cause that transcended the brutal legacies of their pasts. As their plans became more concrete, their feelings for each other deepened. In Zeus, Metis found the fire of action that could bring her thoughtful strategies to life. And in Metis, Zeus found the depth of thought that could ground his fiery impulses into lasting change. Together, they seemed to complete each other, a perfect amalgam of thought and action. Love, when it finally declared itself, did so quietly. It was during a particularly clear night, as they watched a shooting star blaze a trail across the heavens, that Zeus took Metis's hand in his. "With you," he said, "I think I can truly build something different, something better." Metis, her heart full, squeezed his hand in return. "And I believe in you, Zeus, in us." It was a pact, not just of love, but of shared futures and shared dreams. Zeus carefully planned the rebellion over months, with Metis by his side, offering her profound wisdom and strategic insight. Metis laid out a blueprint that was as meticulous as it was bold. As the destined day drew near, tension filled the air, a mix of anticipation and the weight of what was to come. Zeus gathered his allies, lesser-known gods and entities who had long chafed under the harsh rule of the Titans. With Metis's counsel, he chose his supporters carefully, aligning with those who shared his vision. The rebellion erupted like a storm, breaking the silence of the night. Zeus led his followers with a fierce determination, his powers bolstered by the faith in the future he wished to create. The battle was fierce. The heavens thundered, and the earth shook as the old world clashed with the new. When Zeus finally confronted Cronus, it was not just a battle of strength, but of wills. The skies roared with their confrontation, a son against his father, a repeating cycle that seemed destined to continue. But Zeus was driven by a promise of change, fueled by the dreams he and Metis had woven together. With a mighty heave, Zeus overthrew Cronus, ending his reign. As the dust settled and silence fell over the once chaotic battleground, the weight of what had been done, of what had been necessary, settled in Metis's heart. She watched as Zeus stood amidst the ruins of the old order, his eyes alight with the fire of victory. Metis approached Zeus, her expression mixed with pride and a deep-seated fear. Zeus, what we have started here today is monumental. But how will you ensure this is not just another turn in the cycle? How do we prevent this new era from falling into the old ways of fear and power? Zeus turned to her, his gaze softening. Metis, I know the history we both fear, of sons overthrowing fathers only to become what they despised. But this, he gestured around them, is not the end, but a beginning. We will build a pantheon on Olympus, governed by laws and virtues, not by sheer might or fear. In the days that followed, Zeus, with Metis's guidance, laid down the foundations of what would be known as the Olympian order. Gods of various domains were given seats of power, roles that came with responsibilities and checks. They introduced concepts foreign to the Titan rule: justice, equity, and debate. Metis watched as the new order took shape, her heart slowly accepting that perhaps they had indeed broken the cycle. The Olympians, under Zeus's leadership, thrived in a way that no reign before them had. Their rule was marked not by fear, but by aspiration, not by oppression, but by enlightenment. The era of the Olympian gods had begun. Not long after they settled into their new home on Mount Olympus, Zeus called Metis aside. He had an important question to ask her, one that would seal their shared visions and personal bond with a formal unity. In a secluded grove, Zeus turned to Metis. Metis, with you, I have not only found a partner in reign, but in life. Your wisdom has guided this new era, and your presence has enriched every moment of my existence. Zeus began, his voice full of emotion. Will you marry me and be my queen? Metis, moved by the sincerity and depth of his proposal, accepted. Yes, Zeus, I will. Their engagement was met with great jubilation across Olympus. Gods and goddesses celebrated the union, which symbolized not just a personal bond, but the cementing of the new order's foundations. The wedding was a grand affair, filled with the splendors and wonders befitting the king and queen of gods. The heavens themselves seemed to partake in the joy, with skies clearer and suns brighter than ever before. On their wedding night, Zeus and Metis retreated to their chambers. It was here that Zeus, caught in a moment of contemplative foresight, expressed a desire for them to fully embrace their new identities as gods of Olympus. Metis, my beloved, let us leave behind all ties to what we were. You are no longer a Titan, but a goddess of Olympus. Perhaps it is time to leave the term Titan to history. Metis, however, hesitated at his suggestion. Zeus, my love, throwing off the ideals of the Titans does not mean I can deny my origins. I am, and always will be, a Titan by birth, by nature. It is not a title, but a part of who I am. Zeus's brow furrowed slightly, a shadow of annoyance flickering across his features. This was the first sign of discord, a crack in their otherwise solid bond. It was only a month later when Metis came to Zeus with some important news. Zeus, my beloved, we are to have a child, she announced, her voice trembling with joy. Zeus, at first taken aback, quickly embraced Metis. A child, he exclaimed. This is wondrous, Metis. Our union will now bear fruit, bringing forth a new life, destined to thrive in the world we have shaped. His mind raced with visions of a future where their child would grow under their watchful guidance, and perhaps even to rule one day. However, amidst the celebration, a shadow of doubt crept into Zeus's heart. Would history be doomed to repeat itself? Would his own child one day usurp him as he had done, and his father before him? Seeking clarity and perhaps a bit of solace, Zeus decided to consult the fates. In the cavernous, timeless chamber where the fates resided, the air was thick with the musk of incense. The three sisters greeted Zeus with their eyes that saw past, present, and future all at once. Great Zeus, king of the gods, they intoned together, their voices echoing in the dimly lit space. What brings you to the loom of destinies? I come seeking knowledge about my unborn child, Zeus replied, his voice firm. The fates, after a moment of silent communication, began to weave their threads, their hands moving with grace. Finally, Clotho, who spun the thread of life, spoke. The child of Zeus and Metis will indeed be mighty, mightier perhaps than Zeus himself. Lachesis, who measured the thread, added with a solemn gaze, this child will be wise and powerful, destined to surpass all who have come before. Atropos, who cut the thread, her scissors glinting ominously in the dim light, delivered the prophecy that chilled Zeus to his core. But beware, for it is also foretold that Metis will bear a second child, one who would pose a threat to your rule, Zeus. This child could be your undoing. Zeus staggered back, the implications of the prophecy crashing over him like a wave. How could he, who had fought so hard to end the cycle of children overthrowing their parents, now face the same fate? The conflict raged within Zeus as he returned to Metis. He watched her, her face alight with the glow of motherhood, and his heart ached with the burden of his knowledge. How could he protect their future, their child, and the stability of Olympus? Tormented by visions of another family torn apart by power, Zeus wrestled with the decision before him. He could not bear the thought of his reign, of their new era, ending in betrayal and overthrow. Nor could he bear to hurt Metis, the love of his life, the queen of his heart, and his equal in every way. His decision, when it came, was born of a desperate desire to protect his realm and his family, even from themselves. He would act to prevent the prophecy, to safeguard all he loved from the cycle of fear and violence that had marred his own ascent to power. It was a choice that pained him deeply. In the quiet of night, while Olympus lay wrapped in the silence of stars, Zeus approached Metis with a heavy heart. "Metis, my wisdom, my queen," Zeus began, his voice quivering with the gravity of his decision. "The future holds great promise for us, yet it is shadowed by a prophecy that threatens to undo the peace and justice we have fought so hard to establish." Metis listened intently for replying. "What does the prophecy say, Zeus?" she asked softly. "It speaks of greatness from our first child, a legacy of wisdom and power," Zeus explained. "But it also forewarns that a second child might rise to challenge me, endangering the harmony of Olympus." Metis, absorbing the weight of these words, nodded slowly. "I understand the fears that haunt you, Zeus. But remember, we cannot let fear dictate our actions. We must believe in the world we are building." Despite her reassurances, Zeus felt trapped between his love for Metis and his duty to protect the realm. After much turmoil, he made a decision, one he believed would safeguard the future of Olympus. "There is a way to prevent the prophecy from coming to pass," he said, the resolve hardening in his voice. Metis, ever wise and perceptive, sensed the dire nature of his solution. "Whatever it is, Zeus, I trust you," she said, her faith in him unwavering despite the shadows that danced in his eyes. With a heavy heart, Zeus embraced Metis one last time. Using his divine powers, he enveloped her in a brilliant flash of light, and in an instant, Metis was gone, swallowed by Zeus. It was a desperate act, one meant to encapsulate her wisdom within him, to keep the prophecy at bay. Yet it pained him more than the wars he had waged. Metis, within Zeus, became a part of his very essence, her wisdom and intelligence merging with his divinity. To Zeus's surprise, the child growing within Metis continued to develop. Over time, Zeus experienced a remarkable sensation, an acute awareness that something extraordinary was taking shape within him, a creation born from both wisdom and power. One day, amidst the towering peaks of Olympus, Zeus felt an overwhelming presence within his mind, a force demanding release. In a spectacle that left all of Olympus in awe, Zeus called upon Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire. With a strike that resonated like thunder across the realms, Hephaestus cleaved Zeus's skull with his axe. From the crevice emerged Athena, their child, fully grown and clad in gleaming armor. She stepped forward, a figure of majesty and intellect. She was the goddess of wisdom, warfare, and strategy, attributes reflecting both parents. Athena's presence reassured Zeus that the painful choice he made was not in vain. She would not only carry forward the lineage of Olympus, but also elevate it, fostering a reign where wisdom prevailed over brute strength and where strategies were valued over sheer power. Her arrival marked a significant turn in the divine governance of the world, promising an age where thoughtful deliberation would accompany the exercise of power. Thus, the birth of Athena became a symbol of hope and renewal for all of Olympus, a testament to the potential for greatness that arises from the deepest sacrifices. She stood as a beacon of the new values that Zeus and Metis had envisioned, guiding the gods towards a future where knowledge and fairness shaped the destiny of gods and mortals alike. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to ancient Egypt. We will travel across the sky with the sun god, Ra, and spend time in the silvery light of the moon with the god Thoth. Our journey of exploring ancient Egyptian mythology will be a peaceful, harmonious one, because we will be in the safe hands of Ma'at, the Egyptian goddess of truth, balance, harmony, and justice. In the beginning, the land of Egypt was not anything like it is now. It did not even resemble the place where Moses walked, or the place where the pyramids were built. There were no rolling sand dunes that glowed like gilded soil in the sun. There were no rugged hills, no cliffs that framed the baby blue sky, like curtains from the heavens. There were no evergreen fertile valleys with lakes and a mighty river lacing through them. No, in the beginning, there was no land at all. In the beginning, the world was not at all like we know it. The world was water, chaotic, lifeless water that swayed and splashed and swirled in the darkness. There was no love in the world, no happiness or joy, not even tender sunlight. There was simply infinite chaos. These waters were known as the primordial waters of chaos, because for thousands and thousands of years, that is all that existed. There was nothing beyond those navy-churning waters and the frothy surface that splashed across them. But at one fateful moment, something started rising from those primeval waters with a great rumbling, a drone unlike anything ever heard before. The waters shifted and swirled, parting as something rose from their depths, up and up into the dark air. A pyramid-shaped mound emerged from the water. Droplets ran off the edges of the mound, rolling back into the chaotic sea and leaving trails of dew in their wake. The mound rose high above the water, towering over the world, which had once been chaotic and devoid of anything. This mound, shaped like the top stone of the pyramid, also known as the Ben stone, was not all that rose out of the water. Standing atop the mound in the darkness stood none other than Ra, the king of the gods and the god of the sun. He was a strong, muscular deity with the head of a falcon and the sun disk inside a cobra resting on his head. In his hand he held a staff. Even in the darkness, the bluish-black feathers of his head seemed to have a sparkle about them, as if they could feel the magic brewing all around, the potential brewing in this new world, which had yet to truly be formed. Ra looked out over the world of darkness. He took a deep breath and tightened the grip on his golden staff. Summoning a deep breath into his chest, he struck the golden staff down upon the Ben, and in that moment, the world of darkness was dispelled. Light splashed across the world as the sun rose for the very first time. It was the first sunrise over this new world, but it certainly would not be the last. Ra watched in admiration from atop the Ben as the sun ever so slowly began its journey up across the sky. As the sun progressed on its journey, its rays painted the sea in the glowing orange, goldenrod, and pink light of the sun. It was not just the first light. It was the first color, the first art, the first beauty to ever grace the world. And Ra chose to enjoy every single moment of it. He gazed upon the creation that sprung from him in awe. With every second that passed, everything seemed to become only more and more beautiful. Ra was transfixed. He could see the potential in this new world, and he could feel it as well. He embraced the feeling of the sun kissing his skin for the very first time. The warm touch made him feel as though he was being swaddled by the universe, safe and comfortable and loved. But at the time, the world was not a safe place. That sea of chaos still remained, even once light had illuminated it. The water beneath his feet at the base of the Ben began to stir. Ra bent over, trying to get a good look at what could possibly be emerging from these strange waters. Though it was strange and new, he was not afraid. He trusted in this new universe and its future. And then, slowly, he began to realize that he was not alone. A woman stepped out of the waves, gliding from the sea of chaos as though she owned it, as though she had been waiting for thousands of years for the right time to emerge. Ra looked upon her for a long moment. She had shimmering black wings sprouting from her arms, wings that seemed to reach up to the heavens. Though she had just emerged from the water, the wings were not slick with drops. They were plush, downy, ready to take to the skies. A stunning ostrich feather was hoisted in her jet black hair, which framed her gentle yet serious face. Her expression was not one that had been painted upon her face by any emotion. It was one that showed she had a deep understanding of this universe and what it needed, a deeper understanding than Ra himself. The woman rising from the water alongside Ra was Ma'at, the goddess of truth, harmony, and justice. And yet, at the time of her arrival, the world was still in chaos. Ma'at turned to the churning, swirling waves. There was no fear in her, no hesitation. All she had to do was raise her hand, carrying with that motion such a sense of calm and control that even Ra found himself feeling relaxed. With the wave of her hand and immense concentration, the chaos within the sea diminished at once. A sense of peace washed across the earth for the very first time, a feeling that had never been experienced before. Ma'at took a deep breath of the air that was gradually becoming more and more fresh. She flapped her slick black wings and took to the sky, gliding through the air like an apparition sent from the heavens. And as she did, the world began to change. Ma'at was not just a woman. She was the physical embodiment of truth, of justice, of balance, of harmony. And as she swept over the waves that had been full of such emptiness, destruction, and chaos, she brought a veil of balance and harmony along with her. The seas began to calm. The warmth of her energy and the strength of her sheer power changed the very fabric of chaos, and with it changed the very fabric of what the universe had been like for thousands of years. Ma'at returned to stand beside Ra, who she regarded as her father. And though he was the god of the sun and the king of the gods, he was not more powerful than Ma'at. In fact, he looked upon his daughter with deep respect and admiration that she deserved. Together, they had turned the world from a chaotic one to a calm, balanced one full of potential. And truthfully, there was still work to be done. Ra stood upon the Ben, looking out over the sea. Though they were powerful gods indeed, Ra knew that this world needed more than just what they could provide. From drops of his blood, Ra created two other gods, Shu, the god of air and wind, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture and rain. Ra sent the two gods off into the world to create more, and that is just what they did. Ma'at and Ra waited for quite some time for Shu and Tefnut to return. Eventually, they were gone so long that Ra himself began to worry. When they finally returned, exclaiming that they had created a more expansive world as Ra had requested, Ra burst into tears of joy. From those tears, humans were created, and they set out to inhabit the world that Shu and Tefnut had crafted together. For on their journey out into the sea, the two had worked together to create the earth as we know it, working in loving unison with one another. They created mountains, valleys, cliffs, and rivers. They watched with joy as land sprouted from the sea, and eventually plants sprouted from that land. What had once been a world of darkness was now a world of brilliant light, of every color of the rainbow. There was the goldenrod color of the sand as it shifted and sparkled in the light of the newly born sun. There was the cool cerulean, cyan, and navy of the ocean and the rivers making their way through the world. There was the moss and evergreen colors of the forests, valleys, and plains. But it wasn't just the ground that Shu and Tefnut focused on. They turned their gaze up to the heavens, working together with compassion and patience. They were able to craft the sky as we know it. They created the stars, space, and the heavens. Finally, the world was worth living in. Shu and Tefnut were not the only gods. From Ra and others, several more gods sprung up. Gods that represented all kinds of concepts, all kinds of things that shaped the earth. However, Ra and Ma'at were not the only two gods that sprung from nothing when the earth was new. After all, Ma'at's arrival ensured that there was balance in the world, and if there was to be a sun, then there had to be a moon as well. Thoth was the god of the moon, wisdom, writing, science, art, magic, and judgment. He was a just god, much like Ma'at, which explains why the two got along so well, nearly from the moment that they met. Thoth had the body of a man and the head of an ibis, a beautiful bird with a long black beak. Thoth had a calm and regal energy about him, an energy that mirrored Ma'at's rather beautifully. But at the beginning of creation, the two had other things in mind than connecting with one another. Day and night had to be created if the world was going to function the way that it needed to. And doing that was not going to be entirely easy. The sun followed Ra wherever he went, and he had to spread that beautiful sunlight across the land to provide the land with all the nourishment and warmth that it needed and deserved. In order to bring the sun across the land for the 12 hours of day, Ra needed a vessel. During the daytime, when Ra had to bring the sun across the land, he used a solar bark called the Manjet, also known as the boat of millions of years. He settled into this boat every single morning, just before the people of the world had awakened, just before it was time for the sun to grace the land with its presence. It was a simple boat made of wood, with tall, curved edges that allowed Ra to slice through the sky and the water as he made his way around the world. Every time that Ra stepped into it, he felt a sense of profound peace and hope wash over him, drenching him with positive energy from his head to his toes. He would settle into the boat, his staff firmly in his hand, and then, slowly, he would push off, allowing himself to sail up into the sky. This journey was one of his favorite tasks, and he wasn't alone, because every single morning, Ma'at would join him on this journey. She'd settle into the boat with her father, watching over everything that he would do. As the goddess of balance, it was her duty to ensure balance prevailed in every aspect of the world, with the rhythm of night and day representing that balance on the cosmic scale. Ma'at grew more mesmerized by this journey with each passing day. Though she was a powerful, rather graceful and stoic goddess, she was still a being who could not deny the beauty and the majesty of the universe. And early in the morning twilight, just before it was time for the sun to rise, Ma'at would take a deep breath of the fresh, invigorating air. She could taste the briny salt of the ocean that she had calmed. She could taste the earthy, sweet aroma of crops, of tart and delicious pomegranates heavy on the tree, of grapes dangling on vibrant vines. Somehow, in the morning, the aroma of the world around them seemed to be even more powerful, even more special. And as Ra moved the boat forward, sending the father and daughter sailing into the sky, they could really see the magic around them. As they rose up into the sky, Ma'at would watch the smooth line of the sunrise as it swept across the land below her. She watched as the world of darkness, a world that reminded her very much of the world of chaos and infinite lifeless water, was transformed. She watched as that golden line of morning crept over the rolling sand dunes of Egypt, as it meandered its way up rugged, rocky hills, illuminating what few trees resided there, as it turned the dark waters of the river Nile into gleams of sapphire and gold. But it wasn't just the landscape transforming that amazed her. It was what this transformation did to the people down below. They had made primitive homes now, homes made of mud bricks and reeds along the winding river that had been created not too long ago. And people living in those homes were not just some distant inhabitants of the land. When they had been created from the tears of Ra, neither Ra nor Ma'at knew the impact that the people would have on the world. They had no idea what intricate lives they would weave. They had no idea how deeply they, as gods, would care for them and respect them. Ma'at would lean on the edge of the boat and look out in wonder as the world passed below her. She'd always smile as she watched children and their parents journey out into the bright new day, happy to be waking up together once more. Every once in a while, Ma'at would catch sight of a couple embracing one another, eyes closed as they smiled and turned their faces up to feel the warmth of the gentle morning sun. Ma'at admired that humans could find something so joyful, so pure as love in the world. It touched her deeply. For the 12 hours of day, Ma'at and Ra made their journey across the world. They often shared their thoughts and ideas, but some days they remained in silence. Sometimes there was nothing to be said. All they could do was look out over the world in appreciation and awe. And when the day was over, the two would travel through the underworld from the time when the sun sets in the west and rises again in the east. But the journey of night was not across the night sky. It was a journey through the underworld, a journey that would test Ra and Ma'at every single night. For the underworld was divided into 12 sections, each one representing an hour of the night, and with each section, Ra and Ma'at would encounter different allies and enemies they had to overcome in order to continue their journey. As Ra changed his path and duties from daytime to nighttime, he would change his manifestation and appear in his ram-headed form. As he made his journey through the night, Ra would merge with Osiris, the god of the afterlife and the dead. And every night, Ma'at, Ra, and Osiris would fight against Apep, the giant serpent, and the only remaining embodiment of chaos since Ma'at had brought harmony to the world. Whenever someone gazed upon Apep, they would be frozen in place, unable to move due to his strong hypnotic gaze. But without fail, Ma'at, Ra, and Osiris could overpower Apep with ease and continue on their journey. When they reached the end of the night, just before the sun began to rise, Osiris and Ra would separate, and Ra would be reborn. Just like all of us are born new every morning with a fresh start, so was the great god Ra. And though keeping order and harmony in the world was a hefty task, that was not all that Ma'at had to do. She had things to tend to in the underworld, things that required her unique understanding of balance. As the goddess of justice, it was Ma'at who determined what would happen to the souls of those who passed on to the next life. Those who passed on would enter the underworld, where they too would pass through the 12 hours of night. At the end, they would find themselves standing before a scale known as the Scale of Judgment. On one side of this massive, beautiful scale was an ostrich feather of Ma'at, symbolically representing the concept of Ma'at, or virtue. On the other side, the hearts of those who passed on would be weighed, since it was believed that the soul resides in the heart. If their hearts were heavier than the feather, they would remain in the underworld. If their hearts weighed less, or equal to Ma'at's feather, they would pass on to the field of reeds, a heavenly paradise where Osiris ruled. What determined the weight of one's heart was whether or not they had violated the 42 laws of Ma'at. These laws, established on justice, truth, and compassion, ensured that only those that were worthy would pass on into the afterlife. Ma'at herself did not stand before the scale every time and determine who could pass on to the afterlife and who would not. Instead, it was Thoth who observed the scales and decided whether a person lived a virtuous life or not. Thoth was perhaps the wisest god of them all, and his sense of justice was second only to that of Ma'at. That is precisely how the two ended up falling in love with one another. Their roles in the universe were intertwined, inseparable, and from those roles, the love they had for one another grew ever so strong. Their lives were virtuous, lives of trust, truth, and compassion. Lives where they were not only good to each other, but good to the world around them. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to ancient Greece, where we will relax and unwind as we join Iris, the goddess of the rainbow and messenger of the gods. We'll follow her on her travels around the beautiful coastal cities in Greece, delivering messages from the gods. We will unwind as she forms a bridge between countless famous gods and goddesses, and will even relax with her as she tends to the needs of mortals. The Greek gods did not have an incredibly easy time communicating. Their important messages had to travel long distances, and though they often found their own magical ways of passing information along, it was never foolproof. Some things got lost in the ether. Some came askew and caused some fights to take place. And other times, the gods and goddesses would not bother and would simply take action if they felt the need to. But of course, all of those came with their own complications. The Greek gods and goddesses needed someone to be a messenger for them, and not just a messenger for them, but a messenger between them and the humans of the world. And that is where Iris, the Greek goddess of the rainbow and the messenger of the gods, found her role. Iris was a kind, gentle, and quiet goddess. There are very few myths about her, and very little is known, because she spent most of her time tucked away in rainbows, arcing somewhere between the mist of the sea and coastal towns, carrying messages along the bright, colorful layers of the rainbows. Tonight, we will dive into a few of her stories and a few of the messages she carried, though we will also spend some time with her in what we can imagine her cozy home looked like. A home that is quiet, a home that is a spring between worlds, hidden somewhere within the rainbow. Iris awakened to the same noises she awakened to nearly every morning. She kept her eyes closed and nestled a little deeper into her soft, lush sheets to take in the sounds of the morning. The sounds that greeted her and filled her with joy as the sun rose in the far distance. She could hear the sound of the bubbling spring, the calming, utterly soothing sound of the water making its way down the tiny waterfalls that had been carved in the mossy rock around her home. Even with her eyes closed, she could almost picture that water as it meandered down from the tall, rocky peaks that were shrouded by the fluffy green leaves of the gnarled and mighty oak trees. She imagined leaves and twigs floating on that water as it lazily made its way down, filling the air with that gossamer of mist that always hung over her home and the tiny cove she lived in. She could hear the sound of crickets singing their song into the universe. The crickets always cuddled around the spring and chirped in the early morning, more excited about the sun than anyone. Well, almost anyone. Because in the branches of those gnarled oak trees, birds chirped into the hollow, their bright, crisp notes ringing out like the sweetest song that Iris had ever heard. Their cheerfulness in the morning filled her heart with joy and cheer as well. Some mornings, she would lie in bed for quite some time, simply listening to the sounds of the forest around her. She could tell which bird was which by merely listening to their calls. The soft, melodic call of the dove as it wandered through the thick underbrush, the high, bubbly call of the hoopoe, almost as bright and cheerful as the bird itself. Yes, Iris found extreme comfort in the sound of the forest as it awakened, but also in the aromas that blew in through her window. She could smell the dew of the morning being whisked away by the breeze as it wound through the hollow, replaced instead by the hearty, earthy smell of the moss, of the soil, of the loam of the forest, and the lily pads that bobbed up and down in the crystal clear water. Iris rose from her bed, tossed aside those hand-woven sheets that brought her so much comfort. She tiptoed over her mosaic floors with small, embedded stone decorations that she had laid down herself many, many years ago. Small, colorful stones that she collected from the paths and creeks and the very forest that she was in now. She opened her curtains, looking out over the spring she was in, and the sight before her nearly took her breath away. No matter how many times she saw it, it would never get old. Her spring was tucked in a hollow. On all sides of her, mountains rose into impossibly tall, stony peaks. Waterfalls cascaded down these mountains, brilliant, massive waterfalls that seemed to fall in slow motion over the rocks. The gossamer of their mist danced in the air, perpetually blanketing the top of the hollow with a thick layer of that ghostly, relaxing haze. The sides of the rocks were coated in moss and vibrant green plants, as well as every flower you could possibly imagine. On one side, a simple forest stood in the fertile soil. There was a mixture of stunning trees there, trees that would not normally be able to survive next to one another. There were beautiful willow trees with long tendrils that danced against the lush grass beneath them. There were cypress trees that seemed to reach the clouds just like the mountains alongside it did. There were poplars, which stood tall and proud, like Mother Nature's warriors in endless lines, against the green and granite backdrop. And then there was the spring itself, where all the water pooled. In the center of that spring, descending through the mist, was an eternal rainbow. It was the brightest rainbow to ever exist, so bright and brilliant that staring at it too long made you feel as though you had stepped into some kind of magical world. And, indeed, if you were in Iris's spring, you had. Because the spring itself was only accessible to Iris. It was a spring that was eternally hidden between the layers of a rainbow on the coast of Greece, a place where she could, for the most part, remain undisturbed, where she could read and look down on the goings-on of ancient Greece, all while trying to keep herself as removed as possible. But as we all know, that is a challenge, and it certainly was a challenge for Iris, because she was, after all, the messenger to the gods and the goddesses, and whenever they needed her, Iris's rainbow would shimmer. This particular day, Iris's rainbow shimmered just as she was having her morning drink of milk and honey. She sighed, setting down her cup and meandering over to the edge of the spring to see who possibly had a message for her. She was unsurprised that it was Zeus. After all, Zeus found himself involved in some strange affairs rather frequently. Zeus told her that he needed her to deliver a message to Demeter, the goddess of harvest and agriculture. Iris agreed, but when Zeus passed on what the actual message was that she was to pass on, she was rather surprised. Zeus wanted Iris to tell Demeter that she needed to step out of her temple so the earth would no longer be barren and the mortals would once more give sacrifices and offerings to the gods and goddesses. Iris was not sure what kind of event would force Demeter to lock herself away in her temple at the expense of her beloved earth. As the goddess of agriculture and the harvest, there were few things that Demeter cared more about than the earth itself. Iris agreed, wanting to get to the bottom of this mystery. Zeus disappeared from her rainbow, leaving Iris alone in her spring for a long moment. She took a final sip of her milk before she set the cup down, and with that, she knew it was time to head down to earth and speak with Demeter. She took a deep breath and stood before the rainbow in her spring. Slowly, she stepped down into the water. Despite flowing from those large mountaintop waterfalls, the water was warm to the touch, almost like a hot spring. Iris felt the smooth stones beneath her feet, stones that had been worn by her stepping down to deliver messages from hundreds and hundreds of years. The water grew deeper, crawling up over her calves, her knees, her thighs, until her entire lower half was submerged in that relaxing hot water. Sometimes she was tempted to simply soak in the water and let all her tension and troubles melt away. But today she knew there was an important message to send, a task that needed to be done. And so she stepped deeper into the water still, until the rainbow washed over her almost like a shower. The rainbow did not dissipate as she stepped into it. Instead, she was aglow in the ribbons of color, yellow on her shoulder, green on her chest, blue and indigo shining on her right hand. As she stood in the rainbow, the true magic began to happen. Bit by bit, Iris soaked into the rainbow, disappearing into a thin mist that was consumed by the rainbow. The entire process was painful and meditative, relaxing in the most peculiar way. Because Iris was not just the messenger of the gods and goddesses, or the goddess of the rainbow. She was the rainbows in ancient Greece. Bits of her were found in each and every one, and today that was no different. She became the rainbow, and once she was part of it, the rainbow could begin its actual journey. Iris felt whole, at home within the bands of the rainbow, and moments later, she was at home in the clouds above ancient Greece. She looked down over the beautiful land. It was a mosaic of colors, a mosaic of life. The cerulean and indigo of the sea that stretched to the far horizon, the white and tan of the towns, and the red and orange of their flickering hearths. This was always Iris's favorite part of delivering messages. Seeing her beloved land from above and taking in all of its grandeur was a miraculous feeling unlike any other. But today it was different, because today the land was far less beautiful than usual. Where there were usually flourishing fields filled to the brim with vibrant crops, today there was nothing. The fields were brittle and barren, a swath of brown and tan. Farmers walked along the fields, looking desperate and sad. There was not a stitch of grain, nor of fruits or vegetables growing on this land. In all her life, Iris had never seen it so devoid of life or sustenance, and she knew that was all due to Demeter. As the goddess of agriculture and harvest, it was Demeter who took care of the crops and ensured the land was fertile. She was the goddess who was nurturing and cared deeply for the earth and the fruits of its fields. For the land to be this barren and this ignored, something big must have happened. Iris looked down on the temple which Demeter resided in, a temple tucked far away, nestled at the edge of endless fields by the mountain. She took a deep breath and directed her rainbow there. The rainbow glided down over the land, illuminating it in that colorful glow. As she descended, Iris could see the farmers and hungry country people look up at the rainbow in awe, with some hope and joy in their eyes. No matter how grim things became, the beauty of nature was still something hard to ignore, still something worth celebrating. It brought a smile to Iris's face to know that she could do such a thing. The rainbow touched down on a tiny pond next to the temple. For a moment, Iris simply shimmered there in her rainbow form, admiring the peaceful forest. It was clear no one had visited the temple in quite some time. It was overgrown, with ivy and vines climbing the sides, and tall, fragrant blades of grass blanketing the steps. They wavered in the breeze, flickering as it blew across the empty flower fields. It was strange to see the wild flower fields so barren when for so long they had been so utterly beautiful. Iris stepped out of the rainbow. Once more, her feet brushed the warm water of the spring, filling her with a sense of comfort and relaxation. She knew she needed it for what lay before her, for the problem that she would have to solve. She made her way up the stairs to the temple, and with every step, it became even more clear that no one had dared to visit here in months and months. The steps were slick with overgrown moss, and that grass that swayed even more now that Iris was climbing by them. When she opened the door, the room itself smelled of candles and dandelion stew. Stew that had surely been sustaining Demeter for quite some time. But just as it was clear no one had visited the temple in some time, it was clear that Demeter had not left. Demeter? Iris called. She meandered by flickering candlelights and torches. Candlelights and torches that illuminated beautiful murals on the walls. The murals showed all of the things near and dear to Demeter. Fields overflowing with lush, colorful, nurturing crops. Bountiful dinners being cooked over hearths next to home gardens. It struck Iris for the first time just how much Demeter meant to the earth. What a big difference she made to everyone there. Iris rounded a corner, and finally, that is where she found Demeter. Demeter sat in the candlelight, toying with some flowers in her hands. Demeter was known as a beautiful goddess, like all of them, but there was something different about her today. She looked tired, worn down. The colorful, fresh flowers that normally adorned her hair were wilted and colorless, and appeared to have been for quite some time. There was no glistening joy or hope in her eyes. She looked lost, worried. "Iris," Demeter muttered, her voice worn from not talking for so long. "I take it you have a message for me?" But upon seeing Demeter, the message was the last thing Iris was thinking about. Iris knelt beside Demeter in the candlelight, taking her hands in her own. She stroked the smooth skin on the back of Demeter's hand as she gazed into her eyes with compassion, trying to comfort her. "I do have a message for you. But I believe we should talk about what is troubling you first, my dear friend, don't you? Iris whispered. She could see the words brought great comfort to Demeter, who managed a rather wistful smile. She told Iris that she was the first who had not come to her with demands or orders. Iris sat in Demeter's company around the warmth of her hearth. Another batch of dandelion stew crackled and bubbled over the open flame. Demeter dished out a bowl to Iris with a warm smile. Iris breathed in the fragrant, comforting steam of the soup, and as she took a sip, she found herself growing closer and closer to Demeter. Sharing the stew felt like their friendship and connection was being cemented. Why have you hidden yourself away, Demeter? Iris asked. What has happened to you? Demeter looked down in her soup as she swirled it in the palm of her hand. She drew in a deep breath, and with that breath, she began to tell her tale. Her daughter, Persephone, was the goddess of vegetation, but also a goddess of fertility of the soil. One day, Persephone had been walking in the wildflower fields as she did every spring morning. And while she was walking, she was taken. Hades, the god of the underworld, had gathered her in his arms and disappeared with her into the underworld, taking her as his bride. Demeter knew that her daughter had talked to Hades, that they had possibly been striking up a romance, but now she knew her daughter was trapped down there, unable to leave. Demeter could not go down to the underworld and convince her to come home, and she could not force Hades to release her either. Iris could see Demeter's grief, the destruction and withering of the nearby crops. It made sense to her now. Demeter was a mother in pain, a mother aching for the return of her daughter. How could any of the gods expect Demeter to make the earth flourish when such a big piece of her was missing? Iris comforted Demeter. She told her she understood how much pain she must be in, and assured her that one day her daughter would be returned. Demeter wiped tears from her eyes and thanked Iris for her kindness and understanding. What was the message you had for me, dear? A kind Demeter asked. Iris passed along the message, telling her that Zeus wanted her to step out of her temple and help the earth become whole again. But as Iris spoke out the message, she already knew what Demeter's response was going to be. Demeter shook her head sadly and told her she could not do it. And with a warm smile, Iris placed her hand on Demeter's and told her she understood. Iris went away on the rainbow after wishing Demeter well. She urged Demeter to stay hopeful to remember that her daughter would be returned to her sooner or later. And, indeed, that was true, because only days later, Persephone would come back to the surface, and the new rule would be established. She could spend 6 months out of the underworld with her mother, and 6 months below with her husband Hades. All would be well again. But that day, as Iris sailed home on the rainbow, she thought about her role in society. Her role was to deliver messages, and for a long time, she thought it was to get results. But today, she saw that differently. Today, her role wasn't about delivering the message. It was about hearing someone else's. It was about being a listening ear and accepting when your message isn't ready to be heard. And Iris was very comfortable with that. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to Folkvang, also known as the Field of the People, a sacred afterlife in Norse mythology that is overseen by Freya, the goddess of wisdom, beauty, and love. The history of the Norse gods is woven through time, told in collections of narrative poems and stories that have been passed down for generations. All of our knowledge of Freya stems from these worn, old books with various stories about her family history, her role in society, and even her name. Yet, there are some things persevering throughout all the stories and poems written about Freya, that she was wise, beautiful, and eternally powerful. By most accounts, Freya was a goddess associated with beauty, fertility, love, war, gold, and Seidr, the magic of viewing the future and of influencing it. In fact, it is believed that it was Freya who brought this ability to the gods, and who, by that nature, eventually passed magic down to the humans of the world. Freya is the daughter of Njordr, whose name itself stems from the word force or power. Njordr is associated with fishing, wealth, crops, the sea, and the wind. He resides in a lavish abode in the heavens by the seaside, where he can oversee sailors and fishermen. Freya's mother is more disputed. Some believe that she was the unnamed sister of Njordr, though later Njordr found himself in an ill-fated marriage with Skadi, another Norse goddess. Freya, her twin brother Freyr, and their father are all members of the Vanir family, a powerful group of old, incredibly wise gods with the ability to see the future. Long ago, there was a war between the Vanir and another group of gods known as the Asir. The Vanir, for the most part, reside in one of the 9 worlds of Norse mythology, said to be a mesmerizing place, where Freya's real home, Folkvang, can be found. Folkvang is a place of sheer beauty, a field that brings every element of Scandinavia's beautiful landscape together to create something otherworldly, a heavenly abode fit for the gods. All around the edges of the field, impossibly tall mountains rise up into the sky, their snow-capped peaks nearly brushing against the soft, cottony clouds overhead. Deciduous trees line the sides of the mountains, painting them in brilliant swaths of green. But as your gaze travels up the imposing mountains, the expanse of trees begins to wane and is gradually replaced by rocky outcroppings and blankets of cool, white snow that seems to mirror the clouds overhead. On one side of the field, at the base of the mountain, a brilliant river laces alongside the old, thick forest. This glacial river, fed by the melting ice of ancient glaciers, is one of the most beautiful that's ever existed. From the distant glacial melt, the river is painted with brushstrokes of unbelievable colors. It's such a vibrant blue and green that it looks almost unreal. And not only is it a stunning color, but it's so transparent you can see the bottom of the river, even beneath the curves and waterfalls within the river itself. You can see the mosaic of beautiful rocks, rocks that have been carved and smoothed over by this ice-cold water for thousands and thousands of years. Rocks that are flecked with purple, red, orange, gray, and green. Rocks that seem to symbolize all the colors and the creatures that can be found on Earth. By the iridescent blue-green stream, deer, cats, and boars can be seen drinking. All animals near and dear to Freya's heart. They wander up to the stream and drink up the icy nourishment with no concern, with no fear, for they know that they are safe amongst the mountains here and in Freya's protective company. They can allow themselves to be gentle here, vulnerable, in a way that they cannot be anywhere else. Here, tranquility can be found by the stream and within the fields. As the sun begins to rise over the mountain peaks, painting the field with a brushstroke of gold. The animals often gather around the stream, calling on other creatures and plants to awaken and greet a brilliant new day. Then there is the field itself, a sprawling, vibrant green field that seems to stretch on forever. It is a lush field, alive, flourishing, effervescent, and tucked within those hardy, beautiful blades of grass, there are wildflowers, small fragrant orchids, rich purple harebells, columbines, and daisies. The mix of white and purple hues gives the entire field a sleepy, soothing feel as the colors contrast the green, yet invite you to relax, to soak in their beauty. Somewhere deep within this field is Freya's home. Sessrumnir, meaning seat room, is her dwelling with a colossal hall filled with seats for many people. And, indeed, Freya has a lot of people to welcome. When warriors died in battle, some of them would call out Valhall. However, Valhall was not necessarily the place where these fallen warriors would go. In fact, it was Freya that had the first pick of warriors that would come to live with her in the afterlife in Folkvang. Half of the warriors would awaken in Valhall with Odin, another well-known Norse god, while the other half would awaken in Folkvang with Freya. Welcoming these fallen warriors is one of Freya's many duties. One day, Freya awakened, as she often did, with the feeling of the golden sun washing over her face as it rose up over the mountains just beyond her. She did not mind how early the sun woke her up, because when it did, she would feel its warmth spread across her whole body, reminding her of the possibilities that lay ahead of her. Before she even opened her eyes to look over the field, she could already hear the intrinsic magic woven in it. The sound of the wind weaving its way through the lush field of milkwort, harebells, columbines, and daisies, brushing gently against each one and filling the air with their sweet, sweet aroma. She could hear the sound of the river bubbling in the distance as it laced along the far edge of the field. Sometimes, if she really listened, she could hear the sound of deer crossing the river with their fawns. The soft splashing and frantic bumping noise told her when a fawn was a little too eager, trying to climb across the slippery rocks. With her eyes closed, she could imagine the mother doe looking back at her clumsy fawn with its tawny, beautiful eyes, She could imagine her nudging the soft edge of its fawn, urging it to rise to its feet, reassuring it that falling down from time to time is just one of life's lessons, as well as getting back up with the support of those we cherish. Then she would wait to hear two of her favorite sounds. First, the sound of the birds as they rose and stretched their wings. Sometimes Freya would hear this soothing, comforting sound before she even felt the sun splash across her face. She could hear the joy and appreciation that each and every bird had as they rose from their nest and shook their vibrant feathers. She could practically see them opening their beaks to call out and flicker their sleepy little eyes as they soaked in the feeling of the sun on their feathers. She often found herself imagining what it was the birds were saying to one another, and sometimes what they were saying to her. She was sure they were encouraging her to stay positive, to embrace all the moments that lay ahead of her. Then there was her second favorite sound. It was a sound that she only heard during summer, but thankfully, in Folkvang, it was summer year-round. That sound was none other than the gentle buzz of bumblebee wings as they bumbled their way through the field of flowers, ensuring that more would pop up wherever they flew. Freya loved watching the busy little bees as they buzzed from flower to flower, filling the entire field with the steady rumble of their efforts. On this specific morning, however, the bees were buzzing louder than usual, and the birds seemed to be singing to her too. She rose to her feet, relishing the feeling of the cold, earthy soil beneath her. She grabbed her cape from the wall, her prized possession, and slung it around her shoulders like she did every morning. Her cape was a magical, powerful cape, a cape made of falcon feathers that allowed her to fly. Not only was it powerful, but it was breathtakingly beautiful. The cape shone in beautiful shades of buff, tan, amber, and mahogany, all of which seemed to sparkle and shift in the light of the sun wherever she moved. People often admired her cape, and she often let the other gods borrow it if it would help them with a task they had at hand. Then Freya put on her brisingamen, which was perhaps even more important than her cape. The brisingamen was a torque or necklace, the most magnificent, extraordinary necklace the world had ever seen. How it came into Freya's possession is often disputed. However, she is rarely found without it around her neck. The necklace was desired by many powerful gods and giants in Norse mythology. But Freya guarded it carefully and refused to give it up under most circumstances. Once Freya was adorned with her magical pieces, she walked out of her home and out into the lush, beautiful fields. She stretched in the morning sun, and as she did, she looked over to see her cats mimicking her moves. But these were no ordinary cats. These two cats were large enough to lead a chariot, which is exactly what they did for Freya. Freya approached her two black cats and scratched them behind their ears. Their purrs were so loud, they rumbled the ground like a small earthquake was happening. When they thudded their feet on the ground as Freya rubbed their ears harder, she would be thrown up into the air, something that often caused her to laugh joyously. This morning, the cats rolled over on their stomachs for some scratches. Freya obliged before strapping the black cats into the chariot. Freya had work to tend to, and it was much easier to tend to with her loyal cats leading her chariot around the vast estate. Just as Freya suspected, there was an arrival of new warriors who had fallen in battle on Earth. Greeting them wasn't a task that Freya ever took lightly. She rode over to the fallen warriors on her chariot and got down on their level, taking them by their worn hands and helping them up to their feet. The men and women took her hand with a look of slight confusion on their faces, but Freya wiped away their concerns with ease. Kindly, she told them that they had arrived to the afterlife. She could see the mix of shock, sadness, and relief in their eyes. She gave them a moment to process before she wrapped an arm around them, excitedly welcoming them to Folkvang with joy in her voice. She joked with them and gave them confidence boosts, commending them on their bravery and their arrival to their beautiful new home. You see, Freya is a goddess of many things, including wisdom. But she is also perhaps one of the most fun-loving out of all the gods and goddesses in Norse mythology. Negatives easily became positives with her, and she filled those around her with encouragement. Freya welcomed the warriors to the hall and continued patrolling the grounds, looking for other warriors who may have arrived. It was a daily task of hers, one she did with no complaints. However, there was one thing that made Freya's positivity wane. Her husband, Othar, often embarked on long journeys without telling her exactly where he was going. The two were madly in love, and every second without him tore Freya apart. She longed to hold her husband, to have his hand intertwined with hers, to tell him stories and laugh and dance in the field of flowers with him. But he was frequently away, and she was often unsure of when he would be back. On this particular day, Freya was feeling especially lonely without her husband. She stood on the banks of the river and cried for him, turning her back away from the field so the fallen warriors could not see. As the tears rolled down her cheeks, it became apparent that they were not regular tears, but tears of gold. As they splashed into the beautiful river below her, they drifted away as flecks of gold, which burrowed themselves into the river to be found many, many years later. They glistened in the sunlight, reflecting the beautiful rays into that vibrant blue water. She eventually wiped her tears, sure within her heart that her husband would return soon. And as she turned around, she found herself standing before Thor and Loki. Thor, the god of lightning, thunder, and storms, with a magic hammer called Mjolnir, and Loki, a shape-shifting god. Thor revealed that he awakened that day just to find his powerful hammer missing. Desperate to find the compelling weapon, he asked to borrow Freya's cloak. Freya agreed, handing her cloak over to Thor and wishing him well. She urged Loki, the trickster, to be on his best behavior, and he reciprocated with the same advice, knowing that Freya enjoyed having fun just as much as he did. Loki and Thor took off using Freya's feather cloak. As they glided over the 9 lands, they marveled at the views below them. It was a beautiful, magical land here, full of fjords, mountains, and lush meadows, though none were quite as beautiful as Freya's. They landed in the land of Jotunheimr, or, as some knew it, the land of giants. The land of giants was one of the most troubling lands, a land of snow-capped mountains, thick forests, and large systems of caves that seemed to stretch on and on. Upon landing, Thor and Loki made their way through the thick forest. The sun filtered in through the thick trees, giving the entire forest a strange, otherworldly feel. Thor and Loki were both on edge, unsure of what could lie before them. And yet, Thor felt the familiar old magic tingling deep within him. He was certain that his hammer was here somewhere. Just then, he spotted Thrymr, a giant sitting atop a mound. Thrymr raised his brow at the gods in a curious way, prompting Thor to approach him. Thor asked if he had seen his hammer. To his surprise, Thrymr revealed that he had indeed seen his hammer, because it was he who hid it. He buried it deep, deep within the earth, in a place where Thor would never be able to find it. Enraged, Thor demanded that he must have his hammer back. Thrymr told Thor that he would give him the location, but on one condition. Thrymr wanted Freya's hand in marriage. Sensing there was no other way out of this, Thor traveled back to Freya. When Thor and Loki returned to Freya, they presented her cape to her. Freya accepted it with a smile, but became confused when she realized that Thor didn't have his hammer with him. He revealed Thrymr's request and suggested that Freya put on a bride's headdress so they could take her back to Thrymr. Freya looked upon Thor in disbelief. She, a powerful and wise goddess, could not believe that Thor thought she would give herself up for his hammer. She raged, something fairly out of character for her, stamping her foot and yelling at the gods so loudly that the entire hall of the gods shook with a vengeance. Even her prized necklace fell from her neck because she was so upset. Sensing this was not going to work, Thor and Loki found themselves unsure of their next move. Freya suggested they assemble a meeting with the other gods and goddesses to find a solution. After several propositions, many of which suggested Freya go through with the wedding, Freya and the god of foreknowledge had another suggestion. Thor could dress up covering his face with a veil and wedding attire and marry Thrymr, posing as Freya. Freya was delighted by this idea, happy to get back at Thor for his earlier proposal. With no other options, Thor was forced to agree. But, of course, he needed a maid. Freya gleefully reminded them, so Loki was chosen to pose as one. Thor put on Freya's wedding dress and veil with her help, and headed to the hall. Upon his arrival, Thrymr was shocked to see just how much mead and food Freya could put away. There was something odd about the goddess, something he just couldn't place. When he made a move to kiss Freya for the first time, Thor's powerful eyes beneath the veil terrified him. Finally, after tricking Thrymr, Thor was able to regain his hammer. He thanked Freya for her assistance, relieved to have his powerful weapon back and have things back in balance. once yet again. Freya congratulated the god, smiling to herself at what he had to go through. She was relieved that for the most part, the gods respected her power. After all, she was the goddess who brought magic to the gods. She was one of the oldest gods, and to many, she was the kindest. After Thor left, Freya went back to scouting her field for new fallen warriors to welcome. When she'd encounter them, she made sure the first thing they'd see was a smile, and soon after, one of the first things they'd hear would be laughter. As she encountered more warriors that day by the edge of the river, she encouraged them to observe the animals move along the river with her. They stood for a long while, watching as the deer scrambled across the glacial waters, and the cats rolled in the dirt along the river's banks. It was a peaceful life, a life of joy and hope. And to the fallen warriors, it was paradise. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel back in time to ancient Greece to explore the moonlit landscape with Hecate, the goddess of necromancy, the moon, and the night. Ancient Greece was a land unlike any other, overflowing with titans and Olympians, monsters and beauties, darkness and light. It was a place flourishing with stories, constantly weaving new ones at every turn. There was war and laughter and peace and joy, and there was family and nature. Not all of the goddesses and magic wielders resided on Mount Olympus. Many of them lived in a constant state of flux, traveling the land across the seas, journeying far into the mountains, sailing to distant islands, going wherever their magic took them. Yes, there were many free goddesses and gods that wandered the countryside, carrying their magic with them. But there were few as free and as magical as Hecate, the goddess of necromancy, the moon, and the night. Hecate was the daughter of the god of destruction, and Asteria, the Titan goddess of fallen stars and divination. Fortunately, she took after her mother, finding a sense of belonging in the stars, in magic, and in the spirits around her. Specifically, in comforting the spirits around her. Hecate would awaken every day, just as the sun sunk below the horizon. Some days, she would awaken underneath the shelter of cedar and pine trees, tucked away in a grove far from civilization. Other days, she would awaken in long forgotten cabins in the woods, where she would start crackling fires in fireplaces and wait for the cool night to wash over the land. But no matter where she was, she would awaken with a great feeling of belonging and of hope. She would shrug the blankets off of herself and look up to the sky as it transitioned from day to night. The pinks, purples, blues, and oranges of the sunset would gradually grow darker and darker and darker still. The cornflower swaths of sky became navy. The lilac swaths became indigo. The fire-tinged clouds became dark and muted like cedar. Then, the earth would begin to reflect the sky. The creatures of the day would nestle into their nests, silent for the remainder of the night. The birds would sing the last few notes of their song, a few stragglers singing into the air until silence washed across the land. Then, the crickets would begin to sing. The frogs would peep up from their peaceful ponds. It was a high-pitched melody, one filled with rhythm that seemed to make the whole landscape sway as it drifted further and further into night. It was only then that Hecate would rise from her humble bed for the night. She would form her plant and star-embellished quilt into a tight roll and tie it to her back, along with a few other items she carried along with her. She was, after all, a traveler, a magical nomad in this beautiful land of strange and wondrous things. She always carried a book. When she was finished, she would often trade her book with a fellow traveler before pressing on, soothed by the reality that she would be reading the same words that the stranger had read only days before. She carried a small collection of herbs and trinkets, all picked to help her perform spells when it was needed. And, most important of all, she carried 2 torches. These torches represented the mark that she would leave on the world. And when those who were lost would spot them, they would instantly know they were saved. Because Hecate didn't just aimlessly wander the woods like many others did. She wandered the woods looking for those who were wandering aimlessly. She wandered the woods looking for lost souls, dead or alive, with the intention of bringing them to wherever they belonged and soothing them along the way. It was her role in the world, one that she took on with great pride. And on one brilliant fall night, Hecate had a premonition that would change the course of her life. It was the first cold night of the fall, When Hecate awakened as the sun set, she could hear the leaves crinkling against one another in the brisk air. Here, high in the mountains, the touch of autumn was a colorful one, a welcomed one. She sat up and rolled up her sleeping bag, thankful to see that this night was going to be a bright one, a wonderful one, because tonight there was a full moon. As the goddess of the moon, Hecate felt a serene power wash over her as she sat in the moonlight. She knew what she had to do. She meandered to the nearest stream, a mountain stream where the water was cool and invigorating, and she stepped down into it. She reveled in the feeling of the smoothness of the rocks, of the coolness of the water. She tilted her head back as she stepped further into the river. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4. With each step, she felt more connected to the landscape around her and more connected to the moon. Bathing in that river in the moonlight brought her a sense of peace and belonging that few will experience in their lifetime. Hecate felt her abilities growing stronger. As the goddess of necromancy, she was not just connected with both the living and the dead, but she was also a soothsayer. Often, the future would come to her in hazy waves, giving her just enough information to inform her journey and bring comfort to others. But tonight, with the moon as bright and full as it was, and the water as cool and comforting as it was, her visions became as clear as the river she was standing in. As she gazed out at the silver-tinged water around her, a vision played out before her. It was a lost soul. A lost soul looking for belonging, looking for comfort. But this wasn't just any lost soul. It was a Greek goddess. As smoothly as the vision came to Hecate, it disappeared before her, drifting away in the breeze, as though it had merely been a thick blanket of fog on the forest floor. Hecate rose out of the water, carrying a sense of peace and dignity inside her. She loved her task of bringing mortals, gods, and goddesses comfort, and tonight it appeared that she would certainly be doing just that. She wandered back to her camp, carefully packing up her belongings and slinging them on her back, fastening them comfortably against her shoulders with a thick leather strap that smelled of sage and rosemary. Then she extended her fingers into the dark night air. She pulsed them slightly, closing her eyes with a great deal of focus. From her fingertips, sparks flickered alive, illuminating the forest around her in a soft flash of orange and yellow. The sparks caught on her 2 torches and ignited. She wrapped her hands around the familiar torches. It was her task every night, meandering through the forests and mountains, with the torches held before her, urging all who were lost to follow her towards the light, towards their future. As she walked, she kept her eyes closed. She loved the sound of her boots pressing into the damp soil, the click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, as she wove through the trees and down gentle slopes. It was as if she was creating a song with the forest around her. Chirps and croaks with her clicks and clacks, clicks and clacks, clicks and clacks. Finally, she opened her eyes, taking in the beautiful sight of the landscape changing around her. In the day, all things are visible, but at night, there was room for interpretation, room for wonder. As she walked, carrying the light with her, the world around her shifted. Rounded shadows turned into rocks. Shadows danced between trees as she passed by. Water and cobwebs glowed in a gossamer of orange, red, and yellow as they reflected the light of her torch in a ghostly, otherworldly manner. That was one of the many reasons Hecate loved the night, though there were several other reasons. Hecate was never awake during the daytime, and she had no desire to be. She longed to be in the stillness of night, when the world slowed down and life seemed to move the way it was intended. There were no obligations at night, no busyness in the world. It was simply her and nature, her and other travelers, her and the lost souls. She could connect to everyone during these hours of night. The darkness provided a layer of protection for everyone, a veil that made vulnerability feel more accessible. And that's the way that Hecate preferred to live, authentic and vulnerable. That's why, on that night, when she rounded a corner into a moonlit meadow, she felt a small smile cross her face. In the center of the meadow was a soul, not alive, seemingly lost and stuck in place. It was a ghostly form of a human, a haze in the dark night that you would miss if you were not looking closely enough. And still, Hecate could see the concern on the soul's face. She walked toward the soul, exuding warmth and a maternal energy most reserved for their own children. But for Hecate, these lost souls were her children. She stepped closer, illuminating the soul with her 2 torches. "Hello, my child. Are you lost?" Hecate asked, her words sweet and slow like warm honey. The soul, a young woman, nodded at Hecate. "I must be. I don't know where I am." The soul's voice was tinged with the weight of her concern and worry. In the light of the torches and the moon, Hecate could see that tears were starting to form in her eyes. So, Hecate did something only she could do. She reached forward and placed a gentle hand on the girl's cheek. The soul flinched at Hecate's touch for a moment, surprised, but then she sunk into the moment with gratitude. "It's been very long since I've been held," the soul said. "Well, you won't have to worry about that much longer, my dear. I will guide you to the place where you belong," Hecate replied. The soul looked relieved by that, so Hecate led the soul down the winding path through the meadow. In the light of the moon, the wildflowers flourishing in the sweet grass became entirely visible. The soul gazed out at them in wonder, a look of serenity washing away the tension she had been carrying only moments ago. "Would you like to take one with you? There are flowers where you're going, but perhaps you'd like one to remember this place by." The soul nodded eagerly at Hecate's suggestion. Hecate leaned down and plucked the most beautiful flower she could find. It was a lupine, its brilliant purple buds, almost silver and otherworldly this time of the night. With care, Hecate tucked the flower behind the soul's ear. The soul touched the flower in disbelief. Hecate gave her a warm smile, urging her to take care of the lupine. As they made their way through the forest, Hecate reassured the soul that everything was going to be just fine. Where she was going was a marvelous place, a place of rolling meadows and souls at peace as far as the eye could see. Hecate told the soul that many people get lost along their way, but it is all part of the journey. By the time they reached one of the gates to the underworld, the soul was already at peace, looking forward to the next step on her journey. The gate to the underworld looked completely different than many would envision. Truly, the underworld was not a place of darkness, of punishment, of negativity. It was a place much like our own. The gate was a tunnel tucked at the edge of a forest, like a natural cave. The whole thing was coated in vibrant green moss and ferns, which swayed as the breeze wove through the cavern and out into the world. Flowers surrounded it, each one more beautiful than the last. And though you could feel the power of the place, there was also a sense of calm in the forest. The crickets and frogs seemed to be quieter here. Hecate squeezed the soul's hands and gave her a smile before she asked, "Perhaps you would like a drink before you go?" Hecate knelt down in the soft, aromatic grass and started a small fire. She set down a tea kettle atop the flames, filling the water within it with lavender, honey, and chamomile. The fragrant steam rose into the night, weaving between the trees and the flowers. Hecate poured a cup for the soul and handed it to her gently, being sure to squeeze her hand reassuringly as she did so. The soul sipped the tea, grateful to have a drink of something familiar after her long, strange journey. They sat for an hour sipping tea and watching the night sky overhead. The full moon seemed to glisten even brighter above them, lighting their vulnerable moment of connection and happiness. Then the time came. The soul stepped into the cavern and sat atop the boat on the river Styx. Hecate waved to her with a smile on her face, knowing that the soul was heading to the Elysian fields, a place of unvarying joy, peace, and happiness. Hecate began to pack up her things yet again, a smile dancing on her lips. There was another soul at peace now, one less person lost in the foggy woods of this land. Looking up at the moon, she knew there was still time to find another, to bring someone else the comfort that they deserved. She slung her items back over her back and journeyed back to the meadow that she had found the soul in earlier that night. For a moment, she stopped just to smell the flowers and breathe in their fragrance mixed with the smells of the midnight air. She felt most fully herself in these moments of solitude, when it just seemed to be her, the moon, and the earth around her. Only, this time, Hecate was not alone. Across the meadow, the silhouette of a beautiful woman meandered through the flowers. Hecate watched as this mystery woman turned her gaze to the sky more than once, twirling and reveling at the cosmos overhead. Hecate stepped closer to the woman. Not only was she drawn to her beauty and spirit, but Hecate noticed something else about the woman. There was a kind of power exuding from her, the kind of power that few people on earth possessed, unless that person was a goddess. The mystery woman, however, didn't seem to notice Hecate at first. She dipped her hands down into the meadow, plucking flowers gently and holding them closer to her nose, breathing their scent in deeply. It was only when Hecate was a few feet before her that she noticed who this beautiful, strange woman was. It was Persephone, goddess of spring, daughter of Zeus and Demeter, And if there was anything Hecate knew about Demeter, it's that she wouldn't be happy that her daughter was wandering in the night without her. "Does your mother know you're here, Persephone?" Hecate asked, a friendly smile on her face. Persephone nodded with respect at Hecate, though there was a mischievous glint in her eyes. Perhaps, perhaps not. Well, rest assured, I will not be the one to tell her, Hecate replied. Persephone bowed slightly with gratitude. The two sat in the meadow together for quite some time. They were not close, but not strangers. And truly, Hecate knew much more than she would ever admit to Persephone. As a frequent traveler between the underworld and the world of the living, Hecate was well aware that Persephone was smitten by Hades, the god of the underworld, and she deeply understood that Hades was smitten by Persephone as well. Anytime Hecate traveled through the underworld, she would catch Hades writing poetry or gazing at springtime flowers with longing. He was not a hard man to read, Hades. A misunderstood man, certainly, but not a challenging one to read. It was a secret romance, one only few were privy to, and one that even fewer would understand. Hecate, however, understood it completely. Love does not always make logical sense. It is a power that none can wield and none can control. After talking for quite some time, Hecate rose to her feet to continue looking for lost souls. Although, uncharacteristically, she was unaware that there was one before her. As Hecate stepped away, the earth before her opened up. Persephone looked around in confusion, and then, quickly, she was pulled down, 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 down into the earth. She didn't look scared, merely surprised. Hecate extended her hand, offering it to the young goddess. But Persephone merely shook her head, and then she was gone. It was only moments later that Demeter appeared, frantic. She asked Hecate where her daughter had gone, and Hecate told her the truth. She said it calmly, not trying to alarm Demeter. But Demeter was not pleased. She said her daughter had no place in the underworld, though Hecate knew this wasn't true. She promised to lead Demeter to the underworld to see her daughter. She was, after all, a guide of lost souls. And it wasn't Persephone who was lost at the moment. Hecate meandered down, 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 down the familiar trail, humming to herself along the way. Demeter was on edge, but Hecate's energy gradually seemed to calm her down. As they entered the underworld, Demeter looked around with concern. There were holes in the ceiling, skylights looking up into the world above. Moonlight poured in through them, illuminating the mossy, fern-coated cavern walls in a silvery light. Hecate had always found it beautiful, otherworldly, perhaps the closest physical representation of magic that one could see. After they crossed the river Styx, they traveled up, 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 up a winding path until they reached the home of Hades himself. Hecate greeted him with a bow and a smile. "Nice to see you again, Hades." Hades bowed back. "And you, Hecate?" Then, with less enthusiasm, he asked, "What brings you here, Demeter?" Overwhelmed, Demeter demanded to know where her daughter was. "Have you hurt her?" she asked, her voice wavering with accusation and worry. Hecate watched as Hades' face fell. In a wounded tone, he told Demeter, "I would never dream of hurting Persephone. I will never hurt her for as long as I live." Hecate knew this to be true, but Demeter wasn't so certain. That is when Persephone stepped into the room. She gave her mother a smile, welcoming her to the underworld, and in the palm of her hand was a pomegranate. It glowed bright red in the darkness of the room. Hecate felt a wave of understanding wash over her. She knew what that pomegranate meant. Persephone had eaten the seeds in the underworld, and because of that, she would have to live here for good. Demeter was not pleased. She accused Hades of trapping her daughter, of forcing her to be his bride. But Hecate knew better. The pomegranate gave Persephone an inexcusable reason to be down here. She could be with her love, regardless of her mother's preference. Hades struck a deal with Demeter, sensing that she would not budge on her opinion. For half of the year, she could have Persephone up in the human world, and for the other half, Persephone would reside home in the underworld with him. Demeter was not pleased, but having no other option, she agreed. With the wave of his hand, Hades dismissed Demeter, sending her back to the surface with his magic. Yet, Hecate remained. And when Hecate looked at Persephone's face, she knew why. Persephone was a lost soul. This moment was one of happiness, but it was also a big change. Hecate and Persephone sat down along the river, illuminated by a sliver of moonlight that beamed through the surface overhead. Persephone wasn't used to the underworld. She had only been here for a couple of hours, and she already felt out of place. How could she grow to love this place as much as she loved Hades? Hecate took Persephone's hand in her own. In her calm, soothing tone, she told Persephone that she would always have a friend in Hecate. She would visit her whenever Persephone wanted, and she could show Persephone how to walk the line between homesickness and belonging. It was something she was well versed in, after all. For several months, Hecate did just that. She would awaken in the night, light her torches, and meander through the underworld, looking for lost souls. When she found them, she would lead them over the mountains and through the woods until they reached the underworld. Only now, Hecate would join them as they crossed the river and traveled deeper into the underworld. Once the soul was happily where they belonged, Hecate would head to the palace to find Persephone. There, Hecate would hand Persephone bouquets of flowers gathered from the surface. She would light a brilliant fire and serve Persephone teas and potions that brought her great comfort. It was Hecate's job to help lost souls, but as she grew closer and closer to Persephone, she realized that she, too, had been lost. For so long, she had embraced her life of solitude under the moon. She forged deep connections with the lost souls she found, only to send them on their way and never see them again within the span of a few hours. But with Persephone, things were different. Hecate talked to her about the beauty of the land, about her long nights helping lost souls, about her abilities to see the future. And as she told Persephone these things, she felt free. It was her first friendship. Hades, too, would join their conversations on occasion. He expressed great gratitude to Hecate for making his wife feel at home. Truly, her happiness was his greatest joy in life. And as the months passed, it became clear that Persephone was incredibly happy. Overwhelmed with bliss over his new life with Persephone, Hades extended a gift to Hecate. It was her own home in the underworld, a place where she could stay, a place where she wouldn't have to be a traveler. He knew she wouldn't stay there all the time, but he extended it as an offer to her. She, too, was family. And if she ever wanted to visit any of the lost souls who she had led to a peaceful life in the underworld, she was more than welcome to do so. Hecate was touched by this. She had never had a home before, nor a real family since she struck out on her own. And though it was far from traditional, Hades, Persephone, and the lost souls that she had saved felt like her family. Hecate continued on her mission, wandering through the fog-shrouded woods to help souls find their way, soaking in the power of the moon every night. It's said that you can still feel the warmth of Hecate's love when you step out into the night air. The kiss of the moon, the comfort that can be found in that stillness. It is all a gift from Hecate, reminding you that you belong, and if you are lost, she is always there to help you find your way. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey that will take us to the beautiful, diverse, magical landscape of ancient Egypt. There, we will follow the sun god Ra as he sails his golden chariot across the sky with Bastet, his daughter, as his protector. We will join her as she takes form as a cat and travels into the underworld of Egypt, where the main threat to her father and her people lies sleeping. In the old days of ancient Egypt, the pantheon of Egyptian gods was vast and complex. As such a long-reigning people and culture, the gods morphed and changed over time, their stories evolving with the evolution and growth of people themselves. And yet, the qualities of Bastet have never strayed, never changed. Bastet was regarded by many as a heavenly figure with a human body and a cat head. Her sleek black head shimmered in the light of the sun, and the glow of her feline eyes struck either fear or warmth into those she regarded, depending on her feelings for them. Like a cat, she was graceful, protective, and gentle. But in moments where it was needed, she could be fierce, cunning, and quick. She was a god that was not to be messed with, and when you look at her lineage, it is easy to see why. Bastet was said to be the daughter of perhaps the most well-known god of all, Ra, the god of the sun. It was Ra who brought light and prosperity to the people of Egypt by riding his chariot across the morning sky, painting the crop fields and homes with the nurturing warmth of the sun. Ra's job was an important one he took incredibly seriously. The people of Egypt were grateful for Ra, for they knew without him, the land would be shrouded in darkness, and their crops would fail. Every morning, Bastet awakened well before the sun rose. When she opened her eyes to face the day, she was often doing so to a soundtrack of crickets singing into the crisp night air. Though her father was the god of the sun, Bastet found a kind of peace in the nighttime that she couldn't find any other time. Some early early mornings, she would sit at the edge of her window and gaze out at the landscape, drenched in the light of the moon and stars. She loved the way the sycamore fig trees and the acacia trees looked in the shroud of shadows, the way their dewy leaves caught droplets of moonlight and reflected them back at her. Sometimes she just liked the gentleness of the night, the serenity that it brought, the way it allowed her to drop her cloak of power and soak in the peace of a moment. Just like a cat, she had a gentleness to her, a nurturing spirit that meant she longed for hours where she could sit, gaze out the window, and ponder the world around her. She loved the beauty of Egypt, the sweeping hills, meandering rivers, the long stretches of golden sand and soil, and soon she was going to see it from an entirely different angle. Knowing that morning was due, Bastet tiptoed out of her room. Her footsteps were nearly silent to all who were near her, allowing her to sink down the hall and out into the night unseen. Not even her father, Ra, could sense when she was walking behind him. And that morning, he certainly did not. Bastet slinked through the night, meandering under a grove of palms and fig trees. She breathed in deeply, savoring the aroma of the sleek leaves bathed in the dew of the night air. There was a sweetness to the plants that lifted her soul and her spirit, a sweetness that reminded her of all the beauty awaiting her when she returned home. She slipped behind her father and greeted him by chiming, "A little late this morning, aren't we, Father?" The great god himself jumped just a hair. He let out a roaring laugh at the sight of his daughter behind him, telling her jokingly that it wasn't fair to sneak up on innocent people like that. Bastet responded that she couldn't help it, although, deep down, there was nothing she loved more. Before her father sat his chariot, manned jet, also known as the boat of a million years. The manned jet was a barge carved of the finest, strongest wood in all of Egypt. The edges of the boat were encased with flakes of gold and intricate writing that told about the power and greatness of Ra. Every single day, it was this vessel that Ra sailed in to bring sunlight across the land. And every morning, it was Bastet that accompanied him in order to make sure he was protected. Ra knew the power his daughter possessed, and he knew that as the goddess of protection, she would undoubtedly ensure that he was safe and the people of Egypt got to feel the light of the sun right on schedule. Bastet climbed into the boat with her father. It was one of her favorite things in the world. The feeling of taking off in the boat using her father's magic Slowly, Ra used an oar to propel them forward. With ease, they drifted up into the dark sky. Behind them was a solid wall of golden light, the light of the sun, the light that they were bringing to the world. Bastet leaned forward in the boat, marveling at the beauty of the world just below her. The boat cut through the sky with ease, lacing through it like a needle through a soft cloth. And down below, the world became a painting of entire towns, lives, and vast expanses of beautiful countryside. Watching as the sun splashed across the land was Bastet's favorite thing. She watched the curved line of golden sun as it raced across the landscape below them, illuminated the darkened palette into one of pinks, yellows, and oranges. Houses that could only be seen in the darkness because of a flickering lamp by the window were brought to life in the light of the sun. Bastet could see the people of Egypt as they flew, and that alone brought her much joy. She watched as farmers emerged from their quaint homes to tend to their flock. Often, their children excitedly raced behind them, giggling and playing with one another. Sometimes, she'd find herself smiling as children rolled down hills and splashed in puddles, greeting the day with their endlessly joyful and happy hearts. It brought her much peace, knowing that she was helping protect these people. The light of the sun was giving them a way to survive, a way to thrive in a landscape that was, at times, unforgiving. Bastet leaned over the edge of the barge as they crested just over a mountaintop. The craggy peak was always the most marvelous change in the entire landscape. The mountain seemed to change shape as the sun rose up over it slowly, 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 painting it in a mosaic of colors, second to second. It was a spectacle, watching its form shift and evolve as the light bathed the hidden cracks and valleys in the golden hue. And when they passed over the mountain, there was something Bastet loved to see even more deeply. In the valley just beyond the mountain, a tiny little farmhouse sat at the edge of fields and forest. It was an oasis in an expanse of desert, a slice of paradise that Bastet herself wouldn't mind visiting. But it wasn't the farm alone that made Bastet's heart leap. It was the people who lived there. A father and a daughter, much like Ra and Bastet. The daughter was no older than 12, and though she was tiny, she was eagerly out in the fields working with her father. It didn't matter how heavy the scythe was or how little her legs were. She wanted to work just as much as her father did. She followed him around like a shadow, giggling and sneaking up on him on occasion. Sometimes the father would scoop up his daughter and swing her around, smiling to himself. This morning in particular, the sight before Bastet brought her a feeling of warmth and comfort. The father twirled his daughter and wrapped her around his back, running through the fields with her as fast as she could. Bastet swore she could hear the laughter from her perch in the barge. She was so mesmerized by it, so enthralled, that she didn't notice the darkness creeping up behind the boat. The boat rocked with a sudden wave of energy, and as it did, Bastet's heart sunk. She knew there was only one God, only one being powerful and brash enough to do something like that to Ra, his brother, Apep. And as they sank below the horizon, where the sun set for the day, it was clear that they were being attacked. Apep was the god of chaos, a being shaped like a snake with a head made of flint, and the nickname of Opposer of Light, Opposer of Ra. He was the antithesis of Ra, and his power could mean the end of the world. While Ra thrived in bringing light to the people of the world, Apep desired nothing more than to shroud them in darkness, madness, and chaos. Bastet steadied herself as the boat rocked with the power of Apep. Desperate to protect her father, she lunged at him, knocking him down to the ground. The snake coiled and hissed at her, its eyes brimming with frustration, with drive that Bastet knew could mean the end of the earth. Apep lashed out one more time, teeth drawn, and before Bastet could cast him aside, he snapped at her father, dropping him to his knees. Bastet raced to the side of her father and cradled him in her arms, her eyes frantically filling with tears. As quickly as he came, Apep disappeared. Bastet knew that he was descending to the underworld, back where he lived. But the underworld wasn't enough for him. In recent years, it became clear that Apep would stop at nothing to take over, even if it meant harming his own brother. Bastet and Ra landed in their usual spot. Bastet leapt from the boat with her usual grace, her voice tinged with concern as she asked her father if he was okay. He confidently replied that he was fine, but that it seems Apep was growing more and more bold with every minute that passed. If he set out to take down Ra, to stop him from bringing his chariot of light to the land, the people of Egypt would suffer. Bastet's mind flickered to that peaceful family. She could see flashes of the young girl smiling, of the girl racing with her father through the evergreen fields, tucked away in the sea of sand. Even from the sky, she felt the love of them, the idea of them suffering, of him not being able to provide food for his daughter. It was too much for Bastet. Her father could see a light ignite in his daughter's eyes, a light that he knew he had no chance at extinguishing. And yet, in a stern tone, he warned Bastet not to do anything without him. They would solve this together. But Bastet knew that couldn't be done. She couldn't put her father, and by extension the world, at risk. She gave her father a warm smile, kissed him on the cheek, and assured him he had nothing to worry about. With a spring in her step to make things more convincing, Bastet headed off to her room for the night, or so her father thought. Filled with a flurry of emotions, Bastet sat in her windowsill for quite some time, soaking in the light of the moon and savoring the taste of the invigorating night air. She knew what she had to do, and though it wouldn't be easy, she was confident that she could do it. Bastet closed her eyes. A warmth spread across her whole body, and when she opened them, her view of the world was wildly different, because now she didn't just have the head of a cat. She had the body of a cat as well. It was a form she didn't often slip into, but when it was necessary, it was both useful and a delight. She leapt up onto the windowsill with ease. In the glow of the moon, she stretched her limbs to ready herself for the journey ahead. Stretching felt incomparably wonderful as a cat. Her tail twitched as she lunged her back legs away, stretching as far as her body would allow. Her mouth opened into a big, sleepy yawn, and with that, she set off into the night. It took her a moment to get used to her legs. Thankfully, she was a being that was graced with gracefulness, and in no time, she was gliding through the city as a cat, unseen by everyone around her. The view of the world through the eyes of a cat was perhaps the most mesmerizing Bastet had ever encountered. Everything around her seemed to touch the sky, and the little things she didn't often notice came into view clearly. As she passed a courtyard, she took a second to admire the grass that looked more like a forest than a lawn to her. The blades of evergreen grass swayed back and forth in front of her, dancing in the gentle breeze that smelled of palm fronds and fruit markets that had been packed up for the night. And through the labyrinth of grass, Bastet could see dewdrops clinging to the leaves. In the dewdrops, the reflection of the moon glistened, bright and unwavering. bringing a sense of peace and comfort over her. She could see the ladybugs and crickets moseying through the grass, working their way through their own network of homes and cities that so often goes unnoticed beneath our feet. Bastet soaked in the beauty of the moment. She knew the world was beautiful and vast, full of things she could hardly even comprehend. But this only added to her marvel with the universe. Knowing she had a mission to do, Bastet continued on, weaving in and out of the legs of passers-by. Several people looked down at her, their eyes igniting with delight as they reached down to pet her. Though she embraced being a cat, she embraced being a god as well. She dodged the touch of people, much to their disappointment. Cats were deeply loved and respected in ancient Egypt, seen as extensions of Bastet herself. They were praised for their companionship and their ability to keep mice at bay. Bastet continued along the city streets, trying to stay focused on her goal. But every step offered a new way of seeing the world, an entirely new perspective. Tiny flowers springing up through the pathway were no longer something to tread on without notice. They were something eye level, something to marvel at and deeply appreciate. Bastet brushed through the stray flowers growing up through the soil, her body sleekly winding around them as she made her way to the outskirts of the city. As she emerged from the city into the forest, a strange feeling washed over her. At this size, the forest trees towered over her like great monoliths. Something as simple as a leaf falling was enough to draw your attention. The way the moon looked through the branches of the trees was breathtaking and fulfilling. Wanting to stray from the ground and go somewhere safer, Bastet leapt into the trees overhead. The freedom she felt springing easily from branch to branch was completely unmatched. The way her body flew through the air made her feel immensely powerful and immensely connected to the beauty of the world around her. Her claws allowed her to securely grab every branch she landed on, and as she landed, she often sent a flurry of leaves sailing down, down, down to the forest floor below. Flying through the forest, unseen and with such grace, only gave Bastet more confidence in the mission that lay ahead for her. She made her way to the edge of the forest. In the distance, she could see the cave she was seeking, the cave that led to the underworld where Apep resided. Coming in her human form would have, without a doubt, alerted Apep to her presence, but slinking in steady and secretively in her cat form, meant she stood a chance against a pep. The element of surprise is, indeed, a powerful one, and Bastet was certain she could use it to her advantage. She made her way to the cave. Her black fur blended into the shadows along the wall, concealing her as she descended deeper and deeper and deeper still into the underworld. It was a place that few of the gods or goddesses dared to go. But Bastet was not afraid. She crept through the shadows in her cat form until she came upon a pep. Nighttime is when a pep thrived, and he certainly was tonight. He slithered around the cave, muttering to himself as he tried to come up with a plan for defeating Rhea. As he spoke of his plans and his attention, Bastet knew she couldn't waste any time. In a flash, she transformed into her usual form. With her staff, she attacked a pep before he even realized what was going on. But Bastet was strong and wildly powerful. In a flurry of movement shrouded by the darkness of the cave, Bastet came out victorious. A pep had been slayed, and the future of the Egyptians had been saved from the danger of a world with no sun. As soon as Bastet emerged from the cave, her father greeted her. He had felt a great disturbance, and when he discovered Bastet had gone, he had no doubt where she would be. Bastet embraced her father, assuring him that he would not have to worry about a pep any longer. Rhea was relieved. He wrapped his arms around his daughter, holding her to his chest. He was not certain why he was blessed with a protector as strong, intelligent, and graceful as his daughter, but he was thankful every single day that he was. With night coming to an end, the two traveled back to their home where the chariot awaited them. The damage from a pep's attack could still be seen, marring the side of the beautiful vessel, but it didn't make Rhea upset. He saw it as a reminder of what his daughter had done for not only him, but for the world. The two made their way into the chariot, and as the last hints of night faded away, they took to the skies. Once more, Bastet gazed down at the landscape in wonder. The light trailing behind them had an even deeper meaning now. When something is nearly lost, the importance of it truly becomes clear. Bastet held her father's hand and smiled as they effortlessly sailed through the world. Every new mountain they crested, every home they passed, felt like a home that they had saved. And soon, they came to Bastet's favorite farm in the whole world. She craned over the edge of the boat to get a good view of the lives she had saved. lives that meant the world to her. Down below, just like every morning, the father and daughter emerged from the farmhouse. But this morning, something miraculous happened. The little girl pointed up at the sky, and Bastet could swear she was pointing right at the vessel. The father followed the girl's finger and marveled at the sky with her. For a long moment, they hovered there in an embrace, admiring the sky as another father and daughter painted it with brilliant colors. When the father and daughter faded into the distance, Bastet felt a wave of peace and belonging and accomplishment engulf her. She had helped save that family and her family. Now, every ride through the night sky would be a peaceful one. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel back to the times of creation of the gods and goddesses, and follow Nyx, the goddess of the night, on her journey to make the world what it is today. We will travel through Tartarus to find light in the darkness that is her cave. We will journey through wildflower-peppered meadows as we bring the mist of night across the land with Nyx on her daily trip. And, most of all, we will find the peace and comfort that night brings. In the beginning, before Zeus and Hera, before Hecate, before Athena and Aphrodite and Persephone, there was chaos. There was no heaven nor earth. There was just the void that was chaos. It was a field of mass and energy, a swirling stew of shadowy power that existed, surrounded by nothing. Imagine swirling clouds of gray, purple, and black, sparkling and twinkling as they glide around one another, iridescent, powerful, and wonderful. This was chaos, and from chaos, everything else was created. The whole world was created. From chaos, marvels were crafted. Gaia, the earth, Tartarus, the deep underworld where souls were judged after death, and Eros, love. Soon after, as Gaia gave birth to everything beautiful in the world, two more figures would form from chaos. Erebus, the god of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of night. They would be two of the most powerful, feared, and important gods in Greek mythology, though their names were often lost to the sands of time. As the world slowly came to be under the power of these gods and goddesses, balance came with it. Nyx and Erebus gave birth to Hemera, personification of day, and Ether, personification of the upper sky. And with their creation, Nyx could finally serve the role she was sent to the earth to fulfill. Every night, as Ether and Hemera began to tire, dusk would fall upon the land. It was one of Nyx's favorite times of day. She would emerge from her home in Tartarus every day and climb to the highest mountain peak she could find, just to sit and marvel at it, even if only for a moment. She would watch in awe as the fading daylight painted the landscape in tones that seemed too beautiful to even exist. Green mountains were transformed into canvases of marigold, sandstone, amber, and bronze. Winding rivers that had spent hours reflecting the beautiful blue of the clear summer sky were transformed into something else entirely. The colors of the setting sun splashed across them, painting meandering rivers with orange, pink, purple, and gold. They seemed to carry with them the magic of the day as they laced through the beautiful countryside before releasing their colors onto the sea, which was perhaps the most stunning sight of them all. As the sun set, causing the colors to shimmy their way down the landscape further and further, Nyx would take notice of what the people and animals in the landscape would do. Sometimes Nyx would creep down the mountaintop and peek at the people coming in from the fields from behind the shadows of the trees, just so she could get a closer look. Men and women would journey in from the lush fields full of flourishing crops. Sometimes they would have hay or bushels of wheat piled on their backs. Other days, they would be carrying armfuls of fresh veggies, asparagus, leeks, and cabbage, all of which looked ripe and ready to be made into a nice warm stew for the night. Nyx would breathe in the aroma of the fields, of the hard day's work, the earthy aroma of the loam, the sweetness and freshness of the vines, the soothing scent of the fennel, thyme, and oregano that had been set in baskets to dry. It was all magical to her to watch humans make their way from the land with such a bounty. And then the fathers and mothers would pile into their houses, where their children would greet them with hugs of pure affection and love. Nyx would smile at them, admiring the connection the people had managed to forge in this beautiful world. She'd breathe in the scent of their nightly cooking, leek and other stews, overflowing with fresh veggies and herbs and grains. Sometimes Nyx would sit down just outside the window, hiding in the shade of the house as she listened to the families eat together. Sure, Nyx had a family of her own, but this was something special, something normal and simple. She heard how much they appreciated every scoop of stew that they piled into their handmade bowls. She thought about how the light of her daughter and her son had allowed those plants to flourish and grow, had allowed this family to create a life where they could find joy in such simplicity. Normally, by the time the family she chose to follow finished dinner, it was time for Nyx to do her job. She would hurry through the woods, her feet gliding their way through the slowly cooling grass with ease. On the way back to the mountain top, she'd watch as the animals of the forest hurried to settle down for the night. Deer would walk in tight circles atop the long grass, patting it down to create a soft, safe place to sleep for the night. The birds would dart and drift across the sky in beautiful arcs as they all made their way back to their cozy nests before nightfall. And when it was time for nightfall, Nyx was ready to bring it. Every single night, she would start the night atop the highest mountain peak. She would extend her hands, and like magic, she would bring the mist of the darkness with her, the veil of night. She would walk slowly, ever so slowly, her hands stretched out at her sides. Her fingers trailed through the air, catching on trees and plants as the atmosphere cooled more and more. The warmth of the day disappeared with every step she took, and in its place, brisk, refreshing air began to form. But there was one night in particular where the true magic of her role in the world became apparent to Nyx. A night she would never forget. It started like all the others. She outstretched her hands and brought with her a mist of darkness. It brushed between her fingers, coating the landscape in night like a thick, dreamy fog. Nyx felt utterly at peace. The more she walked, the more silence fell upon the land. She turned her gaze up to the trees as the birds nestled up in their homes. She watched them as they closed their sleepy little eyes and burrowed their heads in one another's feathers, welcoming a night of rest and relaxation. She wondered how far they had flown that day. Had they flown to the far mountain peaks, or down to the sparkling sea? Had they grazed the tops of evergreen trees and dove down to the soil of the earth, looking for something delicious to eat? It occurred to her for the first time that her bringing this veil of night over them gave them permission to let their guard down, permission to curl up in their nests, close to the ones who cared deeply about them, and fall asleep. There were no seeds to gather, no animals to outrun. At night, they could simply be. She walked further through the forest, really listening to the soundscape wrapped around her. Gradually, the beautiful chirping of the birds grew quieter and quieter until there was no sound but the wind weaving its way through the trees. As she continued to walk, pondering deeply about the peace she had brought to the creatures, she stumbled upon another glorious sight. It was a deer. Many times on her journey into the forest to bring night to the land, she would see the deer making its bed in the tall grass beneath the trees. But today, it was different. She took in the sight of the deer as it waded into the grass. It was a tawny beauty, flecked in gorgeous spots of white that seemed to glow in the silvery moonlight, making its way through the tree canopy. It was the first time that she really realized how gentle the deer was. She saw the grace of the creature as it moved round and round to make a little home for itself in the depths of the grass. She wondered about the deer's day. She found that deer startled at the slightest noise. It wasn't their fault, nor was it a flaw. It was a way that they kept themselves alive. They often weren't safe, even in a forest as beautiful as this one. And yet, at this moment, the deer was at peace. There was a softness in the doe's big, sparkling eyes as she moved around and around, crafting a soft place to lie for the night. And as she curled up, Nyx could see the gratitude in the doe's eyes, the relief, the peace. The doe's eyes closed so slowly as the darkness of night swept over her. It was like Nyx was pulling a blanket over her stunning coat and tucking her in for a few hours of rest, where nothing mattered but how comfortable the grass was beneath her. As Nyx continued, she found herself outside of the forest, crossing through the very fields where the humans worked throughout the day to survive. She stepped over ripe vegetables flourishing on the curling vines. She waded through plumes of wheat ready to be harvested. And she found herself approaching the tiny, modest home at the edge of the field, the same home that she would often sit outside, the same home that was full of laughter and aromas of vegetable stew. As she passed the house, she really looked inside for the first time as night fell upon it. The parents were tucking their child into bed. Everyone was smiling, glowing in the warmth of flickering candlelight. They exchanged words of respect, of love, of hope for the next day to come. The parents gave the child a gentle kiss on the forehead before they curled up in a bed of their own, pulling the fluffy covers up over their tired bodies. But even after they settled into bed, their day was not over. The child told a joke, and the parents laughed and laughed, filling the entire home with joy that only laughter can bring. The parents giggled to themselves, urging their child to go to bed. But the laughter couldn't stop. Nyx found herself by the window, hesitating to watch such a wonderful display. After finishing the day, this family used the night to connect with one another, to laugh and feel at ease in a way that was hard to do during the day. And even once the child and father fell asleep, the mother was still there, watching the flickering candle with a smile on her face, embracing this downtime to simply be without any expectations. It was a magical sight, something Nyx had never considered before. With her power, many of the gods feared her. Many thought of night as synonymous with darkness, with danger, but that wasn't true. If anything, her night was synonymous with peace, with rest. She continued her journey feeling entirely refreshed, feeling even better about herself and her role in the big, beautiful world. As she walked, dew coated the grass around her feet. The air chilled more, urging the crickets to stir and sing their song into the universe. It was a song that always filled Nyx with happiness. It was the soundtrack of her daily task, the soundtrack of her journey across the land. And my, was it a journey. She made her way through those rivers that laced through the countryside, reveling at the feeling of the cool water brushing over her tired feet. She made her way over the mountains that silhouetted the landscape, taking a brief pause at the top of each one to soak in the beauty of the vista. She traveled through thick forests of cedar and pine, and lush, expansive fields of wildflowers and wheat. By the end of her journey, night had, indeed, arrived. Every night she would stop by the edge of the sparkling sea, and every night she was treated to a view that felt like a reward. On her walk, she urged stars overhead to emerge from the pitch blackness of space. By the time she reached the ocean, they would be there overhead, sparkling, glistening, thousands and thousands of brilliant glowing stars peppering the inky black sky with their grandeur. They seemed so distant, and Nyx knew they were. But some days, she swore she could reach out and brush her fingers through the sky, like skimming her fingers on top of a cosmic puddle. She wondered how the stars would feel against her fingertips. Would they know that they were born of her? That she had invited them to be, to remind the people of Earth that light was, indeed, still there? That light would find them tomorrow, and the next day, and the next. Some days, Nyx would sit at the edge of the water for quite some time. She liked watching how on clear nights, the stars would reflect in the never-ending sea that stretched to the horizon before her. It was like looking out over a massive mirror. And then it was time. On the other side of the land, dawn was destined to break soon. And with that, Nyx's job would be done, at least for a few hours. Thus began her own journey back to her home, though her home was not of the earth. Instead, it could be found deep, deep within Tartarus, accessible only to the worthy. Nyx rose to her feet, feeling revitalized by the sights she had seen that night, by the birds and the deer and the humans finding total peace as night embraced them. She, too, was looking forward to embracing peace of her own. She journeyed into the underworld and found herself standing before the river Styx. Her son, Charon, sat upon the boat, the ferry that would take the souls that were no longer living to their final destination. He was the ferryman, the man who spent all day long taking people on that final journey. He smiled at his mother and welcomed her aboard before asking how her day was. He couldn't help but notice there was a special twinkle in her eye, a lightness to her. She told her son about the birds and the doe and the humans in the field with the bountiful harvest. He listened to every word as he rode over the dark river. While many feared his mother, he simply admired her. She was a woman of great power, of even greater power than Zeus, and yet there was a gentleness to her that few people ever had the privilege of seeing. They talked for quite some time as they rode down the winding river Styx. Though for many, it wouldn't be a peaceful journey. It was home for both Charon and Nyx, until finally they reached Nyx's home. When people heard about her living in the underworld, many pictured a place of darkness and despair. But Nyx's home was anything but. It was a cave on one end of Tartarus, set back from the river. The cave wasn't dark at all. In fact, it was illuminated in the warm, golden glow of dozens of candles that all flickered eternally. There was a warmth here, even in the depths of the underworld. And there was warmth here for good reason. Nyx was not just the goddess of the night. She was an oracle. And on that day of discovery, she came home to find several people waiting for her. It was a crowd of people she knew, gods and goddesses alike, who looked at her eagerly, ready to hear what she had to say. She offered them all a warm smile, and as she made her way by them, she couldn't help but notice that day, like every day, they parted for her, giving her space to pass and make her way to her rock podium where she would speak. But Nyx wasn't ready to speak that day. Instead, she turned to the crowd and urged them to be patient. Then she disappeared deeper into her cave home. The further back she went, the darker it became. But it wasn't something she minded, because in the darkness is where she could find her light, the love of her life, Erebus. He smiled up at her, glowing in the dim light of a single candle which he was reading by. He was like a beacon to her, a lighthouse no matter the weather, no matter the storm. To what do I owe this honor? Erebus chimed before he welcomed his love into his arms with a hug. She told Erebus of her day, of the wonderful things she had seen, of the peace that their gifts of darkness and night brought to the land. Erebus listened intently, as he always did, delighted to hear that had such an effect on Nyx. They sat there in the dark with each other for quite some time. Erebus stroked Nyx's hair as they talked and relaxed, reflecting on their day together. It was something Nyx had seen the humans do countless times, but not something she allowed herself to do very often. Sitting there, wrapped in her husband's arms, it felt like heaven. When Erebus asked her about the crowd, Nyx told him the crowd could wait. After all, night was the time for rest, for reflection, and she would bring them both when she was ready. Eventually, she rose to her feet. She gave her loving husband a kiss on the cheek, lingering there for a long moment with him. Then she smiled as she walked back toward the entrance to the cave, letting her husband's loving touch fall just behind her. She emerged from the cave to find the crowd waiting there. Their eyes sparkled with hope, with promise, and Nyx knew she could bring them even more serenity. She stepped up onto her rock podium and began to speak. But when Nyx spoke, it wasn't just words. It was like music, like poetry, like a spell. No one nearby could do anything but simply gaze up at her in total and complete awe as she spoke up there, as she talked about the future and the past, as she handed wise life advice on a silver platter to everyone. The whole crowd listened to every single word as if they were in a trance. It didn't matter the night. The effect was always the same. People stared up at her, starry-eyed, amazed, comforted. She was weaving magic into the air with every phase, every word, every breath. In the back of the cave, Erebus always listened. Sometimes he would close his eyes and soak in her words, bathing in them like they were his salvation. And truly, they were. They brought him more comfort, more peace, and more happiness than anything else on earth. On that night of discovery, Nyx's speech was even more remarkable than usual. A sense of absolute serenity and calm lay over the crowd like a blanket. Some of them closed their eyes and sat on the floor as they took her words into their soul. And then she was finished. The air seemed to sparkle as she said her last few words. People surrounded her, thanking her and bowing to her. Nyx said nothing else to them, smiling instead and giving them a simple bow back. She retired to the cave, tired from a long night and ready to see her beloved. He welcomed her once more with open arms. They sat there in comfort for hours, until, eventually, Nyx knew it was time to return back up to the surface. She walked outside the cave, feeling refreshed in a way that she never had before. Her son waited for her there on the ferry with a smile. She climbed aboard, and he began to row in long, gentle strokes across the river Styx. Nyx emerged from the underworld, feeling comforted by her interaction with her son and her husband, feeling comforted by those that had waited for her and soaked in her words. And for the next few hours, she was alone. Although she didn't quite feel alone, she journeyed to the top of the mountain, the very same mountain where she watched the light shift and change every single afternoon. This particular afternoon, things seemed more beautiful than ever. The sky was a mosaic of pinks, purples, oranges, and blues. The colors all swirled together in the sky, reminding her of a light version of chaos, a light version of the beginning of everything. She watched as the last slivers of daylight tiptoed across the land, painting the rivers and valleys and mountains along their path. And then she knew it was time for her journey to begin. But this day, it felt different. This day, she saw the true gift that nighttime is. welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we dive into the brilliant and beautiful past of ancient China, where we will hear the story of Chang'e, the goddess of the moon. We will follow her as she and her husband work to restore their drought-stricken country and transform it into a lush, flourishing landscape. We will see how a sacrifice that Chang'e made is still celebrated every year on the Mid-Autumn Festival, where people around China and the world put mooncakes out in celebration of the divine goddess. One moonlit night on the coast of China, the world changed forever, for the better. The silvery moon blanketed the lush, stunning coastal village in an ethereal haze, glistening off the ocean and the buildings. It was through this village, at the edge of the water, that Chang'e was walking on that fateful day. She was a beautiful, wise woman, considered by many to be the most stunning woman in all of China. She had received many marriage proposals, so many, in fact, that she spent most of her time hiding from them in the woods or tending to chores at home. She loved the quiet simplicity of the forest. There, she could sit and listen to the sound of the bamboo as it danced and swayed in the wind. There, she had no one asking for her hand in marriage, no one gawking at her. She had yet to meet someone that she felt would be a good companion. No sparks ever flew, and no man seemed to be kind nor gentle enough to give her the life and love that she so desperately craved. And so, she made her way through life alone, breathing in the beautiful scents of the ocean and hoping that one day the right person would come along. Ho-E had yet to become engaged to anyone too, yet he was considered by many to be the most eligible bachelor in town. He was a master archer, his skills so legendary that people from all around gathered to watch him use his bow and arrow. Despite his popularity and the affection everyone had for him, Ho-E was a rather solitary man. He rarely met anyone that interested him, and he spent much of his time, just like Chang'e, wandering the forests of China in search of peace and comfort within himself. On that moonlit night, a festival was taking place in town. Happy people made their way through the streets, singing and dining on fine street foods. Children played in the grass and told stories to one another, whispering and giggling as Ho-E made his way past them. Ho-E managed to get caught up in the center of town. There, some townspeople urged him to show off his skills. Reluctant to turn them down, Ho-E agreed. He grabbed his homemade bow and the arrows he had carved by hand and began to shoot arrows into nearby hay bales. On occasion, he would shoot them with his eyes closed. Other times, he would shoot behind his back as a trick shot. It seemed that each shot was more impressive than the last, and the crowd was beyond thrilled to see them. Hoey pleased the crowd, continuing to shoot arrows with a smile on his face. He liked making the people of this prosperous little town happy, and he liked showing them that they would be protected by him if necessary. As he was shooting arrows and the crowd was cheering, Hoey caught sight of something in the crowd that made nothing else matter. Every other person in the world faded away, and for an instant, the only thing that he could see was her. Chang'e was weaving through the crowd, trying to make her way toward the entrance to a nearby bamboo grove. The second he laid eyes on her, he was mesmerized. It was as if his soul had been awakened for the very first time. As she politely and elegantly wove her way through the crowd, her gaze flicked up, tangling with his in the midst of everything. For her, time froze. In his eyes, she could see the gentleness she had been searching her whole life for. In spite of the arrows he was shooting, in spite of the crowd that had gathered around him, she could see a softness to him that she had never seen in anyone else. For a moment, she forgot how to walk. Trying to regain her composure and shake the feeling away, she turned her eyes toward the bamboo grove and continued toward it. Just as she was about to push her way through the bamboo and disappear, she glanced back over her shoulder, catching his eye once more. And, yet again, the sparks were there. They simmered in the air, embers at the base of fire that was begging to be given more fuel. She tightened her hand on a bamboo stalk as she once again peeled her gaze off of him. And then she was gone. Hoey excused himself from his demonstration, giving one final big trick shot to please the crowd. They erupted with applause, and all tried to gather around Hoey, wanting to chat with him, wanting to congratulate him. As politely as he could, Hoey pushed by them, excusing himself to go take care of something. It took him quite some time to weave his way through the crowd and make it to the outskirts of the village, where the bamboo grove beckoned to him. His heart swelled with questions as he took more and more steps toward the grove. Would the beautiful woman still be in there? Would she want to see him? Slowly, he wove through the bamboo. The grove was thick and wild in a way that soothed his soul, unlike anything else. Foliage sprung from the edges of the bamboo, brushing across his smooth face and filling the air with a fragrant yet soft floral aroma. he waded through the bush, knocking against some of the bamboo and sending its beautiful clink, clack, clink, clacks radiating through the grove. Finally, he emerged into the center of the bamboo grove. There, he found a small clearing with a carpet of moss blanketing the floor. The moonlight shone down through the tops of the bamboo, illuminating the dewdrops on the plush moss as if they were diamonds that had been planted there. But that was far from the most beautiful thing in the grove. Chang'e was standing there, gazing up at the moon with stars in her eyes. In that electrifying moment, she seemed braver of the two, and asked Hoi what he thought of the full moon on nights like this. Hoi told her that it made him feel more connected to things, to his ancestors, to the gods, to himself, to nature. Chang'e smiled at him. Warmth radiated through her body at the honesty and thought behind his answer. When they locked eyes yet again, it was undeniable that there was more at play than attraction. The magic between them felt like fate. Neither of them had felt this way, no matter how many suitors had approached them, no matter how many people they tried to talk to. The two spent the whole night talking to one another in the grove. They sat down on the ground, cushioned by the soft moss beneath them. They took turns telling stories and talking about their philosophies on life and the world. It seemed like everything between them was perfectly and beautifully aligned. Chang'e and Hoi caught themselves gazing up at the moon together whenever a silence lapsed over them. It was never an uncomfortable silence. It was as if their souls could just truly be at rest with one another, as if there was no need to fill the gaps in conversation. Their feelings grew with every silence and with every word exchanged between them. By the end of the night, they were drawn to each other, sitting mere inches from each other. It felt impossible to be far apart. It felt like they had been looking for each other their whole lives. Two lost souls, desperate for a connection like this. And because of that, Hoi knew what he had to do. That very night, the same night they had laid eyes on each other, Hoi asked if Chang'e would do him the honor of being his bride. Chang'e hardly had to think about it before she agreed most ardently. Their wedding was a beautiful one, attended by those closest to them. It was a day of nothing but joy and peace, because everyone in attendance could see that Chang'e and Hoi were destined to be together forever. When they were joined as husband and wife, they both wiped tears from each other's eyes. They were so overcome by emotion, by relief, by love, that they could not help but spill a few tears. After they were wed, they began a beautiful life together. It was a time of abundance. The crops were good. The landscape was lush with foliage and birds, and their home was tucked away amidst the most beautiful parts of the country. Every day, they would have their breakfast together outside, and every night, they would lie out in the grass together, gazing up at the moon in wonder. Chang'e did all she could to make her husband happy. Before he would go out on one of his archery tasks in the morning, she would awaken and take care of his bow and arrow, cleaning them and preparing them for the day. Hoi noticed this and was incredibly appreciative, showering his beloved wife with compliments every single morning. At the same time, Hoi did everything he could to make Chang'e happy as well. Her favorite thing aside from nature and stargazing were mooncakes, a sweet, delicious pastry she had loved since childhood. Whenever they would lie out and look at the moon together, Hoi would surprise her with mooncakes he lovingly made for her. It was a beautiful routine they enjoyed together, things they did to make life that much sweeter with each other. The months passed, and their lives were full of nothing but joy. Chang'e would gather things from the garden and the forest to make meals, clothing, and objects for their home, while Hoi went out to town, performing for people and working as an archer to protect people's homes. They were perfectly happy, imagining the rest of their lives going like this. But soon, something changed. One morning, to everyone's amazement, 10 suns arose from the sky instead of one. The sky was no longer bright blue and full of hope. It was a haze of yellow and orange, so bright that people could not even look up at it. No one knew why this had happened, and at first, no one knew the effect that it would have on them. But there was much that was about to change with the beautiful, lush landscape of their rural Chinese village. The suns were so hot that being outside during the day became nearly impossible. People hurried to gather their crops and tend to their business, scurrying under building overhangs and the shade of trees to protect themselves from the bright, hot rays of these suns. But soon, there was no shade beneath the trees. The suns were so hot that the leaves all began to die. The heat death swept across the landscape like a wildfire, turning leaves a deep rust color or yellow before they crumbled to the ground as bits of dust. And it was not just the trees that died. When people scurried outside to harvest their crops, they were devastated to discover that they, too, had burnt to a crisp. It began with the fruits, the citruses, the leafy vegetables, and soon, even the root vegetables and the grain had all withered into nothing but a burnt stalk. People began to realize that there was going to be no food. They took to fishing, hoping that it would allow them to sustain themselves. But it was much too hot to sit out on a boat and catch fish, which had gone deeper into the water to keep themselves cool. Everyone found themselves in a terrible situation. Chang'e and Hoi were scared, but they were desperate to support one another. At night, when the suns went down, they would lie outside in the grass, wanting to soak up as much of being outdoors as possible. Some nights, they would just lie in silence. They were so worried about the impact the suns had that it was hard to speak of anything else. But whenever they looked into each other's eyes, they found a way. They talked of their love for each other and promised that somehow, some way, they would make it through this. They would do all they could to make it through this challenging life, loving one another every step of the way. During the day, Hoi went to town to try and help as many people as possible. He would shoot arrows into the ocean, catching as many fish as he could for the people of the town. His young apprentice, Feng Meng, helped Hoi on these quests, but he was not entirely pleased to do so. Feng Meng was a bit of a selfish man, a man who desperately wanted fame more than he wanted anything else. He craved the attention and praise that Hoi got, and he was very envious that he wasn't as skilled as Hoi in archery. Still, the two of them together managed to gather a decent amount of fish every day. But at night, Hoi was exhausted from the sun. He would lie in the grass beside Chang'e, who would hold him and run her fingers through his hair, trying to soothe him after such an exhausting day. It started to reach a point where it didn't seem like he would be able to continue catching fish for much longer. And it was then that Chang'e made a proposal. She asked Hoi if he thought he would be able to knock down the suns with his bow and arrows. Hoi had never considered such a miraculous feat. He was a good archer, but would he really be able to knock 9 suns from the heavens? Chang'e embraced her husband and told him if anyone could do it, it was surely him. She begged him to try, putting all of her faith and encouragement into him. Fueled by her love and belief in him, Hoi promised his beloved wife that he would try. The next morning, he rose as the suns did. He walked into the main room and smiled at the sight of a sleepy Chang'e cleaning his arrows and getting them ready for the day. She kissed each and every one, 9 perfect arrows, and put them in his quiver, saying a prayer to the goddess of the heavens as she did so. She followed Hoi out into the very clearing they had met in all those moons ago. It was there that he told her he felt the strongest. It was there that he believed he would be able to knock down the 9 suns. He took a deep breath as the suns rose higher and higher over the horizon, blanketing the world in their bright yellow and orange glow. The breath filled his lungs and infused him with power, with drive, and the look of confidence his wife gave him only strengthened that. He readied the first arrow and drew his bow. He aimed at one of the suns more carefully than he had ever aimed at anything before, and slowly he released the arrow. It soared through the bright sky, beelining straight for the sun. Chang'e watched, holding her breath in anticipation. A magical ting rang out over the lush land, and in that instant, they both knew it had worked. The sun crashed from the sky like a shooting star, sending up sparks with a plume of smoke as it disappeared into the distant ocean. The simmering sound that radiated through the town brought tears to Chang'e's eyes. Finally, they had found a solution, and her incredible husband was the man behind it. Hou readied his bow to shoot another sun down. He took down the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. They all sailed down over the horizon, sparkling and leaving rays of sunlight in their wake. He took down the seventh, the eighth, and finally, the ninth sun. As the ninth sun plummeted into the sea, never to be seen again, Hou dropped his bow and embraced his wife. He could hear the townspeople cheering in the distance. Their crops would be saved. Their lives would be saved. Finally, they would be able to return to the lives that they had loved so dearly. In the clearing, there was a wave of white light. Chang'e and Hou were startled, because immediately they knew what it was. The goddess of the heavens stood before them, glowing with a kind of beauty too perfect for this earth. She thanked Hou for his bravery and Chang'e for her wisdom. She handed Hou a potion that would give him immortality, allowing him to ascend to the heavens with her whenever he wanted. Hou thanked the goddess, but told her that he would not be ascending without his wife. The goddess nodded in understanding and disappeared, returning to the heavens where she belonged. Celebrations took place across the town for days. Everyone heard of the potion Hou was given, and he was treated like a god by the people. Yet, he wanted to be a man of the people, so one morning, he headed out on a hunting trip, just like he would have before. While he was gone, Chang'e was startled by the sound of a door being forced open. It was Feng Meng, who had a wild look in his eyes. He told Chang'e that he wanted the potion of immortality. He believed he was the best archer and that he deserved it. Chang'e knew that Feng Meng would not leave without the potion, but she knew that if he was to become an immortal god, the land would be ruined by his greed and jealousy. With tears in her eyes, she drank the potion before he could have it. She ascended toward the heavens, tears streaming down her face. Desperate to be close to her husband for the rest of his days, she decided to settle on the moon instead of the heavens. Every night, she looked down on him, and every night, he set mooncakes and her favorite treats out for her on an altar. They spoke to one another, though they couldn't hear one another. In their distance, they were connected, and their love was never severed. Every year, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, people put mooncakes and other treats out as an offering to Chang'e. It is said that she can still be seen on the moon, looking down over the world and dreaming of her beloved Hoi. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we travel over the starry skies and glide through glistening seas with Asteria, the Titan goddess of shooting stars. Asteria stretched in the cool grass, amazed at the sight of stars as they streaked across the night sky, leaving unique trails in the atmosphere. As the Titan goddess of stars, she could feel each and every one as they traveled down toward the horizon. After all, she was in control of it. With the mere twinkle of her fingers, she could send the star cascading down to the earth anywhere that she would like. She could send it spiraling down in the sparkling ocean that she could see from her cozy spot on Mount Olympus. She could send it to the forests where the humans worshipped her and admired her as an oracle. She could send it to the vast deserts in the far distance, where her stars shone brighter than ever. But tonight, she simply watched them as they went at their own pace toward that beautiful horizon. Leto stretched beside Asteria, soaking in the glow of this brilliant, starry night sky. She didn't command power over the stars like her sister did. She was not a Titan goddess of anything quite yet. But she was not a jealous woman. She was a happy one. She loved her sister's connection to the stars. She loved lying out in the grass of Olympus with her sister every single night, watching as the stars came to be. She felt they were a perfect reflection of who Asteria was as a person, brilliant and magical. The two sisters lay in that cool grass for hours, giggling and swapping stories with one another. It was their nightly ritual, a ritual that no one else on Olympus was invited to. Not that they would want to attend anyway. Once, the Titans had ruled over everything. During the Golden Age, the Titans commanded the cosmos under the reign of Cronus, who happened to be the girl's ancestor. But when the Titans fell, the world changed for Asteria and Leto. They were allowed to stay on Olympus when many Titans were not. It was a gift, a privilege, but they knew it would one day come with a price. They were allowed to stay because of their beauty, and they knew that meant that sometime one of the gods would be coming for them. But for now, they were thrilled to scurry away from the gods and goddesses and find their own little slice of paradise in the grass of the beauty that was Olympus. While many on Olympus shunned them, wanting them to be thrown back down to earth, the girls were unbothered, because at the end of the day, they knew they had one another. They shared a love that no god or goddess could ever sever. That night, after watching the shooting stars make their way across the beautiful land, the two girls made their way back to their chambers. The night was particularly cool, and despite that, they decided to take the long way back. As they walked down the halls of marble and gold, they breathed in the scent of the fresh air wafting through the windows. The smell of citrus and the fragrant olive trees, of earthy soil, and of the distant salty sea. It was something that always put them at ease before they went to bed. They appreciated the earth for all it provided them with. And after the Titans fell, they appreciated that they were allowed to be here enjoying it even more. Asteria gave her sister a kiss on the cheek and retired to her room. She went about her nightly ritual of lighting candles. Then she crouched before an altar. Not only was Asteria the goddess of the stars, but the goddess of dream divination and astrology. She spent some time there, wading through dreams and thoughts of the future, seeking out messages of the health and fortune of those around her. It was then, when she was crouched before the glowing candles, that she felt a presence behind her. She knew who it was before she even turned around, though she dreaded looking at him in the eye. Zeus stood behind her, hands crossed over his chest as they always were. He took Asteria by the hand and told her how divine she was, how she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and how he must have her. Asteria knew this time would come, but she had been hoping it wouldn't be so soon. She had been hoping this would occur with anyone but Zeus. She knew from her time on Olympus that there was no point in convincing the man. She knew she must flee. She backed up to the window, confidence and determination churning through her veins. She sat on the windowsill and gave Zeus a faint smile before she tipped herself backwards, falling out and free falling through the air with complete and total grace. As the wind rushed around her and the grass below grew near, she took a deep breath. Using her magic, she transformed into a snow-white quail. She glided through the air then, flying away from Olympus as fast as the wind would take her. As she flew away, she cast one look over her shoulder. The window in the distance was aglow with candles, a flicker of warmth in the darkness that was night. And in that window was her sister. Her sister would love her and find her no matter what. For a few moments, Asteria was free. She felt the cold air lace through her feathers as she sailed through the wind. She felt the earth moving beneath her, so far below that she was completely and entirely untethered. For the first time ever, she felt like she could understand the shooting stars. She was the one sailing across the sky, leaving a trail of wonder and magic in her wake. But her moment of peace, of connection to her abilities, came to an end when she cast another look over her shoulder. She thought she had lost Zeus, that he wouldn't pursue her if she transformed into a quail and left Olympus behind forever. But sadly, Asteria was wrong. Zeus was right behind her, flying through the air after her. He had transformed into an eagle, and as he flew after her, picking up speed, Asteria's heart sank. She had to outrun him, and she would do whatever it took. She dived down toward the ground, embracing the feeling of the wind ruffling her feathers even more. Just as she was about to hit the soft earth, she turned herself up, gliding just above it instead. Her talons brushed against the dewy grass, sending droplets of condensation falling over the soil like rain. She skimmed the ground for quite some time, marveling at the sights from an entirely new angle. But Zeus still pursued her. She wove through the trees, narrowly grazing the bark as she made her way through the forest canopy with such grace. It was like a fine dance she was performing. Unfortunately, Zeus was dancing alongside her, not missing a single step. Asteria felt her hope of outrunning Zeus diminishing more and more the further she flew. When she burst out of the forest, it felt like a blessing. Once more, she could see the starry sky overhead, reminding her that things would be okay. And the stars were not just in the sky overhead. They were reflected in the sea below. The Aegean Sea was so utterly calm that night that it was like a sheet of glass stretching to the far horizon. Asteria skimmed along the top of the water, still hoping that somehow Zeus would lose steam and fall into the sea. But she had no such luck. In his eagle form, he grew closer and closer to her. In utter desperation, she suddenly realized what she had to do. She looked down at the stars reflecting in the sea below her. It was like an entire ocean of stars, inviting her to take a dip, telling her that safety could be found there, could be found within them. She took a deep breath and dived into the sea. With ease, her beak sliced through the water, welcoming her to the safety of the depths below. She transformed back into her human form. The touch of the cool water against her skin was a completely different sensation than the one she had been experiencing only moments prior, when it was the night air that was brushing over her. There was a sense of elation that found her then, floating without a tether in the sea. She watched as Zeus turned and headed back to Olympus, figuring that she was no longer worth the trouble. She had made it. She had escaped Zeus and found comfort in this sea of stars. But unfortunately, that comfort could not last forever. Zeus was a god who wanted beautiful women by his side, but his brother Poseidon was also. The minute Asteria emerged from beneath the water and took a breath of the night air, she knew Poseidon would be heading for her. She could feel the power of the god weaving through the ocean to reach her. She knew that there was no way she could make it to shore, no matter what animal she became, no matter what powers she used. And so, she took a deep breath. She turned her gaze up to the stars, to her stars, and smiled at them. A shooting star trailed overhead, leaving that beautiful trail of space dust in its wake. It glistened against the inky black sky, somehow even more stunning than ever. Summoning all her strength, Asteria transformed herself yet again, not into a bird, nor a fish, nor a star, but an island, a floating island. Moments before Poseidon would reach her, she was gone. The floating island in her place, Delos, was barren and empty, devoid of plants or life in any way, shape, or form. His plans thwarted, Poseidon dived back into the waves, disappearing into the depths of the sea where he belonged. And with that, a new era began. Asteria, the beautiful, kind goddess of the stars, of dream divination, of astrology, was an island, floating through the sea with no connection to the land at all. She was to aimlessly make her way through the sea, and she had no idea how long it would be for. She was alone with nothing but the stars to comfort her and guide her. But she wouldn't be that way for long. Back at Olympus, her sister Leto hadn't escaped Zeus. She found herself pregnant with 2 of his children, something that was not entirely unique, but something that made her the enemy of Hera, Zeus's wife. Leto fled Olympus as soon as she could, fearing Hera's wrath. And when Hera's wrath finally came upon her, it was at the worst time. Leto traveled the land, trying to find a safe place to give birth to her twins, but Hera wouldn't let that happen. Hera pursued Leto as she journeyed from island to island, from mountaintop to mountaintop, desperately trying to find a safe spot for herself and her children. But time and time again, Hera would descend upon Leto, making her delivery spot unsafe. As Leto continued traveling, searching and searching for a place to have her children, Hera sent her decree, forbidding any bit of land or sea from giving Leto refuge. Leto was devastated. She feared having no place to go. She wondered what was going to happen to herself and her children. But then she heard the voice of her sister. Asteria told her sister that she did not fear the wrath of Hera, and since the floating island was neither mainland nor a real island, she wanted to provide her sister with refuge, with a place to give birth to her niece and nephew. And so, Leto fled to the island of Delos. It was a barren, sad place. There was nothing but sand, dirt, and rocks. But it felt like home to Leto, because it was where her sister was. That night, under a starry sky full of shooting stars, Leto gave birth to her beautiful, powerful twins, Artemis and Apollo. As she cradled her marvelous children in her arms, Leto promised her sister that Delos would be revered by many. It would be honored by many and become a place of refuge for those worthy of it. Leto stayed on the island as it floated aimlessly across the sea. In time, thanks to the power of Artemis and Apollo, the island began to flourish. Trees sprouted up from the sand, providing shade and shelter and supplies. Bushes ripe with berries and fruits began to grow out of the earth. Their aroma filled the air. The sticky sweet smell of fresh berries and sugar mixed with the briny, revitalizing scent of the ocean. Even animals began to roam the island, providing Leto, Artemis, and Apollo with food. For quite some time, they lived a perfect life there, and they weren't alone. In her human form, Asteria visited Apollo and Artemis. As part of the island, she could never leave it and return to the mainland. At one point, she had thought it to be a terrible fate, but now it was far from it. Now she could provide her sister and her niece and nephew with a safe place to live forever. And their days were, indeed, full of life. In the mornings, Asteria and Leto would sit around a fire and cook up a healthy breakfast for the kids. The kids would toddle around on the island. They would lie in the fields of flowers and nap beneath palm trees, whispering to one another about their dreams and their hopes for the future. They would play games and splash one another in the shallow water. They were completely whole on the island, able to roam and play and splash around to their heart's content. When breakfast was ready, they would join Asteria and Leto at the home they had built. They would eat with one another, appreciating every bite of delicious food and sharing delightful conversation. Asteria and Leto taught the kids all the lessons they needed to know. They would walk around the island and point out the different plants and animals, teaching the kids all about the world. Asteria would recite poetry to them as they wandered the beaches and relaxed with their feet in the sand. When they took midday naps under the shade of palm trees, Artemis and Apollo would ask about history, about the other gods. Leto would fill them in with everything they needed to know about the world. It was a peaceful life, a beautiful one. But nothing was quite as beautiful as when the night swept across the island. The odd little family would gather around a campfire and turn their gaze to the sky. They would smile dreamily as they looked up at each sparkling star in wonder. And then the show would begin. Asteria twirled her fingers every single night, commanding the shooting stars to dance across the sky for her. Some nights, she would make them do loops and circles and hearts in the air. Others, she would glide her hand gracefully through the air, causing the shooting stars to land in the sea by her feet, sending a spray of water up into the air. The kids would always giggle at this, enjoying every second of the spectacle. And as the kids fell asleep in the light of the campfire and the cascading stars, Leto and Asteria would smile at each other. Asteria would kiss Leto on the cheek, and the two would curl up in beds of their own. For several years it went on like this. They raised the kids in harmony without much trouble, wandering the earth. Eventually, the kids' powers created pillars that ran from the bottom of the island all the way to the sea floor, cementing the island in place. No longer were they wandering aimlessly. They were home, and that is where they would remain. Asteria was happy. The island was a dream, but there was still something missing. She had always wanted a husband of her own and kids to raise. She felt that Zeus had robbed her of that. Some nights she would lie awake looking at the horizon, dreaming of a boat arriving someday with a handsome stranger on it. And eventually, that dream came true. As dawn splashed across the island one fine day, Asteria opened her eyes and was met with the sight of a boat making its way through the waves. The boat stopped at the edge of the island and docked. It was the first visitor the girls had ever had upon the island, and though they were excited, they couldn't help but be a little fearful as well. The man who stepped off the boat immediately took Asteria's breath away. He introduced himself as Perseus, the Titan god. He was traveling and found himself lost in the ocean. It had been quite some time since he had seen land, and he was desperate for a place to dock, just for the night. Leto could see the magic in Asteria's eyes as she introduced herself to Perseus. She waved the two off, encouraging Asteria to show him the island. Asteria and Perseus made their way around the beautiful island, soaking in the views of the ocean. They spoke of poetry and magic and the world in a low whisper, as if they were swapping secrets only meant for each other's ears. Asteria had never felt connected to someone as naturally as she felt connected to Perseus. And in turn, Perseus felt the same way. He had never encountered someone as miraculous as Asteria, as graceful and intelligent and witty. That night, the two sat with their feet in the waves. Asteria twirled her fingers and made the falling stars dance as they streaked across the sky. Perseus watched in wonder, mesmerized by the power that Asteria held. He asked how a woman as powerful as she was had come to be on an island like this. And for the first time ever, Asteria told her story to someone. Perseus listened to every single word she said with a calm, caring, empathetic expression. He held her hands when her voice began to shake, and when she cried, he cradled her in his arms, holding her protectively against his chest. It was a moment of pure connection and love. The next morning, it was time for Perseus to leave. But as he gazed at Asteria in the early morning light, he knew leaving wasn't an option. He asked Asteria if he could stay, if she would have his hand in marriage. Asteria gleefully agreed, wrapping her arms around Perseus to bring him close. That night, beneath the sparkling stars, Perseus and Asteria got married. Apollo, Artemis, and Leto were there alongside them, giving their blessing with tears in their eyes and smiles on their faces. There were no longer 4 on the island. There were 5. And soon there would be 6. On the clearest night of them all, as a full moon painted the sky and ocean in a silvery glow, Asteria gave birth to a bright and brilliant baby girl, Hecate. The moment Hecate was born, she looked up at the moon with purpose and glee. Asteria's family was complete, and she had never been happier. She raised her daughter alongside her sister and her niece and nephew. After all they had been through, they had a safe home together. They had carved out a beautiful life for themselves here in the middle of the sea. A beautiful life that they wouldn't trade for anything else in the world. Thank you for listening. I hope this story has helped you reach a night of peaceful and relaxing sleep. Perhaps you have reached a Delos island of your own. Please join me again tomorrow night for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.